Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
A very good morning to all of you. Today is the first session will be chaired by Professor Rajeshwari Raina. It is the session on livelihoods, and we will be focusing on water, agriculture, and infrastructure. For this, we would invite Dr. Raina to join us on the podium, along with, for the first paper, Managing Groundwater Across the Diverse Central India. We'd request P.S. Vijay to join us, and Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni would be joining us online. We also have the second paper on tribal agriculture, and again, it would be P.S. Vijay. So take it away. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I would also request KJ Joy to join us. Please, on the podium as well. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, a little rearrangement here. Morning, everybody, and this is a great honor to be here amongst people who are, well, at the very least, concerned about tribal development, an issue that's kind of at the margin of the margins in our country. So a very warm welcome to everybody, and I'm just not going to waste any more time on this. Also, since Himanshu has to get to another facility or hospital soon, we'll just start now. I invite Joy to discuss this paper. You're discussing for this paper? Groundwater paper, yeah? Himanshu and you. Oh, okay. First your presentation and then Joy will discuss the paper. Okay. So we'll have the paper presentations by Himanshu and Vijay Shankar. And then after that, we'll have KJ Joy and me discussing these papers. So we'll take questions after the discussants speak. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we, after discussing the water paper, the people, Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni is online. He's had a eye operation, so he couldn't join directly. So, but he has written most of the paper. He and his colleagues have written major part of the paper. So I will just give a broad outline of what the paper is trying to say. And then I leave the stage to Dr. Kulkarni to add more. The context of the whole this paper is about tribal areas and how they are irrigation deprived. If you look at the irrigation map of India, most of the tribal areas, the level of irrigation is extremely low. And moving from that, there's also a kind of a move, a kind of parallel move to extend Green Revolution to Eastern India. It's been going on for some time, saying that Green Revolution, the typical Green Revolution happened in the West and South and northern parts of India, northwestern part of India, and Eastern India has got been a bit left out. So one need to bring Eastern India into the irrigation map of India. And the best way to do that is to target groundwater, which these Eastern states and also the tribal areas are supposed to be plentiful in terms of stock. There's a assessment done in once in 3 years by the Central Groundwater Board, They regularly come out with assessments of the amount of water, which is their annual amount of recharge, and how much has been used and what is the stock left for you to be developed later. So that data shows that tribal districts are in general very low in terms of groundwater use and high in terms of groundwater potential. So there's a huge scope to expand irrigation here by focusing. The government formed a program called PM KSY, Krishi Sinchai Yojana, groundwater. So the focus of that is to identify most irrigation deprived 112 districts which have been identified. This includes many districts in eastern India, Orissa, Jharkhand, etc., and also Central Indian Tribal Belt, including Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and all. And kind of intensive targeting of groundwater is being planned here. So the import of our paper, what we are trying to say is that this program is trying to sort of remove poverty, ameliorate poverty by intensive use of groundwater, where it's supposed to be plentiful in availability. So the few points to be noted. First of all, the CGWD methodology. We have written a lot about that in various places. The methodology followed by the Central Groundwater Board has a lot of issues, many problems. It's effective in many ways. So if they say the area is safe in terms of groundwater, it does not mean much. We actually go into the very specific area and understand it more fully. More importantly, the Central Groundwater Board methodology, or generally when we talk about groundwater, about recharge, annual recharge, replenishment, and extraction, etc., the underlying rocks data are not really taken into account. The hydrogeological setting, what we call in the paper, that has not been looked at. So India has tremendous variety in terms of rocks, lithographical variety is there, also hydrogeological variety. That is not really properly taken into consideration. And without that, if you mindlessly expand, try to intensify groundwater use, and these areas can run into problems. And the paper actually cites examples of a few blocks. It actually talks about 4 case studies. One in Madhya Pradesh, near the area where we work, where there are 2 different hydrogeological settings almost lying parallel to each other. There is a plateau region, what we call Malwa Plateau, which is supposed to be plentiful in groundwater. And there is a valley region, Nimad region, which is in the Narbala Valley, which is a tribal dominated pocket, which was low in irrigation earlier, but which has tremendous hydrogeological variety. So you have to understand both these areas very closely before the same strategy of expanding groundwater irrigation cannot be applied across the board even in this kind of small assessment unit like a block. I'm talking about a block which has 2 different sets of hydrological situations within it. Similarly, the paper also talks about one place in Jharkhand, where again similar variety exists. Though villages which might look same, but they have very little different kind of hydrogeological setting. The implication of groundwater extraction will be very different there. And third dimension, when we talk about North Bihar, what is added here is that of quality. And whenever you talk about groundwater in this area, Eastern India, Orissa, for example, is plentiful in groundwater. Jharkhand mein bahut zyada pani hai, or Dindori mein 4% groundwater extraction only is happening. Normally quantity ki baat kar rahe hain. We are not talking about a water quality. So in a floodplains of Bihar, water quality is a very important issue. While groundwater may be there, the issue is that can we drink that water? Is it contaminated, or does it have iron in it, or does it have fluoride or something? Is it drinkable? That's the main issue. So once you bring in quality, again the understanding of groundwater availability and the kind of extent to which we can go into extracting it, that need would change. Finally, there's an example of some place in Pune also, again 2 villages, which has potential to expand groundwater irrigation, and other the potential is very limited. The overall argument is that because of this hydrological variety, the tremendous variety that our countries have, particularly Central Indian Tribal Belt has, we have to be very nuanced in our approach. We cannot have this one size fits all kind of thing, or intensification approach. Jahan pani hai to borewell lagate jao, and government supports that. That sort of strategy cannot work, and we have to be much more careful while dealing with groundwater. That's the overall argument in this paper. And I now request Dr. Kulkarni to add his comments to the Himanshu, over to you.
Thank you, Viju. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, apologies for not being there in person. I'm a bit handicapped at the moment. But just to sort of take the discussion forward, I'm not going to take too long. I'm just going to lay down about 5 key points that we've tried to highlight in this paper. And at the expense of repetition, Viju has been very sort of clear in terms of the specifics that we've tried to put across in this paper. But beginning with point number 1, I think when we look at a region which has a nearly east-west geographical spread, particularly in India, and east-west geographical spread itself means a different kind of variety, variability, diversity, whether it is in terms of the geography itself, whether it's in terms of whether it is in terms of the agroclimate, whether it's in terms of the physiography, all of that. So I think the socio-ecological nuances of a region that has this kind of a spread, this kind of a variety, must be taken into consideration when we design both policies and practices on water management. And we've actually taken the example of, particularly the example of groundwater, and I'll maybe in a moment come to that on why we've done that. But so I think the socio-ecological nuances is the first point I want to make. The second point is when we try to reimagine these nuances and when we even try to adopt an approach or a policy that is based on a certain kind of information and data. And again, we've tried to highlight I'm not saying the fallacies of the Central Groundwater Board's assessment, but I'm saying that the Central Groundwater Board's periodic assessment of groundwater is a very useful assessment for making a very broad set of recommendations of understanding at a large scale, at a regional scale, what's happening to groundwater resources in the region or in the country as a whole. So, but the lumped assessment itself, I mean, even if you look at the CGWB assessment, it actually shows a high degree of variability, whether it is in terms of the degree of extension, the degree of extraction of groundwater represented by the Groundwater Development Index, whether it's in the form of aquifer systems that are spread across this region, whether it's in the form of agroclimatic conditions, or whether it's in the kind of social system. So I think what we've tried to do in the paper is we've tried to bring out the variety and diversity, even from a very lumped, gross regional assessment of groundwater. Now, what does this variety, what does this diversity entail? And for that, if we look at the question of groundwater, if you look at the question of aquifers across the Central Indian tribal belt, then we come up with 2 or 3 basic arguments. I mean, one argument, of course, is how can we have equitable access? How can we render equitable access in a region where the storage of groundwater, the potential storage of groundwater over the region varies over 3 orders of magnitude. So if you have 100 units of groundwater available, potential groundwater availability in one particular region, there are going to be about 10,000 units of groundwater availability in another region. So storage varies over 3 orders of magnitude. The groundwater flow rates, which are going to determine the yields of wells, again, vary over 4 orders of magnitude. And the well yields themselves are going to be variable between 3 to 4 orders of magnitude across the region. So I think it's important to recognize this diversity. It's important to recognize the diversity in the natural resource of groundwater, which is aquifers. And also the diversity in the overlay of the socio-economic systems. Therefore, even if you look at what's happening to groundwater resources across this region, extending from the west to the east, then particularly in the west, it's on a trajectory which has moved beyond creating access. So there are regions in the west where access has been created by the users themselves, and we are witnessing the limits of extraction, the limits of exploitation, and where people are sinking bore wells or tube wells to perhaps even thousands of feet. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have access essentially from base flows. I mean, we worked in places like Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh and Odisha, where access to groundwater is in some kind of a traditional form through springs, through sweeps, through harvesting of base flows in small streams and watersheds. And therefore, I think what we need is both diversity, consideration to both the diversity of the region and also thinking about the scales of operations and how can the nuances of groundwater management be built into the scales of operation. Now, the next point I have is, I think the biggest challenge when you look at a region like this will be in the form of ensuring equitable access, equitable distribution, and sustaining livelihoods. Because when you want to sort of go into this kind of an economic development based on irrigation and therefore increased production and productivities, I think it's important to remember the questions of equity. Perhaps equity, fairness, and justice. And I'm sure Joy will, of course, do justice to that in his comments. So I think, I would like to end with sort of reiterating what we have proposed as the broad components of a strategy for the region. There are 4 components we are proposing. The first component is, like I said, the sustainability of livelihoods. And it's not just about livelihood enhancement. It's about sustainability of livelihoods, which in a region like this will depend upon the balance between the management of, in this case, the management of groundwater in aquifers with sustained agricultural productivity. And I think one of the most important aspects of this strategy is how do you ensure, first and foremost, improved productivity from rain-fed agriculture? And how can groundwater actually contribute to improving that productivity in the Kharif season? So bringing in a strategic concept of protective irrigation for improved Kharif security of cropping becomes important. Now, I think this essentially means a small but strategic and timely application of water. Now, what it would again mean for different soil systems, different crop systems, again requires a nuanced approach. The second point in the strategy is how can you distribute small amounts of water to a large number of landholders or large number of people from a community? They will also be landless people. How can they get a right to water? So when you're actually looking at this from the point of view of the right to water, I think it's really important for us to think through distributing perhaps smaller amounts of water, equitably distributing those small amounts of water through perhaps a combination of participatory irrigation management and participatory groundwater management, because increasingly we will also see the development of surface water resources and their distribution. So how do we integrate both of these? And I think prioritizing building in some priorities in terms of, how do you sequence drinking water, domestic water, Kharif water, Rabi water, and water for summer crops will become important. The next point is integrating water management in watershed development. And I think bringing in, again, a micro scale understanding, as Viju has actually already pointed out earlier, that when we worked in about 100 villages in the Nimad region, in the sort of Narmada Valley region, for over the last 20-25 years, we actually came across these nuances that the aquifer systems in each village are different. And even when you apply the methodology that CGWB adopts for a periodic assessment of groundwater resources across these villages, you come up with different numbers. Now, bringing in a solid scientific foundation for the modalities of groundwater management through the lens of watershed development becomes important in this regard, particularly given the fact that PM-KSY-2 is going to be a big big program that will unfold, that is already beginning to unfold in these regions. Last but not least, I think this is where information, data, science, and knowledge must play a big role. And that role will have to be not in terms of how individuals respond to data or science, but how groups or collectives or communities actually begin to take decisions regarding water in terms of what they're going to do, how they're going to use water, and so on and so forth. Last but not least, I'd like to close my argument with a point that perhaps could have been more strongly stated in our paper. But since the first draft of the paper was submitted, there's been a lot of thinking around bringing in very strong economic solutions to the question of water management and water governance. And I sort of beg to add this additional point to this articulation by saying that in most cases, policy instruments talk about solutions like rainwater harvesting, water conservation, water access, put in more pumps, put in more wells. But what are the implications on the economic side? Do we really have a complete economic solutions, a complete set of economic solutions that point us to the fact that how do you get returns? How do you improve livelihoods? By making sure that smaller amounts of water for valuable purposes, valuable cropping systems, are able to get the farmer better returns than what we have seen through conventional systems of agriculture, where cash cropping actually gets the income security, gets the larger incomes for farmers. So I think bringing in those systems, we've actually alluded to the fact that support systems of procurement and prices, but I think we need to go beyond that statement and build in a greater nuance to what do we mean by these returns for water conservative agriculture. So I think I'll close with that. Thank you so much. I will be around for a while for discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Himanshu. Thank you. So shall we take some questions on this, or do we wait for Joy's comments? Yeah, wait for Joy's comments. Yes. So Joy will take 15 minutes to complete his comments. I know that KJ Joy does not need an introduction, especially not to this audience, but he's one of the, well, let's say, the pioneers in thinking about social relationships that underpin our understandings of water and the politics of water and water use in this country. Welcome, Joy.
Yeah. Thanks, Rajeshwari. Friends, I mean, Himanshu, Viju, Rajeshwari, I mean, to have them as part of this panel and be participating in this discussion is quite an honor. And also friends. When actually Himanshu and later Pramodesh asked me to review this paper, I was in two minds. Mainly because the authors of this paper, four of them, have been very close friends for over so many years. We have worked together on water issues. And in a way, I would say that we have learned from each other and have been co-travelers. So I was wondering, how do I pitch in my comments with people like them around? Maybe it's a bit of a conflict of interest because we generally hold the same views, belong to the same school in water, etc., etc. But I agreed to do this because I thought reading and reviewing a paper itself is a learning experience. And whenever either journals or other people ask me to read a manuscript or this, I don't miss that opportunity because that gives us time to delve deep into that paper and try to understand the nuances. So having read this paper twice, I would say that I'm happy that I agreed to review this paper. It has enriched my understanding. And I would also suggest that all of you read this paper carefully. It's a substantial contribution to the debate discourse around groundwater and in a region which is generally out of the irrigation map of this country, which is the central tribal belt of this, which is also our old friend Yugandhar used to tell the poverty geography of the country. The paper is about 42 pages. It's also a little tough reading for people who are not from the water sector because it's a bit of a lot of technical terms which is used and things. So aquifers and other things and the concepts around that. And also it is structured around 5 or 6 major topics. For example, the background itself sets the whole context for this discussion, which very clearly brings out it also takes a historical review of the groundwater development and the whole civilizational connect with the groundwater and things. Otherwise, we are all used to saying that India or basically civilizations are a river valley civilizations and etc. So Mohenjo-daro or Harappa and things. I think there is also new articulation coming up saying that along with that probably is also groundwater civilization. I think that is important to take note. This could be debated. Probably I myself personally may not subscribe to this whole viewpoint completely, but I think it's a new thing which we need to look into it. And also so foregrounds the whole idea that today groundwater is the main provider, whether you talk about drinking water, domestic water, agriculture, etc., etc. In the Indian context, that's the main provider for all of us. And within that, for example, Vijay Shankar mentioned about this whole, mine irrigation census, which is done. Now, within the mine irrigation, you get both groundwater wells, tube wells, bore wells, etc., as well as the other minor surface storages. Now, compared to the minor surface storages, it is again, I think it accounts for about 94% of the thing is covered by the groundwater and things. So all these issues are foregrounded in the introductory section. And 2 things which I'd like to bring out into your account, especially for the discussion today, is that the chapter very clearly brings out saying that the share of scheduled castes, which we call broadly Dalits, and the scheduled tribes, the Adivasis, is in terms of the access or ownership in terms of both dug wells as well as tube wells, their share is much below their share in the population. Now, if you get to these 2 different sources of dug wells and bore wells, they account only for about 20% and 8% respectively, which also brings out the larger question of equitable access to resources and how the social marginalization also actually maps on to in terms of access to irrigation wells, etc., etc. And when you also look at the region-wise data, they clearly brings out that the central Indian tribal belt is hugely deprived of irrigation assets. Share is less than 10% in the case of shallow and deep tube wells, and 20% in the case of deeper tube wells, etc. So I think, and they're also cautioning us, saying that the whole argument then is not to replicate the type of green revolution based high input agriculture or irrigations or groundwater irrigation into this area. But I think the way Himanshu said, they come up with a 4 set of recommendations, which I'll come back later, in which we also need to be very cautious in replicating or reproducing the strategy in the tribal thing, belt of India. Then it also goes on to discuss the crises within this, and where they bring out the whole question of both quantity as well as quality issues in terms of groundwater issues. They also discuss an interesting new concept called the notion of groundwater surplus or surplus groundwater, which is in a way new to, which is something which I would like to dwell a little later on that. The issue of scale and variability, agriculture and minor irrigation sensors, hydrogeological angle, the case of solar pump, which is nowadays been talked about a lot, and pumping aquifers with diverse properties. And apart from this, then also discuss about 4 case studies from different geographies in the country. And the paper ends with a very interesting illuminating discussion and things. The data which is used for the paper is, as Vijay Shankar said, is from the 5th minor irrigation census. Every now and then the government of India, I think is through the Central Groundwater Board, brings out the census in which the minor irrigation surface as well as the groundwater, that is basically shallow wells, bore wells, deeper bore wells, tube wells, etc., do a census. So I think the 5th census was done in 2013-14, if I'm mistaken. So that's the primary data set they have used. So the whole article, the chapter is based on secondary data, and also they have quoted used other data sources and things, but the primary thing is the 5th thing. I think 2017-18, probably the 6th minor irrigation census data is out, but maybe probably the paper has been already submitted prior to that. So one argument is that basically the whole paper is, centered around the secondary data, except these 4 case studies, which is also very interesting, where they bring out some very lived experiences of communities managing groundwater resources and things. And this 4 case studies also drawn from different hydrogeological settings and social settings and things. So that is a very illuminative thing. So one of my suggestions probably would be that since BRLF is working in very different geographies and they have been doing a lot of work in terms of especially watershed development, where I think Jharkhand, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh and other places. One of the things would have been to make this whole, the points they make much more lively, probably drawing from some of those lived experiences, or even Aquadam and SPS also has been, working on this. So some more lived experience of that probably would have enriched this whole discussion and things. I broadly agree with the central proposition the paper makes, saying that we cannot replicate or reproduce the type of strategy which we used in other places when you come to central tribal belt of the country. And I think the way Himanshu summarized that actually captures that. We need to look at both the hydrogeological settings, understand the characteristics of the aquifers, which is prevalent. And there's also typology in the chapter where they talk about the different types of aquifers and the characteristics, etc., and also the social settings. So I think these need to be together. So I have no quarrel with the central proposition of the paper, saying that the question is not to, and today the government is doing that. They are trying to actually promote this type of a developmental paradigm into the deprived geographies of this country. And I think that is a caution the paper amply this. Anyway, I will. So broadly, and also I think Himanshu also came up with the paper ends with 4 broad suggestions or things. It advocates a nuanced strategy of groundwater management and governance, which is required for the central India tribal belt. In fact, there are 4 elements to that strategy. One is very important. This one, the Himanshu also mentioned that. How do we privilege protective irrigation security? Now, protective irrigation is a word which is not new. I think in the Maharashtra drought and drought eradication movement, we have been using this term maybe from the 70s, probably after the 72 old Maharashtra drought and things. But I think repositioning this concept in today's context is very important. There are not very people who talk about providing a security of protective irrigation to everybody and things, and which is also important, relevant in the context of equity, social justice, etc. How do you make water available in a much more expanded manner, cover as many people and farms as possible and things. So protective irrigation is important. That's one of the key elements which they bring out in terms of providing sustainable livelihoods into our Adivasi population. So basically, we also used to use a word called productivity-oriented hydrological planning and with equity built. I think that's basically what we are talking about when we provide this. The second element is also very much related to equity, where we are talking about providing smaller quantities of water to as many people as possible, and with a proper prioritization of water. Now, if you look at any water policy, whether it is a national water policy or the state water policy, there's a very substantive chapter on that called water use prioritization. We have realized that it's more of a paper rhetoric than actually in the planning. This doesn't really actually work out. We say that domestic water is the first priority, then agriculture, then industry or water, hydropower, etc., etc. And I think in 2002 or 3, when the Maharashtra state water policy came out, that was the first state water policy which talked about second priority given to industries over and above the agriculture. There was a hue and cry, there was a civil society action, and I think 2012-13, they have to change the priorities. Now, changing these priorities really does not plan into when you plan projects and other type of, even in watershed development, my friends here sitting here will vouch for that, that even in watershed development, the whole priority or the importance is to meet the drinking water needs of the people. We don't think that not even 2% of the watershed projects or 3% of the watershed projects have been able to prioritize drinking water, what we call water for life. So they clearly bring out a sequential prioritization saying that the first priority should be whatever interventions we make, whether it is groundwater management, a whole lot of recharge programs, watershed development, we need to prioritize drinking water and then protection for kharif crops, then rabi crops, and then move to maybe summer crops if the water is available and things. And this also depends on the rainfall, the type of recharge, the type of aquifer characteristics, etc., etc. Now, the word they use is sequential prioritization, which we have been saying. Generally, when we talk about prioritization, it's called proportionate prioritization. If a particular project has got, let's say, 1,000 cubic meter of water, then we say that, oh, 5% will be given for drinking water, domestic water. Whether that 5% meets everybody's drinking water needs or not, that's a different matter. Then there may be about 80-85% earmarked for agriculture because that is the biggest user, and then maybe for industries and things. But here we are saying that it's not a proportionate prioritization, it's a sequential prioritization. Unless the first priority needs are met, the water should not move to the second order priority. And here I would only add that probably we could also mention about environmental flows in the sequential priority, because otherwise the whole philosophy today is that to store and use every drop of water and not a single, I mean, we have this slogan, खेत के पानी खेत में और गांव के पानी गांव में. This slogan is important for water conservation, but doesn't really capture the complexity and the upstream downstream relationship of water and things. So I think probably we need to build that into our, and this 2020 new national water policy draft, which was headed by Mir Shah, and people like Himanshu and I also are members of that. In fact, we have said that the second order priority should be, along with livelihoods, it should be for the environmental flows, because there are ecosystem needs as well as the downstream communities which are dependent on that thing. So we need that. The third is, I mean, there's an overemphasis, I would say, or a correct emphasis, saying that the entire thing has to be on a scientific footing, scientific foundation, on which how the modalities, the actual practical rules and norms, institutional arrangements have to be worked out in terms of creating this access. And there we also use a word called, the last recommendation of the paper is that it's a science-based participatory decentralized governance, which I call the people's own informed choices, how they make and how do we provide that. And that should be the way out if we say that groundwater is a common pool resource and how to manage it and things. So this I think important for areas which I think, which are, I mean, well appreciated. I would also only say probably we could have added something more, little more institutional aspects to these recommendations, how it's going to be done, especially keeping the the central tribal belt and the type of communities which we have in mind, because we generally hold, I mean, without being essentializing the Adivasi identity, etc., or the way of doing, saying that they have much more closer notions of common pool resources. They are not so extractive in their thing, or it's not creating accumulations or, you know, capital accumulation and things in terms of where they look at resources. They have a very different relationship with the natural resources. And probably we could draw from their other experience and see how we can manage groundwater or water in general as a common pool resource. And this is something which we are all struggling. And I don't think we have got a way out of it. We've all been saying, all the discourses, all the policy documents, all we write, we say that, oh, water and groundwater is a common pool resource. But what does that actually mean? Common pool resource, irrespective of the property regime. Like we know that surface water broadly works under a public or a state-owned property regime. When it comes to groundwater, the whole property regime changes. It is more into the private property regime. Though we have groundwater acts, laws, etc., etc. Primarily, it is accessed, extracted, used at an individual scale and things. Now, there are also some of the NGOs have been doing groundwater modeling and aquifer modeling, 3D models, etc., that creates an awareness among the people, saying that, oh, groundwater is a shared, shared resource, and one person's action can impact on another person's access to certain resources and things. But none of these have been able to change farmers' behaviors, either in terms of cropping choices or in terms of more equitable arrangements and things. So this is something which we need to move forward. And I would say that this paper is a good beginning for that. And then we can also draw from the experience from the Adivasi communities, how they relate to resources. Can we build this? And for this is something which I think probably we need to work together. The third point which I want to raise was a discussion point, and I would like to get Himanshu's and Vijay Shankar's comments, is that they have used this notion called the notion of surplus groundwater. I'm used to a word called the surplus basins, deficit basins, and that has been the whole argument for a destructive project like a mega project like interlinking of rivers, saying that we have this imagination that rivers in the north are supposed to be surplus basins, and rivers in the peninsular India is supposed to be the deficit basins. So then, and there is constant droughts and floods. So the best way to kill both these things is to interlink. Wherever the surplus is there, you bring it to like Ganga water to Kaveri and other things, and that has created not only the image of the state, but even among the popular minds. Whenever there's a drought and a flood, this discussion comes up again and things. So I'm used to that debate about surplus, water in terms of basins and surface water and things. Now, when you talk about groundwater, what does that mean actually? Now, groundwater can mean that, for example, each aquifer has got certain storativity characteristics, and once that gets saturated, then there's an overflow. That overflow either comes out as surface flows or as base flows and contributes to our river flows. Now, in a basin context, then probably there is nothing like a groundwater surplus or not. And we should be careful that probably today we are only talking about interlinking rivers. Probably when you talk about surplus groundwater, there's a possibility that there may be an argument built up even to interlink aquifers. So, I think that's a clear cut. And mind you, our state and the engineers are very capable. I will also, this is a little jocular, but this is what happened. When this whole interlinking of rivers debate took place, one civil engineer from Maharashtra said that, why do you do all these things? Because they have the surplus rainfall area and the rain shadow area in Maharashtra, and because of the Western Ghats. So his solution was that you cut Sahyadris by 15 meters, and the entire the rain-bearing clouds will move to this. So there are imaginations of that type of thing. So we need to be a little sensitive and careful what we talk today. Otherwise, tomorrow, Aquada may have to fight this case about interlinking of aquifers and things. So that's one. The third thing which I want to say is that the whole issue about competition conflicts, and that is also very much related to what Himanshu hinted about equity, social justice and things. We all know that water is a common pool resource. There are certain biophysical characteristics which sets water apart from many other resources like forest, land, etc., etc. Now we know that a 1 unit of water can be put into any use. It can be used for drinking water, that can be used for agriculture, that can be used for industrial purpose, etc. when you talk about consumptive uses and things. Or it can be given to different users. Now, so there is a competition conflict which is embedded in the very nature of water, how this water is managed and given and things. Now, unless we are sensitive, what happens when a particular unit of water is allocated to somebody who is deprived and other things? So there is conflict within that. So unless we deal with, in fact, both Himanshu and Vijay Shankar have written elsewhere about competition conflicts around groundwater. Or Aquadam also brought, when we did a work together in Mahanadi Basin, Sopecom and Aquadam together, they did brought out a monograph on competition conflicts around groundwater. I would have liked some discussion. Actually, one of the case studies do talk about, for example, when the water got recharged and the aquifers be better, there was a tension between whether the increased water should be used to meet drinking water needs of the Adivasi population, or that is going to be used to intensify irrigated agriculture by the non-Adivasis. So these conflicts are there. And this is not only around Adivasi, non-Adivasi issue, this is also about caste. I'm telling you, there are examples after examples in the watershed context in very different states, and many of them I am personally aware, we have documented it, where the increased water has been monopolized by the upper caste to intensify their agriculture at the cost of the drinking water needs of the Dalits within that village. So caste is an important denominator in all these things, how you this thing. So I think probably some discussion, and otherwise the paper gives you a bit of a techno-managerial outlook overall, which is not good, it's not bad. I mean, that's important. But I feel that if you have to raise the paper into relate to the social realities of this country today, whether around Adivasis, non-Adivasis, the whole question of gender question, or class issues or caste issues and things, and probably some of these social issues could have been weaved around competition conflicts. This is one suggestion I have when you do it. There is also the issue about this whole, the paper also talks about very detailed manner about this 112 districts, which is supposed to be irrigation deprived. Irrigation deprived means that about less than 30% of the farm holdings are getting irrigation today, and others are not. So those districts are defined as irrigation deprived districts. And I think most of the central India belt also probably fall into that belt. Like in Maharashtra, for example, with the highest number of dams and everything, we only can irrigate about 17% or 18%. That's a different issue there. But I think the whole discussion about this whole strategy also needs to be in the larger context, what is happening in this country. There is a conscious move to push agriculture into groundwater, and the entire surface water today is getting allocated to industries and industrial and urban uses and things. We did a study with the Mahanadi Basin, and I don't know, some of my friends are here from Chhattisgarh are sitting here. There are a whole lot of barrages which have been built, and that has been a bone of contention between Chhattisgarh versus Orissa. I don't want to get into the detail because it can be an interstate. I can see friends from both Odisha sitting here and Chhattisgarh. But the whole barrages which has been created in the main stem of the river as well as in the tributaries, the entire water has been allocated to thermal power plants and other things. And there in Chhattisgarh, farmers are being incentivized to push to move to groundwater. So there's a larger design when we talk about groundwater and type of thing. So we need to look at what is the general political economy of these questions. Otherwise, our farming communities and especially Adivasis will lose any control, any access to the surface water flows in the country, and they'll be pushed to groundwater and things. In fact, in Maharashtra, is that the last 10 years, we have seen that nearly 3,000 million cubic meter of water from the surface storage has been earmarked to industries and urban use. Now, when I talk about 3,000 million cubic meter of water, it is equivalent to 3 lakh irrigated agriculture. So that much of land goes out of your agriculture. So there is a larger design which is there in terms of all this. I think probably it's important to bring that out. The other one last point which I mentioned, and I think is the what is that whole question of trying to look at the traditional institutions, institutional norms in the tribal areas and see Adivasi areas and see whether we can learn from that in terms of resource management. And that can also in a way contextualize the whole paper into the tribal this. And the last point which I want to make, which I think the authors have made elsewhere, but not in this context, is that is it time to move away from this, what I call binary discussions about groundwater versus surface water? We all know that from the state's point of view, it is always in terms of priorities, in terms of investment, it has been the surface water. I mean, large dams and with other things which have been built and things. But I think in the last 2 decades or something, there is a change in the discourse, at least among the NGOs and the civil society organizations, and to some extent at policy, talking about groundwater today. Now, if you have to really capture, we say that water is basically one. Today, some water today appears as groundwater today can appear as surface water somewhere else or river flow somewhere else. And which I think the authors themselves agree, then probably we need to take a little more integrated approach to this, whether it is local water, exogenous water, surface water, soil moisture, which is become very important today, which we call the green water in the context of climate change, etc., because that's the main resource actually we have. Otherwise, today storage gets equated with large dams, etc., etc. Soil itself is a large storage which we have today, and how to improve that through our watershed and various other interviews. So probably we need to look at all these components together, which I call green water, blue water, that is the water stored, as well as what is in the aquifers, and nowadays what you call the gray water, which is the type of sewage and the type of return flows generated from each use. I think all these three components need to be taken together. And I think elsewhere I've read where Himanshu and Vijay Shankar has argued for this, saying that we need to strike a proper balance between surface and groundwater. Otherwise, we'll end up in over extraction of groundwater and things. So these are some friendly comments to make to the authors, and I'm sure, it's a work in progress. And this has been a debate and discussion and learning from each other. And thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joy. That was a really detailed discussion and also something that merits a few questions from the audience, please. Shall we take questions for about 5-10 minutes and then we move on to the next session, or do we do this? No, but are we doing the
questions?
Shall we take questions first? Yeah, I think we'll take questions first. We'll take, yes, please. Yes. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sumit Roy, Senior Program Officer, BRLF. I am looking after the Ushar Bhakti and Jividasa. The Ushar Bhakti program has a very good impact, and it has created a very large impact to the groundwater. But the main problem is that now we are, sir is a part of our team now. We have initiated a groundwater study in Ushar Bhakti that from last month. Maybe by coming March, we will have a report that this Ushar Bhakti coverage, how it increases the groundwater level. So we will share this report. I think that will add something to this kind of study. And now, the basic problem which we are facing in the Jharkhand is that the Jharkhand and also to the West Bengal, that there are some government schemes which promotes this groundwater exploration. For example, I can mention some of the names. I know whatever this workshop tells, whatever this article tells, but if the government goes on digging off this kind of borewells, means it is impossible for us, we CSOs. What the sir has said is rightly pointed out, that there are some parts the CSOs is working. Tribals do not tap groundwater. The groundwater is tapped by the larger farmers who has got the money, and they have got the money to do the bore wells. If you see the Bardhaman area, there is a huge number of groundwater which is also taking water from the Jungle Mahal area. So that area, though, as because when the groundwater peaks, it covers a huge buffer area zone. So it is the tribal development के साथ कैसे groundwater को जोड़ना है, क्योंकि tribals do not tap groundwater. That's the one of the basic thing. Now if we want to have some solutions, we have to solution to the larger non-tribal farmers who are doing this work first. Second thing is that we have to check the government policies. We have to government policies के ऊपर बहुत सारा schemes जो है उसको काम करना पड़ेगा हम लोग को, ताकि हम लोग इसको रोक सके, नहीं तो हम लोग नहीं रोक पाएंगे. Thank you.
Thank you. That's, shall we take, there was a hand here first and then we'll come back to you. Yes. Thank you.
I'm Father Raji from Bastar Seva Mandal, Jagdalpur. We were working on watershed even before with the CRS and also with the NABARD for the last 20 years and with the BRL for the last 4 to 5 years. And what we have experienced that when we do for the secondary purpose, that is agriculture purpose, it also meets the purpose of the primary. That is what our experiences. I don't know whether it is true or not. That is my question, because whenever the evaluation team comes, the people they themselves say that because of this CCT and what and all these programs, the water source increased, so they get mostly they get a drinking water too. I don't know whether I'm correct or not.
Hello, I'm Aditi Roy from Gurgaon Water Forum. Regarding the soil moisture you were talking about, we haven't really gone in a big way about that. Vetiver cultivation is one of the best methods of retaining soil moisture. Not only that, it also increases the groundwater level. Over 2-3 years, with the rainwater being absorbed by the roots. Vetiver.org is there, but I don't understand why that had not been taken up. We have taken it up in Haryana, and mind you, the essential, it is cultivated, the roots grow to the length of 3 to 4 meters, and they are harvested thrice a year, and the essential oil that is extracted, it's per liter. In 2018, the price was 26,000 rupees. So that would be a very good method if vetiver is cultivated along the border of the khetis. It's just a suggestion. It's up to the tribals to take up non-tribal methods also.
Yes, hi, good morning. It was a wonderful listening to the panelists over here. I am Sujaya and I am coming from Watershed Organization Trust, WOTR. My question here is, I work in Jharkhand area, and over there with the tribal population, of course, in some of the pockets, they have a very clear understanding of that we don't want borewells in our area. But when there is a certain particular program in the government lobby trying to improve the irrigation aspect of it, how do we, sustain what the people actually have been trying to save for all these years? And my second question is that, of course, the paper suggests that we are talking about agriculture and the livelihoods around it, but the tribal population also have a lot of other diversified aspects of the livelihoods, mainly livestock. Has the paper also dwelled in this aspect is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Ananta Kumar Giri from the Madras Institute of Development Studies. Now, our thoughtful discussant raised very deep queries, and to that, I just wish to add a few. I think this invitation for acknowledging the limits of techno-managerial is a step in further creative exploration. You have hinted at the social dimensions of equity, caste, class, and gender, upstream and downstream. My submission is that the limits of the techno-managerial needs to be accompanied by a kind of a critical, creative, cultural, and cosmological. As our respected sister was saying, that the whole use of water and not opening to the bore well, it is not just technological, it is part of the cosmological. Therefore, a way forward needs to be that how can we imagine initiatives like water festivals, and water festival as a point of social dialogues. Therefore, the limits of the techno-managerial needs to be followed by creative initiatives in social dialogues. And it is through these kind of dialogues with other factors that the challenges could be addressed.
Thank you. One last question there, and I think we'll stop because otherwise we'll delay the next round.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, this point that you made about the difference between surface water and groundwater as well. I wondered whether the chapter also looked at, when we talk about water, often we're talking about land and livelihood, irrigation, access to drinking water. But women, traditionally, the people who bring water, who are responsible to ensure that water is safe and available, and also a big part of their day, big part of their lives is about going, finding that surface, finding water and coming back. So I wonder whether the paper also looks at or talks about studies or work where women are included in part of these dialogues, and what are their perceptions on, because we assume that having water closer to home is, I mean, often we find in health, at least that kind of narrative coming in, but I just wanted to check if the paper dwelt on any of that. Thank you.
So we just take a response from Viju first, and then Viju quickly. Oh, okay. Is Himanshu online? Himanshu, are you here with us? No,
Yes, yes, Rajeshwari, I'm here.
Himanshu?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, fine. Then we'll take comments. We'll take a quick response from P.S. Vijay Shankar first, and then Joy. Quickly.
Yeah. So what's the comment time?
Hello.
5 minutes? 5 minutes? Yeah.
A lot of comments, I won't be able to.
Hello.
Himanshu's here. Okay.
Manshu, would you like to go ahead before you give?
Yeah, I think just sort of quick comments because I need to rush. So, I actually missed the first 3 or 4 questions because of poor connection. But, allow me to make some broad comments. So I think one of the reasons why we actually dwelt on this subject in the way we did was we were trying to look at things that have not been written. And very little has been written about groundwater in the sort of Central Indian tribal belt. Moreover, whatever has been written with a very, I would say a very biased sort of approach of saying that there is a lot of groundwater. And again, going back to some of Joy's comments, surplus was a term that we did not use. Surplus is a term that is actually flowing into the current paradigm of policy implications. And I think we really wanted to begin to sort of unearth what is meant by surplus. And I think it's very much in usage today. So I think what we were trying to do is we were trying to bring out certain nuances on the groundwater story. And I think I would actually like to respond to some of the questions also using this particular argument, that when we think about groundwater, I often find it amusing when people say that, why are we using the term aquifers? And, it's very difficult to understand and so on and so forth. But then we are not afraid to use the term watershed, which is a technical term, which is a hydrological concept. We are not afraid to use the term river basins. And I think one big point that I want to make here is, I think it's important for us to bring in a hydrological term in this context, because it's not purely a hydrological term. A lot of the mapping that we do, a lot of the hydrological mapping or a lot of the mapping of aquifers that we come up with is often based on people's narratives, talking to people. So it comes from a very socio-hydrological perspective. So I think that's one point. The other point, I think, yes, point well taken. We could have spent a little more time and space on ecosystem and ecosystem flows, although we have alluded to that. The whole question, yes, livestock. I think that is something that we missed. Completely agree with that. But that also can flow into the sort of sequencing of priorities that we talked about. Now, I actually want to pick that up because we have actually done a broad demand side water balance for many of these regions. And we come up with this articulation, why this particular sequencing. So if we actually break down an average demand side balance of water or how water is used in these regions, we can easily say that 5 to 7% of the demand comes from drinking water, domestic water, and even livestock water. When you compare that with the demand that comes from cropping and agriculture, that's a very, very skewed demand. And I think that's why sequencing is important. Now, I think what the point that Joy made about binary discussion, surface water, groundwater, and soil water, I think that's an important point. And I think that is something that we have also alluded to, that bringing in a combination of participatory irrigation management based on surface water sources, participatory groundwater management based on groundwater, integrating these two, but also integrating something like, and I would thank Joy for helping me to coin this phrase, why not think about participatory soil water management, which is a concept that we should, I think, further explore in this paradigm. So that's a very quick set of maybe impulsive, intuitive responses, if I may.
Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you very much. Vijay Shankar here.
A few comments from my side also to what Himanshu has already mentioned. First of all, a little bit about the data, the MI census, what Joy mentioned. We use the earlier version. MI census normally done in once in 5 years or something. It takes a lot of time for the detailed tables to come out. They bring out a national report, but the state level report, part of the national report, district and block, a lot of time. It's very, very fortunate. The government it aside. Once I went there, I got at a village level, and very chance I encountered it. Actually, data, it's very rich. There are some problems. We work in villages. I checked with the villages where I work. The MI data shows there are about 50 wells or something there, whereas I know at least 200 wells are already there. If not, I mean, 5 years ago, if not more now. So that's a bit of a disconnect with the reality that the data has. But the reason for using multiple data sets is that the central groundwater board, the central authority which is supposed to tell us about groundwater, is following a methodology which is highly defective. And time and again, it has been pointed out, they have tried to reform it also. There was no mention of water levels earlier. They were only looking at, seasonal water levels there. They were only looking at what are called observation wells, which are basically shallow wells. I'll just come to that point in a while. With the shallow wells and measuring their pre-monsoon and post-monsoon water levels and calculating the difference. That's what they've been doing. There have been not much reference to aquifers, the kind of aquifer properties that the well is supposed to represent. And after some time, they reduced seasonal water levels, I mean, change from, let's say, pre-monsoon water level over a period of time as it's been declining or going up or something. They're trying to reform. But still, that methodology is very inadequate in many ways. Also, in the scale point, which Himanshu mentioned, they have called assessment unit, which is like a block. Whereas within block, within a watershed, we work in a watershed. We have developed many watersheds in our area. A watershed of 1,000 hectares. That we have worked with in a village called Neemkheda has at least 4 or 5 types of rocks. That's the kind of diversity that exists on the ground. So this broad regional approach will definitely not capture. So you always find that whatever the areas that groundwater board is calling safe are also facing severe groundwater scarcity. And areas where they are permanently marking as red or overexploited are going on with their exploitation. So there's a lot of problem with the groundwater board's data. That's why you're using multiple sets. And this minor irrigation census actually goes to villages, supposed to be a census. It counts the number of irrigation wells and gives data. I'll just mention one small observation from the MI census, which I was able to be mentioned in the paper also, is that it actually classifies bore wells into 3 categories. You have deep bore wells, medium shallow bore wells, and then shallow bore wells, medium deep bore wells, and deep bore wells. And by the way, groundwater board's methodology does not have any reference to bore wells. It only looks at observation wells, which are shallow wells. Now, what this data actually shows is that there is a shift, definite shift that we can find all over India, away from shallow aquifers or shallow level going to deeper aquifers. The proportion of deep aquifer, deep bore wells is definitely growing in the total number of bore wells that you have. And in areas like Punjab and Haryana, if you look at the state level figures, you find that there are no open wells in Punjab. Punjab has 0 open wells as of today. Haryana has 0 open wells because the top level, that the shallow aquifer about 40 to 50 meters or something is completely dry. And the entire dependence, the entire burden of groundwater exploitation is going into deeper bore wells. And as you can see, the extraction, depth of extraction is increasing. This kind of picture you don't get from central groundwater board. MI census actually gives it. So what we try to do is put different data sets together and look at it all together. That's why that is a data point which I mentioned there. Other point which Himanshu mentioned at the end of his earlier presentation was about the economic solutions which are coming up, which is a very important, I think, part which should have been covered in the paper. Now we have cash transfers happening everywhere. That is a magic solution which is coming in. And we have electricity subsidies also converted to cash transfers. Then price incentives in terms of procurement and minimum support prices, even for some of the neglected crops. How does it all affect the groundwater economy? It's a very, very important issue, and which we have not really looked at. And that's a big, I should say, one big gap. And Himanshu pointed out, and Joy also mentioned it. We thank you for that insight. Watershed prioritization, we have mentioned already that there is a prioritization, but we have followed in that writing as well as in many of other writings, a common guru of Joy and us, a great man called K.R. Date, who used to be work in Maharashtra, founder of Sopicom. उन्होंने classify किया था into water use into basic service and economic service. Yeah, that I think is a final. I mean, there's a irrigation committee report also under the name of Professor Vaidyanathan, but actually, irrigation pricing committee, but actually the others have done most of the work. That's what Vaidyanathan also says. So that report also classifies the water use into priority. The basic, the foundation for prioritization of water is this basic service, which is a kind of equity kind of norm, 3,000 cubic meters per family or something. And anything above the basic service should be priced at economically whatever sliding rate. So that's the kind of formulation that we have tried to follow. And we take the point, Joy's point, that should be used in watershed prioritization also. The notion of surplus groundwater, I need to go back to the paper, it was written long ago. I think it probably means the unused groundwater. I don't think it is access to the recharge that you're talking about. I think it probably we can check it out, whether it is that, yeah. And Himanshu has mentioned the point about groundwater and surface water. Sumit's point about tribal development is extremely important. That's the whole paper is about that actually. When you talk about tribal development, irrigation, how do you look at it together? And can we just have an irrigation focused strategy in a tribal area where hydrogeology is so complex, so variable? That is the question. So that is the central theme that we are looking at. Aditi ji, आपने soil moisture के बारे में बताया is extremely important to the various classifications. Joy has mentioned, Himanshu mentioned that also. We talk about surface water, groundwater, but what we forget is that a major part of surface water is actually soil storage. Water first enters soil, and that is the soil moisture is the most basic thing which is available to us. And we can have a completely different perspective on water if you look at soil moisture or prioritize the use of soil moisture and see any water which is coming in, whether from surface or ground or irrigation or groundwater or even recycled wastewater as a complement to soil storage. So that's what Himanshu also hinted at, soil water management as a kind of a key concept. It's a kind of emerging kind of idea. The soil moisture is something very, very important, very thankful for you to highlight, and how to manage, how to increase it. There are various ways. Vetiver could be one. There could be others, but the point is that soil moisture is a very, very important resource that one has to look at. Yeah, I think many other points have been replied to. And finally, about Tania's question about women and water, this paper does not have any gender focus because it's talking about many other issues. The separate paper could definitely be dropped on that. Thank you.
Joy will come back with just a couple of minutes.
Sorry, we're running really late.
Just 2 minutes. Just we'll wind up in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just there are a couple of issues which are raised, which are pretty close to my heart. So I thought I'll just respond very quickly to 2-3 issues. I think one of the important issues raised is about, saying that Adivasis by and large do not use, groundwater the way the non-Adivasi communities live. And I think one of the case studies really bring this out. For example, you have the recharge and the discharge areas, or the upper portion of the watershed and the valley portion where the entire water appears actually because of the gravity flow, etc., etc. Now, if you look at who actually holds land in the upper portion of the watershed, so it's basically the marginal sections, the Adivasi, the Dalits and things, and the valley portions this. Now, here in this case study, they have really discussed saying that in the valley portion, the non-Adivasis are leasing out land there and digging wells and trying to take out water from there. So there is a whole lot of concentration, groundwater. So there is this issue there, and thanks for bringing that out. I think Father Raji raised this important issue about saying that if you provide water for the secondary purpose, which means the irrigation, then the drinking water, domestic water, individual livestock is automatically taken care of. In fact, this was a discussion which we had in Pune once when we had this right to water discourse and things, and we could clearly see a division of opinions. People who came from the urban areas or with urban sensibility, they said, no, we need to prioritize drinking water as the first thing. But activists who came from the rural areas said that, no, you give us for our livelihood needs, our drinking water will be automatically taken care of because the drinking water is very limited. But I think the solution lies somewhere in between, saying that unless we make a conscious effort, I think we have seen that especially people, the marginal sections, especially we are talking about miscast communities, and with the whole caste hierarchies and even many of the villages having separate drinking water sources for the Dalits today, and they are at the, so I think that conscious effort has been made as part of the watershed, even to prioritize this. Just two more comments and I'll finish. Somebody mentioned about vetiver. I think it's an important thing. I think in the early phase of the watershed development, all of us know vetiver was one of the important intervention where all the boundaries and other things were there. But I think today even watershed development is gone out of the window. So probably vetiver also has gone. I think we need to reposition this discussion once again in the classical mode of watershed development. Yeah. Lastly, Professor Anand Giri also mentioned a very important point about the whole question of worldviews and cosmology and other things, very important. In fact, that is one of the things I mentioned, the thing that when you talk about the central tribal belt, then we need to bring in the cosmology, the worldview, how Adivasis relate to nature as an important element of this discussion. Only then probably we can get some way forward and things. I completely agree with him. About gender, I think it's an important thing, as Viju has clarified that it is not there in this paper. Probably it's on the way the paper is structured, but it's an important issue. But I think my only thing is that very often we talk about gender and water, and I have my friends in Sotrakom like Seema Kulkarni and people are working on this issue, gender and water, nature resources. But very often we get a very interesting discussion that gender role or women's access to women's participation in decision-making bodies very often limited to drinking water. And when you come to productive uses like agriculture and things, it's the men who take over. So there is what I call a reproductive and productive spheres also map onto when the whole discourse around water. I think we need to break that. And how do you also foreground women in the productive use of water? Otherwise, all the Pani Samitis which are in the village level, it's all women. And when you go to water use associations and other things, it's all men basically. So there is a division, is an important point. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Joy. Sorry, there's a cup of tea waiting for all of us. We will rejoin the session again after a quick cup of tea, just 10 minutes max. Thank you.
So could you please join us for tea? And it's going to be a quick 10 minutes tea. After that, we'll complete the other two papers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, can we please request everybody to join us back? Hello, we'll start the session. This session again will be chaired by Dr. Raina. And this session will cover two papers, one on tribal agriculture and the other one on energy and infrastructure. So I would also request Pramathesh Ambasta to join us along with the panelist Vishwadeep Ghosh. Please join us. What we'll also do is, keeping in mind the time limits, we'll try to make the papers as, the conversations as limited, so we can actually have the general discussion will just be about 10 minutes for each papers. And, we can carry the conversation forward during lunch. Sorry for being the person who's doing the timekeeping. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Anthony. So this is me again, sorry, but I invite Vijay Shankar to give an introduction to his paper on tribal agriculture, and then I will be the discussant for that paper. Sorry, again, a repetition here. And then we'll have Pramathesh and making the presentation on energy and infrastructure, and Vishwadeep Ghosh discussing the paper. So just go ahead with Vijay Shankar's, what, 5-7 minutes?
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
This is me again, and I'm also quite sorry that I had to reappear in front of you again and again. I've been told by scientists and others, commanded rather, to that you should not speak for more than 5 minutes. I'll be very brief. Paper is already there. It's about tribal agriculture. The title is tribal agriculture. Slightly misleading. It's about tribal agriculture in Central Indian tribal belt. It's not about shifting cultivation or Northeast agriculture or something. That is not the issue. We are only talking about the Central Indian tribal belt, which is the focal area of BRLF also. And we are talking about, I'm talking about Agriculture Day. Briefly, the paper has two parts. First part tries to show, compare the kind of agricultural development, some indicators I've used like land holding, agricultural productivity and all that, and compare that types of crop grown, etc. Classified the districts in India into 4 categories in terms of the tribal proportion. What I call mostly tribal, which is I think around 75% tribal, and significantly tribal, which is 25 to 75. And low tribal, which is above 5%, and no tribal, which is basically non-tribal districts, which are very low in tribal incidence. And if you compare indicators, we clearly find that tribal areas are backward or less productive in many respects. That's what the first part of the paper does. Then the problem is linking it to the first paper, which has been discussed extensively a little while ago. The problem is again seen as that the tribal areas do not have access to water. These are mostly upland areas, kind of hilly, mountainous kind of regions, or low rainfall areas. So the water availability is very low, and or irrigation expansion has not really happened. And the solution, because if you are putting it as a problem, the problem as lack of irrigation, solution clearly that you extend or expand irrigation, which is what we discussed in the previous chapter. That's why it is proposed. And it's also seen that the tribal areas have been bypassed by Green Revolution in a certain way. The high input package has not been adopted, which is also the reason why they are backward. So by extension, if irrigation, you consider irrigation as what economists call a leading input. Irrigation aata hai, baki sab piche piche aata hai. If that is the kind of situation, irrigation aaya to Green Revolution package bhi tribal area mein adopt hona chahiye. Or tribal agriculture ko, Central India ka tribal agriculture ko revolutionize karega. So that both the propositions in my paper I'm trying to question. I'm trying to say that irrigation expansion is a technological solution, what I mentioned earlier, techno-managerial solution, which does not look into the institutional and many other aspects, the social and institutional aspects of tribal agriculture, tribal regions that we are talking about. And केवल depending on techno-managerial solutions, वो हमारे को बहुत आगे नहीं लेके जाने वाले हैं. हमको institutional constraints के बारे में जानना जरूरी है. But secondly, our institutional constraint को मन में रखते हुए आप irrigation expansion कर भी लिया. But even then, the application of the same Green Revolution high input package in a tribal area can cause many issues. So we need to think beyond it and think of a different type of approach to agriculture in tribal areas. Some elements have been mentioned. They're mentioning, focusing more on soil fertility, soil moisture, which was mentioned earlier, and crop diversification, and price support and more public investment, etc. The whole many elements are mentioned there. So that is the kind of broad argument about the paper. About institutional constraints, we can talk about many things, but in this paper, I have mainly looked at 5 constraints there. One is those related to land. There was an extensive discussion on land yesterday around the paper by Pradeep Prabhu. Land and land lease arrangements. There are very exploitative kind of land lease arrangements in tribal areas, which actually keep the tribal farmers in captivity. Secondly, the role of money lending or usury, which is a very important thing, which is money lending is a very rampant thing. The extent, the spread of formal banking system is very low in tribal areas. So usury is one important way in which the surplus that the tribal farmer is producing is extracted by the system. Then third is the kind of hypothesis of interlinked markets, which the same person appearing in different markets in different capacities, but is essentially reflecting a kind of power relation between the big farmer and the small farmer, trader and the selling farmer, money lender and the borrowing farmer, the overlapping of roles like that. And fourth is a kind of bondage and migration, which happens in tribal areas because of all these other forces working. And fifth, but not the least, is the state of land records. Now, many of these factors are again common to many other areas that we find, but I find these are the processes which are happening in tribal areas in particular. I'm familiar with many of them, having worked in this kind of area for quite some time, which are keeping the area backward. So unless these institutional constraints are addressed, just by introducing irrigation or bringing some new technology or doing cash transfer or just offering support price, that is not going to change tribal agriculture in a fundamental way. That's the kind of argument I'm making. And just one more last point is about a kind of empirical plea. The paper, if you read very carefully, you will find that all the evidence, almost entire evidence of interlinked markets or usury or even land lease is not taken from tribal areas only. It's actually taken from a mix of kind of areas, because there's evidence of that. But there are very few studies of tribal areas, how these processes actually operate in a tribal area. It's a kind of empirical gap that I'm pointing to, what Asmita mentioned yesterday. When we look at any area, any tribal area, we need to have an empirical approach. We need to be a data-driven or data-oriented kind of approach we should have. So how does money lending work in a Jharkhand village? And how does interlinking of market occur in, let's say, tribal village of Chhattisgarh or a forest village of Chhattisgarh? How does interlinking happen with the forest produce and a tribal farmer who is harvesting and then trying to sell? These kind of questions need to be asked, and that kind of data does not exist. I've gone through the literature extensively. Whatever evidence we have is drawn from other contexts, and very little evidence of tribal is also quoted there, but evidence is very little. So we need more intensive studies in tribal areas, actually trying to find out the state of farming there and why the tribal agriculture is low productive or backward, whatever you classify it. Why is it so? So that is my overall statement. I conclude there, and I expect comments from Rajesh. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you to BRLF for giving me this opportunity to be here with you today, and also to comment on a paper that is very close to my heart and work. Yes, I mean, KJ Joy in the morning session spoke about, possible conflicts of interest. This is a bit more than conflicts of interest, because, I have literally grown with Vijay Shankar in many ways in reading and understanding a lot of this literature. So it's a bit, if you might say, incestuous, my commenting on this paper, because a lot of what I've learned comes from Biju's work and also his experience in the field, of course, which is perhaps one of the richest that I've seen. So my own background in terms of what I worked on in the in the past when I was a scientist working with CSIR was basically on questions of knowledge. That is, how does the knowledge policy relationship work out in agriculture? So technological and social change in agriculture, looking at mainstream agriculture, other kinds of agriculture. So as in rainfed agriculture that all of us are part of a larger network called the Revitalization of Rainfed Agriculture Network. So I come at this, let's say, at this paper from that kind of a background. And also, I must start by saying that, how grateful many of us are, not just me, for the very first book that India's Drylands, which came from Mahesha, Vijay Shankar, Dr. Banerjee, on, kind of opening our eyes to, the question of drylands as not just a question of, Green Revolution bypassed the drylands or tribal areas or something, but also a question of how there is a kind of overlaying of, the so-called drylands, tribal areas, the upland cultivation systems and so on, with a certain level of poverty, deprivation, backwardness, as Vijay Shankar refers to in this paper, the indicators of which can be combined and present a really, really dismal and frightening picture. Much of it that we know leads to so-called labels of extremist, infested, Naxalite infested, and all that we've heard so many times in mainstream literature. What I want to do first, I'll just break this discussion into two parts. First, just spend about 3-4 minutes, since Vijay Shankar has already spoken about the paper. Spend very little time looking at what the paper says, and two, come with my comments and questions about the paper, hoping that there will be a lot more that we can add to it. So the focus of this chapter in this report, again, congratulations on a really great report that will hopefully open the eyes of the nation state to what is seen as conventionally deprived, backward areas, and that must develop, but develop how is the question. Yeah, and that to me and to many of our students also I teach in Shiv Nadar University, is a key question about how do we develop? Do we develop in the same way that we did in the past 75 years, or do we have alternatives? And hopefully this report and the discussions that we have will actually open our eyes to a set of alternatives that do exist already in this country. So this chapter, Vijay Shankar's chapter on tribal agriculture, talks about the state of tribal agriculture in India today. What is the status of this subsector, right? Agriculture in tribal areas, again, tribal dominated villages in the tribal areas, and also the forces that actually are driving and reproduce the poverty and resource degradation that we see in many ways already in mainstream agriculture, right? So how is this being done in the tribal agriculture systems? The paper also brings in, as Vijay Shankar said, a lot of institutional questions, the context, the institutional drivers, some of which, have been fought for and won in the mainstream, development discourse, but haven't really reached, the tribal areas. The question is, should it reach the same way, or are there other ways to address this? So the possible ways of strengthening the resource base of agriculture. He mentioned soil moisture, a very, very important concern, yes. But are there other strengthenings also that we need to do? So I would like to focus on, so the paper actually is rich in terms of secondary data sources, a lot of information, and it does give a very, very detailed picture of, as Vijay Shankar said, of the central Indian tribal lands, about agriculture and agricultural practices in that region, about land use, and again, crop questions, not very much again on the livestock question, but there is a lot of data on the entire agriculture production, not again much on the marketing side of it, but there's a lot of literature on data on tribal agriculture itself in the paper. Yeah, but secondary data. So I'm again asking questions about how a lot of these, let's say, convey a picture of tribal agriculture as somewhere, let's say, waiting in the wings, right? Waiting for, to be in some sense airlifted into mainstream development. Yeah, that I think is though this is mentioned that Vijay Shankar did say this, that's not the ideal view, that we don't want to get back or get tribal agriculture back into this, let's say, pathetic handling of the green revolution that we've witnessed, at least over the past 50 years. We don't want that. But what else do we want? So I want to focus on two things. One is this point about the conceptualization of agriculture itself and its meanings, yeah, especially in tribal dominated areas. Well, actually, even in the mainstream. But let's look at what does agriculture mean in tribal dominated village, in a typical tribal dominated village, if we can find one, or in several of these. There can be typologies of this sort, right? Of what tribal agriculture means. What does agriculture mean in a tribal village? And two, the question of knowledge politics in tribal agriculture and of tribal agriculture. What we as academia, as civil society actors, as policymakers, in the mainstream looking at tribal agriculture, what is our knowledge politics? What do we carry as baggage, as well, concepts that we refuse to shed? Yeah. In the previous session, just a little deviation, because this is a little trick that I use in my undergraduate class. The word surplus, yeah. Joy was disturbed about it. Obviously, Himanshu told us that it is a concept that can be used, because watersheds and river basins are also concepts that are there, and they're not. So the trick that I use in class is to ask students to close your eyes and take a concept and say, will that concept be applicable to the world without us? Let's erase us as human beings from this world. Watersheds would still be there. River basins would still be there. Surplus will not be there. And that is where the problem is, that we and our agency in using certain concepts, in kind of, well, let's say, applying them to nature, to agroecological systems where tribal populations live, we are kind of, well, let's say, I started by saying this layering that came to us, a kind of, well, let's say, a new imagination of the world of dryland agriculture, India's central drylands and, tribal populations, poverty, the layering that we all learned from this great book that we saw in the 1990s from Vijay Shankar, Mahisha and Dr. Banerjee. That trick is something that we have to apply to ourselves all the time. See, what are these concepts that nature has, that tribal populations have always lived with? Again, within the nested circles of nature. Somebody spoke about tribals not extracting groundwater. Yeah, they don't, because they see Maharashtra. There's a saying that, again, I learned from Suhas Paranjpe about Baap Kamai, Aap Kamai. Yeah, they say, well, you extract what is the current recharge. It is this year's water you can use, but not water that is there in nature, that nature has for its, well, aquifers, for its systems, for its what Himanshu calls e-flows, right? So those are water systems, groundwater systems that we should not touch. So there is a way in which this knowledge politics, what we call the surplus, has to be, well, let's say, shown to us self-reflective lens, right? So we have to look at those a little more carefully, concepts. So my discussion on knowledge, well, let's say the knowledge politics, is actually going to speak a little about that. Yeah, so that we should not use the lens of the mainstream, yeah, not the mainstream state academia discourse, to look at tribal agriculture. And I think that is a big problem that I find in this paper. Again, no quarrels with the content of the paper in terms of the secondary data, and a lot of really rich description of tribal agriculture there using secondary data. But well, let's say the framing of the data, where the data is located, is in the mainstream lens. Yeah, so we talk about that a little bit. So right from the introduction, as a logical corollary, agriculture as the basis of tribal livelihoods, on to the summary, a really long summing up, and a set of brilliant conclusions. There are this let's say this conceptualization of, well, what we see as agriculture and its meanings, yeah, and especially in tribal dominated areas, and knowledge politics of agriculture are there these two problems are there in the paper throughout. Yeah. So when we talk about well, let's say the sections 3 and 4, which are the sections that I want to look at a little more in greater detail, detailed description of the outline of tribal agriculture, and the 4th section, which looks at the processes that are operational in tribal agriculture. We find that there is a lot of, well, let's say, evidence today. The NCNF, the recent coalition, of course, this paper was written before that, came up with a lot of, well, let's say success stories, yeah, about a lot of them from tribal belts, some from Central Indian belts too. None of those, well, let's say questions, that is not just from case studies, but questions or let's say conceptualization of relations that tribal agriculture is best known for. That is, tribal systems do not see soil moisture as something that is alien from land and land quality. It's part of land quality, because many of them are in, again, we've seen in other literature on the history of tribal agriculture and the development of tribal agriculture as well, let's say, or the consequences of tribal agriculture had to face as Indian agriculture developed, right? People getting pushed further and further into the forest areas, people moving out of the grasslands and systems that they once inhabited, people getting pushed further away from the so-called river basins that they knew well, the streams that fed these river basins, they were pushed further and further into forest hinterlands. Yeah. So the question of historical and institutional drivers of what they see as property and what they see as, again, when I say they, I'm talking about a range of literature on case studies on tribal agriculture that we've seen today from several sources. What they see as in, well, let's say Central Indian or Northeast, the tribe Adivasi village would define as an interaction between soil moisture, rainfall, and crop choices. Yeah, millets as food grains. Yeah, of course, paddy is grown much more today in the Central Indian and tribal agriculture belts than it was earlier. But what that region was growing a range of millets and pulses. It was not really about paddy cultivation. Here again, even in the let's say what's called little valleys or let's say between the highlands where there was scope to cultivate paddy, there were different varieties of paddy that was grown, not the water guzzling varieties that we have today. So in terms of, well, let's say tribal agriculture and its imagination, we just get back to what I call the work floor. Yeah, if we see agriculture as defined, as the purposeful work. Yeah, purposeful work through which we change some primary elements, primary as in soil, water, sunlight. Yeah, in nature, you harness them to produce plants, livestock, animals, whatever that can meet our needs. Yeah, period. What is agriculture today? It's no longer a primary agriculture. It's not a primary sector. The word primary actually is a connotation of what the next paper will also talk about, is a connotation of creation of energy from primary sources. Agriculture, mainstream agriculture today is a net energy guzzler. It consumes more energy than it produces. So what we have today as mainstream agriculture is not primary anymore. It is a sector that is sandwiched between two industrial sectors. Is that what we want for tribal agriculture? The paper clearly says, no, we don't want that. But then it also goes on to say, we need public investment. So what kind of public investment do we need? Public investment that speaks to, a different meaning of agriculture, right? A different meaning that is already there in the tribal belts in India, Central Indian belts in particular, yeah, where there's an old paper, not very old, but 1998, I think, David Ludden, where he uses the word velanmay, which is basically, masculine, yes, but a capacity, or the capacity that a rain-fed dryland agriculture farmer has when he faces the variability and constant risks that dryland agriculture, rain-fed agriculture poses, and confronts it, with intelligence, with a constant engagement with nature, so that you can manage that variability, so that you can get over that vulnerability on, it need not be just one little flood irrigation and you forget it, but you work on it continuously, so that you maintain it in ways that do not degrade the soil, in ways that also do not completely, destroy your crop because of lack of a monsoon shower or something. But that velanmay that you see is actually not just about a masculine power, but it is about intelligence. Yeah, and he talks about how that compares with what he calls the namby-pamby pampered agriculture of Tanjore, irrigated. Yeah, so it's that knowledge system, it is that richness and diversity within agriculture, within the practitioners of agriculture, that we miss in this paper. We don't see that art and the science that is actually happening in the field in tribal agriculture systems today. Many of these experiments that we now see as sustainable agriculture experiments that are happening in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, in belts where, well, fortunately, mainstream agriculture hasn't taken root in to the extent that it should have, that the state intended it to, but it still somehow is holding out. Are they really, well, let's say, have they been bypassed? Or are they holding out against this onslaught of mainstream agriculture? That's a big question. Many tribal families are afraid of going into this risk-prone, again, allegedly risk-proof because you get irrigation, but they say, well, this is actually a high-risk investment, right? If you invest in irrigation equipment in regions where already your capital starved, where aquifer mapping, as Viju was saying, has not been done yet, you really don't know what the underground system is like. If in Neemkheda, in one little region, there are 4 or 5 different kinds of, well, storativity and capacities, aquifers that you have, how about the rest of central India? So there's a big question there. So in terms of engaging with agriculture as an art, a science, and a business, in all 3 aspects, the differences, the nuances, again, some of these highlights, forget nuances, of tribal agriculture being different from mainstream agriculture do not come out in this paper. And that's something that really worries me. So this is, let's just very briefly look at something that, again, from one of the undergraduate classes, when you talk about, well, let's say, meanings of agriculture, different meanings of agriculture that are, let's say, heterogeneous, diverse, ecological, which is what tribal agriculture is, right? So there is localized, environmentally determined production systems, cropping patterns, consumption patterns, again, land rejuvenation patterns, practices that are done. So all these that come in, without bringing in the feudal and quasi-feudal systems that we have, whatever tribal societies are, well, governed by today, there are, let's say, a set of consumption, exchange, cultural practices. Somebody mentioned food cultures. Food cultures are not really in let's say, at the heart of the debate on nutrition yet. We have somebody like Salome Yeshudas, or somebody actually talking about collected foods and the diversity of foods that tribal families consume. But it's not really in the mainstream yet. Nobody really talks about that kind of diversity. You may have Sunita Rao selling, again, Vanasthri and other organizations selling tribal products, but it's not really at the heart of mainstream agriculture and, again, mainstream nutrition debates. I think it's time we brought that in, and a little bit of that reflection would be very, very useful in this region, in the central Indian belt too. So we are I have lots of, I'm just going to wind up in a couple of minutes. So this the question in terms of what we see, the detailed discussion in section 3 about the status of tribal agriculture, and its conclusion is about, well, let's say, productivity, right? So the difference in average land productivity and, well, in terms of rupees per hectare of net sown area, well, that's, it kind of, the paper tells us that, well, you can actually group districts into two kinds of districts, that average productivity higher than, lower than, Now, productivity in terms of rupees per hectare of net sown area is not generally the way a tribal household looks at agriculture. And I say this not based on a little bit of field work that I've done in Odisha, but not really, but based on several other success stories of agriculture too, in the tribal belts. What they look at is productivity per hectare of land, yes, but also per mm of water, which is again surprising because, per unit of water, what is the yield that we get? And what is, it's not just quantification in terms of the monetary value, but in terms of the kind of quantity and quality of produce that we get out of it. So the denominators that a tribal household uses are not just land, while land is essential and very important, but land and its, interaction with water, with diversity, with, again, slope, water holding capacity, all these things. So land becomes, in some sense, like a compound variable, right? It's not really just one unit in terms of a flat 100, or let's say, hectares of land, a unit 1 hectare of land. It's land and its interaction with the other variables that become the denominator in tribal agriculture. And this is evident in most of these narratives that we read now as success stories. Yeah. So in terms of per worker productivity, which is actually my biggest quarrel with this paper, it's, if we look at tribal agriculture systems, I mean, where a family works on agriculture, somebody does interculturing when they have time, somebody does weeding. So the tribal agriculture systems are still not in this, let's say, okay, we just wind up. Yeah, sorry. So I'm just going to wind up my little comment on this. So the idea of both surplus productivity and several other concepts that we've seen in this paper come from, one, the development experience of a set of developed countries. Yeah. Please remember, a set of developed countries, Eicher and Starks, 1998, talk about how these concepts were transferred, and theories and concepts based on this, development experience, of where agriculture's contribution in terms of product, market, and factor contributions to development, that is surplus moving labor and capital surpluses to industry. That process, the whole theorization of labor productivity, Arthur Lewis, and of course, this whole term of low equilibrium trap, which is frightening in the tribal context, because it's a construct that Theodore Schultz, of course, got a Nobel Prize for that, but it's a concept that has absolutely no understanding of tropical agriculture or tribal agriculture of any sort. So tropical agriculture systems, Eicher and Starks again refer to as that this was run by a group of economists who had never, ever studied tropical agriculture. Yeah. So let's look at what this low equilibrium trap means. What is the idea of an equilibrium at all in tribal systems? Yeah. Do tribal households see an equilibrium or a constant flux within limits? Talk to any tribal households that we've all interacted with and see what they come up with. All of them will get back to a certain flux within given limits. They do not want to destroy the natural systems that they live in, given that this large and heavy infrastructure, intellectual infrastructure, I'm not talking about physical infrastructure, tube wells or anything of that sort, this intellectual infrastructure of development that is burdening the tribal belt, they will still not talk about, productivity, low equilibrium traps, and so on, because they will still see their livelihoods, their households, their survival, their food and nutrition coming from existing flux within given limits, when they can learn to live with it, but they have learned to live within nature's limits. And that knowledge somehow doesn't seem to come through in this paper. That's the last set of points that I have are about the questions of public investments, not dams, of course, but what else? Soil fertility, soil moisture, organic matter, a whole range of soil microbes, things that tribal agriculture systems are already investing in. How do we bring public investment to bear on this? What kind of public investment, not subsidies, can help tribal farming? Questions of crop diversity, agronomic practices, all these are, questions that demand a public investment of a different nature, which the last bit that is brilliantly illustrated in this paper is about the data set. That we need data sets that are, owned and operated by people at the local level. A central groundwater board or a national NSSO or a Ministry of Agriculture cannot do that. It is a responsibility for each of us here to make sure that these kinds of locally owned and operated data systems are created and monitored by local populations, especially tribals whose livelihoods, resources are stretched beyond imagination today. We have to find ways of, engaging with new conceptualizations of relationships and interactions in these social ecological systems that tribals have so, carefully managed over time. We don't seem to be doing that in chapters like this. And I think that is something that, again, it's not for dearth of knowledge. I mean, I'm sure Vijay Shankar has worked on a lot of these systems on his own and in several pockets of Central Indian and Northeastern agriculture too. But to draw lessons from these, we need a different framing, a different engagement. And my request is that we do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Should I?
On behalf of BRLF, I would like to very warmly welcome Professor Virginius Khaka, who is here with us. Thank you for sparing the time. उनका सेशन भी अभी आएगा. Especially मुझे बहुत आज खुशी है, Honorable Chief Executive Member of Bodoland Territorial Region Government, प्रमोद बोडो जी को आज वेलकम करने में. It was मेरा ये व्यक्तिगत रूप से और BRLF की बहुत इच्छा थी कि आप आए हमारे बीच में. आई थिंक आज जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं पिछले कल से, वो ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट है. एंड आई थिंक हम देयर इज अ लॉट दैट, आई मीन, नोबडी कैन सिंबलाइज लीडरशिप एंड गवर्नमेंट in all respects, in terms of the challenges, in terms of the potential, in terms of the successes, in terms of the difficulties, better than somebody who is heading an autonomous council government, which has come about as a result of many years of struggle. प्रमोद जी के बारे में मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे ये लगता है कि इनकी तरह एक एनलाइटेंड लीडरशिप आज की मांग है. अ पर्सन जिन्होंने पूरी जिंदगी अपने स्ट्रगल में बिताया, स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन के तौर पे उन्होंने लोगों को मोबिलाइज किया. वहां पर एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में सबसे ज्यादा अहम चीज ये है कि उनका सारा फोकस डेवलपमेंट एंड पीस एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन पे है, which is an amazing thing, I feel. He believes fundamentally in dialogue, fundamentally in developing some of the poorest regions of not only his region, but of the entire country. And he believes that that is the way forward. और कुछ चीजें उन्होंने जो बिल्कुल नए सिरे से, एक मुझे लगता है अमेजिंग, एक पोइट्री फेस्टिवल कोकराझार में, जिसमें डॉक्टर देवी भी पिछले साल उन्होंने पार्ट लिया था. How does poetry become a way to add balm to the wounds of a people who have been injured, hurt internally and externally over the years in a zone of conflict. Similarly, Bodology करके उनका एक कॉन्सेप्ट है. बोडोज के लिए एक क्या हम एक सीरीज ऑफ स्टडीज कर सकते हैं which focus on the Bodo people. तो सर, मैं आपको ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट हम लोगों ने बनाई, ये सेंट्रल इंडिया के ऊपर है. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि आपके पूरे अनुभव से हम लोग, देयर इज अ लॉट टू लर्न, बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं. ये रिपोर्ट एक अपने आप में एक पहले रिपोर्ट है जो कि सेंट्रल इंडियन ट्राइबल्स के ऊपर फोकस करती है, पानी के ऊपर, एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर, ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट लाइक हेल्थ, न्यूट्रिशन, एजुकेशन. And these are all challenges that you as chief of Bodoland are currently, you are grappling with these issues. So I thought it would be more than appropriate, and it is a great honor that you have joined us today at very short notice. He was very gracious. मैंने उनको फोन किया, उन्होंने खुद मुझे बोला कि आप चिंता मत कीजिए, मैं आ जाऊंगा आज सुबह गुवाहाटी से, बिकॉज टाइट शेड्यूल है, एक दिन भी, और आज ट्यूसडे है, मतलब वीक की शुरुआत है, एक दिन भी जरा सा इधर उधर हो जाता है तो यू कैन इमेजिन कि किस तरह का बैकलॉग होता है. एंड एज अ पर्सन आई नो, आई हैव सीन दैट he barely takes rest for more than 4 hours or 5 hours in among 24 hours. तो कितना डिफिकल्ट होगा इनके लिए टाइम निकालना. और मुझे खुशी इसलिए भी है कि BRLF ने इस साल MOU साइन किया है BTC गवर्नमेंट के साथ, बोडोलैंड टेरिटोरियल काउंसिल गवर्नमेंट के साथ, और हम लोगों ने अपना जो एक पार्टनरशिप्स को सिलेक्शन का जो प्रोसेस है वो पूरा किया है. और अभी सर हम इस आने वाले महीने में कोकराझार आएंगे आपके पास, और होपफुली वी विल ट्राई एंड स्टार्ट द एंटायर प्रोसेस. थोड़ा सा समय लग गया, कुछ ना कुछ कारण रहा, कोविड ने भी उसको इंटरप्ट किया, बीच में इंटरप्ट किया हमारे प्रोसीडिंग्स को. बट प्रमोद जी ने खुद BRLF को इनवाइट किया that he would like development initiatives to take place in his area. So I think, I would request all of us to please welcome him. And it gives me great pleasure. In a very tight schedule, he has come here. तो मैं और उनको अभी निकलना है, मतलब उनको कहीं और भी जाना है, और भी engagements हैं. तो I would request Pramod ji to share some of his views. And I hope he is able to stay here for longer. एंड जितनी देर रुक सके, उन्होंने कहा था कि वो कुछ ही समय के लिए आ पाएंगे, लेकिन आएंगे जरूर। तो सर प्लीज आइए। नहीं, आप बोलिए। या आप सुनेंगे क्या, जैसे आपकी
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
ये हमारी बुक्स जो कल रिलीज हुई है, this is for you.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार, मैं प्रमोटर जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि मुझे आप लोग से मिलने का एक मौका दिया है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एक्सपोजर है मेरे लिए, एक मौका है। लेकिन वेरी सॉरी कि मैं कल आना था, मुझे कल आ नहीं पाया, और आज भी थोड़ा सा मैं माफ़ी मांग रहा हूँ। कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, क्योंकि मैं तो बोलने वाले में नहीं हूँ, सुनने वाला में हूँ। तो इसमें जो नाम लिखा गया है, हम लोग का अलग अलग सेशंस में जो बुलाया है, काफ़ी लोगों को मैं जानता हूँ, और इन लोगों को लास्ट 15-20 साल में मैं अलग अलग जो है प्रोग्राम में मैं सुना हूँ। और आज स्पेशली खाखा सर सामने बैठे हैं, तो मैं पहचाना नहीं था, थोड़ा ज़्यादा गोरा हो गया सर। जब नाम लिया तो मुझे शौक हो गया। सर भी है कि एक्चुअली मैं ढूंढ रहा था लास्ट 2 साल से सर को। जो भी है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और मैडम का जो सुना है प्रेजेंटेशन, बहुत अच्छा लगा। तो हम लोग तो अभी स्टूडेंट्स है आप लोग के ये इंस्टीट्यूशन का। पहले अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन में था जहाँ सिर्फ हम लोग चिल्लाते थे, तो तो अभी अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन में आ गया है, तो इसमें बहुत सीखना पड़ता है, देखना पड़ता है, और करना पड़ता है। तो इसमें ये BRLF को मैं काफ़ी साल से जानता हूँ। तो बीच में हम लोग का NGO फ्रेंड्स है बोडोलैंड में और असम में। इनमें से बहुत सारे बातें होते हैं कि कौन कहाँ क्या काम कर रहे हैं। तो मैं एक्चुअली थोड़ा मनमोहन जी का टाइप का नहीं हूँ, लेकिन एक्सीडेंटल पॉलिटिशियन मैं भी हूँ। और मेरे एम में कहीं भी पॉलिटिक्स में ज्वाइन करना नहीं था। मैं कभी भी नहीं सोचा था, सपने में भी सोचा था, कोई सपने में भी सोचता है, लेकिन मेरा सपने में भी कभी पॉलिटिशियन बनूंगा ऐसा नहीं था। लेकिन एक सिचुएशन था कि वो जैसे कि बच्चे लोग खेलते खेलते बड़े हो जाते हैं ऐसा बोलता है, तो मेरा भी ऐसे हुआ कि थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा खेल लिया तो हट नहीं पाया, तो और ज़्यादा खेलना पड़ा। तो इसे ही मैं भी पॉलिटिक्स में आ गया, लेकिन आई वॉज नॉट प्रिपेयर फॉर दैट। सो यही सीखा जिंदगी में, बहुत कुछ है कि अनप्रिपेयर्ड करना पड़ता है। मैं जब स्टूडेंट यूनियन में सेंट्रल कमिटी में 2000 में मुझे लाया गया, तब उस टाइम में मैंने लीडरों को बोला था कि ये मेरे लिए सही समय नहीं है, ना मेरा पढ़ाई अच्छा हुआ, ना मेरा किसी चीज़ को मैं अच्छा से सीख पाया, तो मुझे थोड़ा समय दीजिए तो मैं सीख के आऊँगा। लेकिन उस टाइम ज़बरदस्त मुझे लाया गया, मैं बहुत रोया उस टाइम में, क्योंकि मैं डर गया था। ना मैं किसी अच्छा यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ा हूँ, ना कोई काम अच्छा से किए हैं। तो 2000 से 2020 तक ये 20 साल का समय कहाँ गया मुझे भी नहीं पता चला। तो अलग अलग इश्यूज आए, अलग अलग चैलेंजेस आए। तो ये जो 20 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, इसमें मैं थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ट्राइबल समाज को एक किताब की तरफ पढ़ने का मौका मिला, ज़्यादा करके नॉर्थ ईस्ट का ट्राइबल को। और बाकी हमारा जो इंडिया के अलग अलग ट्राइबल्स है, इनको स्टडी करने के लिए मुझे कम समय मिला। और आज से काफ़ी साल पहले
इट मे बी लाइक 2006 to 7, उस समय पे मेरा दिमाग में ये आया कि फर्स्ट ट्राइबल समाज में पीस लाना है। तो पीस को ही मैं एक एजेंडा बना के लिया अपने दिल में कि पीस को पहले लाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ट्राइबल एरिया एनी टाइम डिस्टर्ब रहते हैं और डिस्टर्ब की वजह से दोनों साइड में नुकसान होता है। और एक तो है गवर्नमेंट, अभी मैं भी गवर्नमेंट में हूँ, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट को भी बहाना मिल जाता है कि ये डिस्टर्ब एरिया है, काम नहीं करने से भी चलेगा, एक बहाना मिल जाता है। और दूसरा है जो जहाँ डिस्टर्ब एरिया है, जो लोग लड़ाई कर रहे हैं, मांग कर रहे हैं, मूवमेंट कर रहे हैं, उनको भी एक बहाना मिल जाता है कि चलो आज छोड़ दो काम, कल करेंगे, एक मतलब आ जाए कि पीस हो जाए, उसके बाद काम शुरू करेंगे। लेकिन देखते देखते कैसे 20 साल 30 साल निकल जाता है, तो उसको उन लोगों को भी पता नहीं है। और बहुत मैं बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस हुआ जब पता चला कि मूवमेंट करने वाले जो लीडर्स होते हैं, मैं यहाँ दिल्ली का बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, इधर कोई पढ़ा लिखा लोग मूवमेंट कर रहे हैं एक एक विषय पे, ओवरऑल मूवमेंट का मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि एक एक मूवमेंट में कुछ 2-3 आदमी होता है जो उसको वेरी गहरे से उसको सोचते हैं और समझते हैं, लेकिन बाकी लोग जो है उसको बहुत कम लोग समझते नहीं हैं, तो वो लोग पीछे पीछे जाते हैं। तो मेरे समझ में मैं जब आया तो काफ़ी वहाँ गलती भी हो रहा था। वहाँ आर्म्स ग्रुप भी थे, जो आर्म्स ग्रुप जो काम कर रहे थे, सब काम आप सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते थे। आप गुस्सा किया है, आपको दुख हुआ है, तो आपका गुस्सा का बहुत ज़्यादा असर पड़ा है, तो आपने मुंह से बोल नहीं पाया तो आप हथियार ले लिया। तो उसमें क्या है कि आप हथियार लेने के टाइम में या बिफोर डेट जिसने आपको एनकरेज किया इसको करने के लिए, उसका सोच अलग है, जो लिया है उसका सोच अलग है, तो इससे कहीं ना कहीं गलत हो जाता है। तो वैसे ही मैं भी शिकार हुआ था 2-3 सिचुएशन का। तब मुझे ये लगा कि नहीं, इसको थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा। दैट टाइम 2000 से पहले मेरा भी एक नॉर्मल स्टूडेंट की तरफ कुछ और एम था, और परिवार का हालत भी बहुत अच्छा नहीं था। बट व्हेन आई फेस सम सिचुएशन, अनवांटेड सिचुएशन, जिस मूवमेंट के ऊपर हम लोग का बहुत ज़्यादा पॉजिटिव इम्प्रेशन था, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन था, होप था कि इससे जाके हम लोग को कुछ मिलेगा, कुछ होगा, जब देखा कि अंदर तो गलती हो रहा है, तो उसको मैंने बाकी एजेंडा मैंने छोड़ दिया कि समाज को इससे निकालने के लिए इसमें और ज़्यादा मतलब मुझे अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। तब से 2000 मतलब 20 इयर्स मुझे ये सिर्फ हमला बोडो का और अलग अलग जो अंडरग्राउंड मूवमेंट, ओवरग्राउंड मूवमेंट, सब मूवमेंट को थोड़ा देखने के लिए कोशिश किया। तो उसको समझ के मुझे ये लगा कि अभी इंडिया में जो है, पूरा भारत में मतलब गलती तो कहीं भी होता है, एक तो स्टेट की तरफ से गलती हो रहा है वो चाहिए, वो कोई अच्छा लीडर आता है तो वो एड्रेस करता है, अच्छा लीडर नहीं आता है सुनता भी नहीं है। और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को अगर देखें तो सबके लिए है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, कुछ इशू पे तो मूवमेंट करना ही नहीं चाहिए था, ऐसे ही डिलीवरी होना था, क्योंकि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में भी है, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी में भी है, और ट्राइबल बोले तो वो तो अलग है। तो इसीलिए ये है कि अभी BRLF यहाँ पूरा सीरियसली ट्राइबल इशू पे बात कर रहे हैं, तो BRLF में टी नहीं है, बुरा मत मानिए, सॉरी। You got my point. सॉरी। BRLF जो है ट्राइबल का इशू बहुत सीरियसली बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम लोग 1% भी डाउट नहीं कर सकता, वो सीरियसली हार्डली कर रहे हैं। और वो प्रोमोटर जी जो बैठा हुआ है वो ट्राइबल है कि नहीं मुझे वो भी नहीं पता है। हाँ, तो इंसानियत के नाते एक है, और आपका एजेंडा है, और आपका ये काम है, आप इसको समझा है, इसीलिए आप उसमें आपका जी जान लगा दिया, लेकिन आपका BRLF में टी नहीं है। ऐसे ही गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में भी बहुत चीज है, पॉलिसी में बहुत चीज है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कुछ मिसिंग है, और उसमें वो मार खा जाता है, मतलब वो नहीं होता है। ट्राइबल मिनिस्ट्री में सब मिनिस्टर ट्राइबल ही हुआ, नॉन ट्राइबल नहीं हुआ अभी तक। तो उसके बाद भी ट्राइबल मिनिस्टर होने के बाद भी हर फाइनेंशियल ईयर में कितना 1000 करोड़ पैसा खर्चा नहीं होता है। और अदर से देखिए आपकी ट्राइबल का बहुत प्रॉब्लम है अभी भी, ह्यूज गैप। मैं 2 साल गवर्नमेंट में आया, गवर्नमेंट में आके देखा कि कहाँ से काम शुरू करो। पहले का अलग रीजन था, उनका सोच अलग था, लेकिन मैं तो ऐसा नहीं था, मेरा बैकग्राउंड अलग था, तो कुछ काम करने के वो मन हुआ मेरा। तो कहाँ से शुरू करो? ऑफिसर लोगों को देखे थे टोटली नेगेटिव, नो वर्क कल्चर, गवर्नमेंट में कोई दाता नहीं है, इतना प्रॉब्लम है लेकिन कोई देता नहीं है। जो आपका जो स्ट्रीमलाइन होना था स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से, वो नहीं है, कुछ काम ही नहीं है वहाँ। तो इतना मतलब मैं फ्रस्ट्रेशन हुआ पहले 6 महीने कि इसको क्या करो, मतलब पक्का आम है लेकिन खाने के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है, कहाँ से खाऊं मैं। तो ये देखते 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 अभी 2 साल हो गया, तो थोड़ा सा समझ आ गया। बीच में हम लोग का कोविड की वजह से गैप हुआ, लेकिन सिर्फ कोविड की वजह से नहीं, हम लोग के ना समझ की वजह से भी आपका काम गैप हुआ। एक एक अफसर को हम लोग 10-10, 15-15 बार बोलना पड़ता है, लेकिन काम नहीं होता है। एक एक फाइल जो है 2-3 महीना ऐसे ही पड़ा रहता है, उसके ऊपर काम नहीं करता है, क्योंकि वो लोग का कोई कमिटमेंट है ही नहीं। वो काम कैसे करेगा, और समझ भी नहीं है। अभी सब डाटा हम लोग निकाल लिया, यूएनडीपी को हम लोग ले लिया, यूएनडीपी ने विजन डॉक्यूमेंट बना दिया, एसडीजी से वो लोग कनेक्ट करके वो बना दिया। तो उसमें हम लोग देखा कि ह्यूज गैप, एमएमआर आईएमआर हमारे 5 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सबसे ज्यादा है। 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में तो ऑल इंडिया में हम लोग का रैंक है बुरा में। एग्रीकल्चर हम लोग का अच्छा नहीं है, हम लोग एग्रीकल्चर ही किया 1000 ईयर्स, लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर को समझने वाला कोई लोग नहीं है। 2 साल में डाटा निकला कि 28,000 फार्मर्स के साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। 28,000 फार्मर के साथ उनको डायरेक्ट गवर्नमेंट बेनिफिट दे रहा है, लेकिन दाता नहीं है। तो हैंडलूम सेक्टर पे हम लोग का 3 लाख वीवर्स है, तो 3 लाख वीवर्स कम नहीं है, लेकिन उनको कोई ट्रेनिंग दिया नहीं गया, कुछ नहीं किया गया, ऑर्गेनाइज किया नहीं गया। तो वो लोग ऐसे ही मतलब कर रहे हैं तो कर रहे हैं, कोई इकोनॉमी में कोई असर नहीं पड़ रहा है, इतना वो है। और ऐसे ही मतलब अलग अलग सेक्टर पर भी बहुत ज्यादा ये है। तो कुल मिला के मेरा समझ ये आया कि अभी ट्राइबल का जो विषय है, इसको लेके हम लोग बहुत सारे काम करना है, और उसमें बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशन भी है। आप मेरे से बहुत ज्यादा जानते हैं, जब हम पोल्यूशन का बात करता हूँ, कोई भी मतलब प्रॉब्लम्स का बात करता हूँ, ट्राइबल इंडिया में अगर जाए बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशन मिल जाता है। लेकिन हम लोग को किसी ने कहीं पे किसी समय पे किसी लेवल पे थोड़ा सा हम लोग का जो सोच है इसमें थोड़ा सा डाइवर्सन किया गया है। मैं वहाँ एक जमशेदपुर में बुलाया था, उस टाइम में मैं एक बोला था, मैं इसे ही थोड़ा सा शेयर करूंगा आपका कुछ मिनट लेके। मैं एक्चुअली खुद भी बहुत कंफ्यूज हूँ, मैं अपने आप को बहुत कहीं धुन नहीं पाता हो, ना मैं मैनुअल हो, ना मैं डिजिटल हो, ना मैं डेमोक्रेटिक हो, ना मैं वायलेंस हो। तो ऐसे समय पे हम लोग जन्म लिया और ऐसे सिचुएशन में हो, मैं मुझे भी धुन नहीं पाता हूँ। मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूँ सारा समाज वायलेंस है तो मैं भी वायलेंट हूँ, कभी सोचता हूँ नहीं मैं नॉन वायलेंट हूँ, और सब लोग मोबाइल हाथ में लेके खड़ा होता तो मैं भी सोचता हूँ मेरा भी है, मैं भी डिजिटल हो गया। लेकिन और काम करना है तो सीरियसली मैं डिजिटल भी नहीं हूँ। तो अभी जो हम लोग बात करते हैं कि हम लोग का सोइल खराब हो गया, वो पानी का वो हो गया, वो ट्राइबल एरिया में नहीं था। मैं ही फर्स्ट जनरेशन मेरे गांव में जो केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर का इस्तेमाल किया। क्लास 9 में जब मैं पढ़ रहा था तब मैंने हाल चलाना शुरू किया, और मेरे से पहले गांव में कोई, हमारे गांव में केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर यूरिया वगैरह वो नहीं किया था। जब मैंने मेरा पिताजी काम करने का लायक नहीं रहा, तब मैंने काम करने गया, क्लास जब 9 में पढ़ रहे थे, तब देखा कि धान को अच्छा करना है, खेती को अच्छा करना है, तो कैसे करेंगे। मैंने धान लगा दिया जैसे तैसे, और दो महीने के बाद 2 महीने के बाद देखा तो धान मेरा इतना अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है। तो इधर उधर साइकिल लेके घूम रहा था, एक आदमी ने को बोला मैंने, जे मामा मैं धान लगाया था, मेरा धान बहुत ऊंचा नीचा हो रहा है, क्या किया जाए। तो बोला तुम यूरिया लगा दो। तो मैं चुपचाप अंधेरे में कोई यूरिया ले जाके पूरा धान में मैंने थोड़ा सा यूरिया ये दे दिया। तो उसके बाद बारिश आया, थोड़ा सा बारिश आने के 10 दिन बाद जब मैं गया खेत में, तो देखा कि मेरा धान पूरा ऊपर आ रहा है, और थोड़ा ज्यादा मतलब डार्क ग्रीन हो गया धान, और एक साथ निकलने लगा। तो बहुत धान मिला मुझे, 2 टाइम काटा मैंने, एक ही धान लगा लेकिन 2 टाइम्स काटा मैं धान को, 2 टाइम हार्वेस्ट किया। तो उसके बाद मेरे इधर उधर का लोग पूछने लगा, ये बच्चे नया नया खेत कर रहा है, कैसे इसका 2-2 बार धान काट लिया वो। तो उसके बाद यूरिया बहुत लगने, केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर शुरू किया। मैं तो ज़्यादा साल नहीं किया, बाद में मैं छोड़ दिया खेत करना, कुछ अलग काम हो गया, और यूरिया हम लोग किया। तो ये किसने दिया हम लोगों को यूरिया? हम लोग तो बाय डिफॉल्ट ऑर्गेनिक था, तो हम लोग को किसी ने बोला कि यूरिया दे दो, प्रोडक्शन ज्यादा करो। ठीक है, हम लोग यूरिया देने लगा। अभी सबसे ज्यादा बीमार हम लोग का एरिया में है कैंसर, बहुत ज्यादा कैंसर। कोकराझार में टाटा ने कैंसर हॉस्पिटल खुला, 2 साल भी नहीं हुआ 260 रजिस्टर्ड हो गया, मतलब दाखिल हुआ बीमारी। बहुत ज्यादा कैंसर हो गया, लोगों का किडनी प्रॉब्लम, आंखें प्रॉब्लम, सब प्रॉब्लम। हाँ, मेरा माँ पिता दोनों मर गया, गुजर गया, किसी चश्मा नहीं लगाता था, मैं चश्मा लगाना पड़ा। तो ये सारे चीजें होने लगा। दूसरा चीज आप देखिए, इकोनॉमिक चेंज कैसे आ रहा है। करप्शन हम लोग का ट्राइबल एरिया में नहीं था, बल्कि हेल्प करता था। बार्टर सिस्टम, सब सिस्टम ट्राइबल में था। अभी भी बहुत हेल्प करता है, ट्राइबल दुनिया अलग है। तो उसमें क्या हुआ, बीच में किसी ने बोला कि जेंटलमैन बनना है तो अच्छा अच्छा कपड़ा पहनना है, अच्छा अच्छा घर बनाना है। तो वैसे तो हम लोग झोपड़ी में रहते थे, बहुत अच्छा अच्छा बना के लेते थे। गांव में रास्ता अच्छा था, पेवमेंट नहीं था, कोई ब्लॉक नहीं था, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा था गांव का रास्ता। मिट्टी से ही बनाते थे हम लोग, और पूरा डिजाइन में बनाते थे। घर भी अच्छा था, तो बहुत इको फ्रेंडली था, बहुत कम पैसा में होते थे। हालांकि 10 साल 5 साल में थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़ता था, वो भी हम लोग के लिए काम होता था। और वो अकेले नहीं करते थे, गांव के लोगों को बुला के घर को रिनोवेशन रिपेयरिंग जो भी है एक साथ करते थे। लेकिन किसी ने आके बोला नहीं, ऐसा आपको इंसान कहा नहीं जाएगा। फिर जाके हम लोग कंपटीशन में आ गया कि अच्छा ड्रेस पहनना है, इसके लिए पैसा कमाना है। फिर चोरी करने लगा, 2 नंबरी का धंधा शुरू करने लगा। अच्छा घर में नहीं रहेंगे तो आपको अच्छा इंसान कहा नहीं जाएगा। फिर बिल्डिंग के पीछे भागा। और अभी देखिए, जो बहुत पढ़ा लिखा लोग है, बड़ा बड़ा आदमी है, वो हम लोग का फॉरेस्ट में रहने जाता है। तो वही है, तो हम लोग को क्यों बोला गया कि हम लोग को बड़ा बड़ा मकान बनाओ? तो वो मेरा कंफ्यूज है। दूसरा, हम लोग तो आधा नंगा तो हम लोग रहते थे। गांधी जी जो मतलब वो हुआ, उससे पहले से हम लोग आधा नंगा था ट्राइबल में। अभी भी जाइए आप झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, बोरो एरिया में, हम लोग तो गामछा पहन के आधा नंगा रहते हैं। इवन गुवाहाटी यूनिवर्सिटी का हम लोग का कोई प्रोफेसर है, वो क्लास करने के टाइम में ही शर्ट पहनते हैं। जैसे घर पहुंचा, शर्ट खुल के वो मछली पकड़ने लगता है प्रोफेसर। तो वो ट्राइबल में वही था, इसीलिए हम लोग को ज्यादा एस्पिरेशन भी नहीं था। तो हम लोग को बोला गया नहीं नहीं, पूरा पहनो पूरा पहनो। अभी हम लोग जैसे तैसे पूरा पहनना शुरू किया, तो बाहर का लोग आके आधा नंगा घूमता रहता है हमारे एरिया में। हाँ मैडम, तो वो कैसे होगा? फिर डेमोक्रेसी का प्रैक्टिस कराते हैं हम लोग को, डेमोक्रेटिक बनाओ डेमोक्रेटिक। हम लोग तो ऐसे भी डेमोक्रेसी था। उधर क्या है, बहुत बड़ा जूम को भी एक विचार करके जो है, एक मीटिंग बुला के, एक कमिटी बना के, उसमें बड़ा बड़ा जो है उसमें भी वो करता था कि क्या है, पेनल्टी लगाते थे। और वो पेनल्टी ये नॉर्मल इंडियन जो सिस्टम है 302 ये वो ऐसा नहीं था। गांव में एक विचार होता है कि वो इतना हार्ड है, मतलब देखने में ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन वो भी हार्ड है। आपको गांव से बाहर निकला जाएगा, ये करेगा तो दोबारा आपको ये करना पड़ेगा, वही बड़ा था हम लोग के लिए। फिर पुलिस आया, ये आया, वो आया। जब बोडो मूवमेंट हो रहा था, तब वहाँ हम लोग का वहाँ ओसी जाते थे, पुलिस ऑफिसर जाते थे। वो पूरा थाना जो है वो जंगल हो गया था, घास उगाने लगा थाना में, कोई नहीं जाता है। तो ऑफिसर लोग जाके हम लोग को पूछते थे, अरे तुम लोग का एरिया में यार क्या है, बहुत ज्यादा वो क्राइम होता है, मारपीट होता है, थाना में कोई नहीं आते हैं, वो विचार कौन करता है? तो विचार गांव में ही हो जाता था। किसी ने किसी का लड़के को भगा लिया, पूरी मीटिंग किया, अगर उम्र हो गया, शादी कर सकते हैं तो करो भाई, लेकिन लिखा लिखी होगा, ये करना पड़ेगा। तो कोई आदमी को मार दिया, तो उसमें भी विचार होता है, तुमको ये जुर्म दिया जाएगा, ये मानना पड़ेगा। लेकिन यहाँ क्या होता है, किसी आदमी को मार दिया, पुलिस जो मारा है उसको लेके गया, वो तो जुर्म किया ही है, उसको लेके गया, लेकिन जो मार खाया है उसको कुछ नहीं देता है ना? उसको भी तो देना पड़ेगा ना कॉम्पेंसेशन। जिसका हस्बैंड को मार दिया, उसका वाइफ और 3 बच्चे रह गया, जो मारा है उसको तो आप जेल दे दिया, ठीक ही है, लेकिन वो वाइफ क्या करेगा? वो जो औरत है, जो लाचार हो गया, जो इसका 2-3 बच्चे हैं, जो ऑर्फेन हो गया, उसका क्या करेगा? तो ऐसा सिस्टम जो है, हम लोग को थोड़ा ट्राइबल को अभी भी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, बहुत कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है। तो मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ, ट्राइबल का प्रिमिटिव ट्रेड का जो पास्ट कैरेक्टर्स है वो अभी भी है। अब मेरा एक दिन हम लोग को शादी में बुलाया दिल्ली में, बहुत बड़ा शादी, वो रेलवे का, बहुत करोड़ों का शादी। तो मुझे भी पहचानता था वो ऑफिसर, मुझे भी बुलाया, प्रमोद तुम आओ। और हम लोग का एक बहुत बड़ा ऑफिसर हुआ करता था, कोई मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, बहुत बड़ा ऑफिसर दिल्ली में, IAS ऑफिसर था, तो वो रिटायर्ड हो गया। तो उसने बोला कि, बोला नहीं था, हम लोग शादी में गया, तो शादी में जाने से पहले बहुत बड़ा आयोजन था, एकदम लाइट गान्स डांस। मैं अंधेरा से देख रहा था, कैसे जाऊंगा अंदर, वो सोच रहा था, बाहर गेट के बाहर से देख रहा था कैसे जाऊंगा। अचानक से एक गाड़ी आके रुक गया मेरे पीछे। मैं गाड़ी को नहीं देखा, शादी को ही देख रहा हूँ। गाड़ी से कोई उतर के मेरे पीछे खड़ा है। मैं थोड़ा सा, मेरा फीलिंग हुआ कि कोई खड़ा हो पीछे, तो कौन खड़ा हो गया, मैं ऐसे देखा तो वो भी अंधेरे से वो देख रहा है शादी को। तो मैंने ऐसे देखा तो अरे सर उसको बोला मैं, अरे सर, तो हे प्रमोद तुम भी आया हो? हाँ मैं भी आया हूँ सर। तो आप क्या देख रहे? अरे यार शर्म लगता है, चलो चलो दोनों साथ के चलते हैं। तो दोनों हाथों हाथ पकड़ के गया। तो जाके वो जो दुल्हन है, दूल्हा दुल्हन को कुछ लेके आया था पॉकेट में, वो दिया। मैं तो लाया भी नहीं था, उस टाइम स्टूडेंट मूवमेंट में था, मेरा कुछ नहीं था। तो बोले है तो आया मैं, तो वो कुछ लाया था, ऑफिसर है तो कुछ दोनों को भी दे दिया। दे के वो बोला कि पिताजी आके बोला सर आया, बहुत अच्छा हुआ, खाइए पीजिए बैठिए। तो बहुत लोग आके बोला सर इधर बैठे इधर बैठे। फिर वो ऑफिसर ने मेरे हाथ पकड़ के बोला प्रमोद उधर ही चलेंगे जहाँ अंधेरा है, कुछ खा के चला जाऊंगा। तो मैं बोला कि सर अंधेरे में क्यों, हम लोग तो इधर भी बैठ सकते हैं। नहीं नहीं शर्म लगता है यार, उधर ही खाएंगे दोनों। तो फिर जाके थोड़ा सा कोने में जाके हम लोग कुछ खाया, उसके बाद चला गया। मैं ये स्टोरी क्यों बोला कि वो जो साइनेस जो होता है और आइसोलेशन में जो ट्राइबल रहते हैं वो अभी भी है। वो उसके वजह से क्यों है, कोई इसका स्कोप ले रहा है, क्योंकि हम लोग आगे नहीं जाता है। अभी भी कोई बड़ा बड़ा पॉलिटिकल मीटिंग में भी मैं भी जाता हूँ, कोई लोग तो हम लोग को धक्का देकर निकल जाता है। कोई पोजीशन का बात नहीं है, वो देखता भी नहीं है ये इसका भी पोजीशन है, ये भी कैबिनेट रैंक का है, उसका आगे बैठना है। कोई लोग आके हम लोग को धक्का देके निकल जाता है, हम कुछ नहीं बोलता है, वो कोने में जाके बैठेगा। अभी भी मैंने उधर से उधर ही कुर्सी देखा था, इधर नहीं देखा था। तो ये जो ट्राइबल कैरेक्टर है इसको समझना है। जो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, जो देश को लीड करता है उसको समझना है। अभी तो मैडम को हम लोग का महामहिम करके बैठा दिया, लेकिन बाकी जो काम है महामहिम तो ठीक है, लेकिन अंदर का काम जो है हम लोग को करना है। मैं ज्यादा समय ले रहा हूँ, आप लोग का बहुत अच्छा वो डिस्कशन हो रहे थे। वेरी सॉरी तो बीच में मैंने आपको बोला कि ये बहुत अच्छा होगा, और BRLF के साथ जुड़ के हम लोग को बहुत अच्छा लगा, और उम्मीद भी हम लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा आया है। अभी मैं बाकी लोगों को भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप लोग भी बोडोलैंड में आइए। पहले तो BRLF के शादी आई है, क्योंकि हम लोग को समझने में टाइम लगेगा। बोडोलैंड बोले तो सब लोग डरते थे, पहले बमबारी होता था, ट्रेन उड़ाता था, कोई नहीं जाता था बोडोलैंड में। उधर तो 6 बजे पूरा बंद होता था, बोडोलैंड बोले तो पूरा 6 बजे दुकान सब बंद। अभी 2 साल में हम लोग 11 बजे तक ओपन करना शुरू किया, दुकान सुकान सब खुलता है। अभी कोई मारा मारी नहीं है, सब ठीक है, लोग जाने लगा। तो वो लोग, उन लोगों को रेस्क्यू करना है। मैं ट्राइबल हूँ इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ, आप लोग जो ट्राइबल है बुरा मत मानिए। मैं ऐसा समझता हूँ कि वो समाज को रेस्क्यू करना है, वो अपने आप उठ नहीं पा रहे। कोई हम लोग का माओइस्ट बेल्ट हो, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कोई अंडरग्राउंड लोगों के वो बेल्ट हो, वो एरिया में जो है हम लोग को देखने में तो अच्छा लगता है, ठीक है, कोई लड़ रहे हैं, कोई बोल रहा है हम लोगों को। अगर एक बैलेंस शीट निकल के आप देखेंगे ना, वहाँ आपको इतना अच्छा वो रिपोर्ट नहीं मिलेगा, उसमें आपको नुकसान ही मिलेगा। तो उसकी वजह से अगर हम लोग सिस्टम में आके लड़े, हम लोग अगर जो इकोसिस्टम बना है उसमें ही लड़े, तो वो थोड़ा सा और ज्यादा होगा। आप लड़ते रहेंगे कुछ नहीं होगा, यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं होगा, कॉलेज नहीं होगा, कुछ नहीं है। हम लोग का 3.5 मिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, उसमें एक भी प्रोफेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है। कोई स्किल कौशल विकल्प योजना का इतना काम हुआ, हमारे एरिया में कुछ नहीं है। तो वो चीज को कौन करेगा? इसीलिए हम लोग को पीस लाने में भी काम करना होगा, और अपने भाइयों को समझा बुझा के, मैं तो तैयार हूँ एनी टाइम। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ में भी गया, झारखंड में भी गया, सब डायलॉग में मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा एंगेज हुआ था, अभी भी हो रहा हूँ। गवर्नमेंट कम, बाकी काम में मैं ज्यादा मन लगा रहा हूँ। अभी मणिपुर में भी पीस प्रोसेस हो रहा हो, कोई चाहे ना चाहे मैं भी अंदर उन लोग से बात कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा पीस करो। नहीं तो क्या है, इन लोग का सपना ऐसे ही मिट्टी में चला जाएगा। लीडर लोग तो बड़ा बड़ा सपना देखते हैं, हम लोग ऐसा करेंगे। लड़ते लड़ते अगर आप मरी जाएगा, कौन करेगा? जैसे आप मरेगा, आपका विजन मिशन सब आपके साथ मिट्टी में मिल गया। तो उसको सपना देखने वाला तो दूसरा आदमी तो नहीं होगा। तो इसीलिए ये सब जो है बहुत अच्छा है, आपका रिपोर्ट में पढ़ूंगा। और फरवरी लास्ट पार्ट में BRLF ऑफ कोर्स हमारे ये पार्ट होंगे। हम लोग एक इंटरनेशनल नॉलेज फेस्ट करने जा रहा हूँ, वहाँ का एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन को लेके। हम लोग का 50 कॉलेजेस है, हाफ कॉलेज जो है गवर्नमेंट एडेड है, हाफ कॉलेज जो है प्राइवेट है। सबको लेके हम लोग एक नॉलेज फेस्ट करने के लिए सोच रहा हूँ, ताकि हमारे वहाँ क्या है इसको यहाँ से लोग जाके समझे, और वहाँ का लोग भी थोड़ा सा एक्सपोजर मिले कि दुनिया के लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं। इसको हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। तो खगा सर को तो बुलाएंगे, बाकी लोगों को हम लोग बुलाएंगे। थोड़ा सा कृपा करके एक बार आने के लिए थोड़ा सा कोशिश कीजिए। और बाकी जो है आप लोग का ये जो 2 दिन का डिस्कशन है, इसमें जो भी रेजोल्यूशंस होगा, डिक्लेरेशन होगा, वो हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pramodji. I invite Pramtesh to present the next paper, and then we'll have Vishwadeep's discussion of that.
एक्चुअली प्रमोद जी की बातें सुन के मैं भूल गया कि मैं क्या सोच के आया था, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे दिस इज अ पेपर, बट द रियल चैलेंज इज टू इम्प्लीमेंट व्हाट इज रिटन इन दीज पेपर्स। और वहां पे मतलब एक मैं कहूंगा कि बिलोंगिंग टू द सेक्टर, एक हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं जो कि अपने स्केल पे एक होता है, जिसको मुझे लगता है फिर भी एक डिफिकल्टीज बहुत हैं, चैलेंजेस बहुत हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कंपैरेटिवली उसमें वो एक कहीं ना कहीं नजर आता है। लेकिन व्हेन यू लुक एट इट फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ हेड ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, और जो स्केल जो आपको नजर आता है, और उस समय फिर जो चैलेंजेस नजर आते हैं, प्रमोद जी ने बहुत कैंडिडली काफी कुछ शेयर किया, और उस चीज पे एक जो है वो इस पेपर में भी आती है वो चीज, दैट इज अबाउट कैपेसिटी। और मैं बहुत ब्रीफ में बोलूंगा, क्योंकि मैं खुद 5-6 साल पहले ये लिखा था, छपते छपते अब टाइम हो गया, मेरे को कल पढ़ना पड़ा कि मैंने क्या खुद लिखा था, और मैं सोच रहा था कि मैंने क्यों लिखा ये सब बिकॉज बट दिस पेपर ऑन एनर्जी एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ ट्राइबल्स, ये एग्जामिन करता है बेसिकली 3-4 चीजों को। एक है ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, एक है सैनिटेशन, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, PMGSY as a road scheme and irrigation। तो इसमें मैंने कोशिश ये की थी कि जो गवर्नमेंट का डेटा है उसको हम काफी निकाल के थोड़ा सा देखें कि वो क्या कह रहा है। मतलब हमको पता है एक जनरल सेंस में ये कहना कि ट्राइबल एरियाज में बहुत अच्छी हालत नहीं है अपने सेंट्रल इंडिया में, ये तो इट इज अ गिवन, बट वो उसके क्या अलग अलग आकार हैं। तो उसमें मैंने कुछ चीजें पाई। सबसे पहले अगर हम PMGSY पे आए तो हम ये पाएंगे कि ये एक ऐसा प्रोग्राम है जो कि सुचारू रूप से चलता रहा है गवर्नमेंट का। रोड्स बन रही हैं, एक्सेलरेशन भी हुआ था बीच में, हालांकि कुछ स्टेट्स में वो धीरे धीरे अराउंड 14-15-16 के आसपास वो उसका जो कनेक्टिविटी का जो पेस है वो कम हुआ। लेकिन एक चीज ये है कि हालांकि हर साल के टारगेट्स, गवर्नमेंट डेटा ये दिखाता है कि हम हर साल के टारगेट्स हम मीट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी एक बहुत हाई परसेंटेज ऑफ ट्राइबल हैबिटेट्स ऐसे हैं जो कि अभी अनकनेक्टेड श्रेणी में आएंगे। और इसमें एक जो स्टार्टलिंग चीज मुझे ज्यादा ये डेटा के बेसिस पे ये लगी कि अगर हम एक मतलब क्रॉस करें, मतलब एक तरफ हम रखें कि ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन का शेयर कितना ज्यादा है और उसको अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में अंडर 8%, 8 to 20% एंड ग्रेटर देन 20% डिस्ट्रिक्ट को देखें, और शेयर ऑफ अनकनेक्टेड हैबिटेशंस कितने ज्यादा हैं, तो हम ये पाएंगे कि जैसे जैसे ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन का शेयर बढ़ता जाता है, वैसे ही शेयर ऑफ अनकनेक्टेड हैबिटेशंस एट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल बढ़ते जाते हैं। तो ये मतलब एंड द फिगर्स आर प्रीटी हाई। जैसे उड़ीसा में 50% अनकनेक्टेड हैबिटेशंस ऐसी जगह पे हैं जहां पे पॉपुलेशन 20% से ज्यादा है, ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन। झारखंड में यू विल 62%, मध्य प्रदेश में अराउंड 42%। तो ये एक चीज है जिसको सोचने की जरूरत है। अब अगर हम ट्राइबल और नॉन ट्राइबल का कंपैरिजन करें तो हम ये पाएंगे कि ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है पीएमजीएसवाई में। देयर इज अ वेरिएशन, मतलब स्मॉल वेरिएशन। ट्राइबल एरियाज आर नॉट डूइंग पर्टिकुलरली बैड एज कंपेयर टू नॉन ट्राइबल एरियाज, लेकिन the unconnected habitation share shows you that there is still a long way to go. अभी काम है पीएमजीएसवाई में भी कनेक्शन करने का। ये मैं ज्यादा रिपीट नहीं करना चाहता कि रोड्स का क्या फायदा है। हम लोग ये व्यू ले सकते हैं कि सब कुछ ठीक है, रोड बनाने की क्या जरूरत है, बाहर के लोग एक्सप्लॉइट करने भी आएंगे, लेकिन बहुत स्टडीज ये पॉइंट आउट करती हैं कि रोड से एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन, हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज बढ़ती हैं ट्राइबल एरियाज के लिए, लाइवलीहुड्स के पॉसिबिलिटीज भी बढ़ते हैं, मार्केट्स के साथ लिंकेज बेटर होता है। और कुछ लोगों ने तो कैलकुलेशन भी किया है कि अगर हम 1 किलोमीटर सड़क बनाएं तो कितना रुपए से लाइवलीहुड बढ़ेगा। आई थिंक ऑल दैट वी शुड एक्नॉलेज कि एक उसका एक पॉजिटिव है। और आई थिंक आज के जमाने में हम ये कहें कि हम अनकनेक्टेड रहें, अनलेस कोई कम्युनिटी ये कहे कि हम रहना चाहते हैं आइसोलेशन में, we cannot necessarily impose this choice on others. Now let us come to drinking water. Drinking water में हम ये पाएंगे सबसे पहला सेंसस डेटा अगर हम देखें तो एसटीज सबसे ज्यादा अगर कोई मतलब शेयर ऑफ हाउस होल्ड्स का अगर हम देखें तो शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स में सबसे ज्यादा शेयर उन लोगों का है जिनका पानी का जो सोर्स है वो अपने घर से काफी दूर है। इट इज कॉल्ड विद इन प्रेमिसेस, नियर प्रेमिसेस एंड अवे। 3 कैटेगरी में सेंसस डेटा वो करता है। और हम पाएंगे कि अवे वाले में शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स आर ग्रेटर मोर देन इवन शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट। ऑफ कोर्स जनरल से तो ज्यादा है ही। अब अगर हम ये देखें कि जो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में अलग अलग टाइम पे अलग अलग नॉर्म्स बने, नेशनल जो हमारे प्रोग्राम्स थे ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के, आज की तारीख में 55 लीटर्स पर कैपिटा पर डे का नॉर्म है, लेकिन ये ऑल इंडिया लेवल पे भी सेटिस्फाई नहीं हो रहा। तो नेचुरली सेंट्रल इंडियन ट्राइबल बेल्ट में अभी काफी दूर है ये हमारा अचीव करना। दूसरी जो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये है कि हम जबकि इस तरह के प्रोग्राम्स की बात करते हैं तो हम फोकस करते हैं कैपिटल प्रोविजनिंग पे, मतलब हैंडपंप लगा दिया, नल लगा दिया, पाइप लगा दिया, लेकिन हमको ये नहीं पता कि पाइप में पानी है कि नहीं है और एंड यूजर को वो पानी मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है। दूसरी चीज, एक और जो खतरनाक चीज या खतरे वाली चीज है वो ये है कि स्लिप बैक करके एक कैटेगरी है। अगर हम सरकारी आंकड़े देखें तो हमने इतने लोगों पे इतने गांव में कनेक्शन दिया लेकिन वो स्लिप बैक कर गए। स्लिप बैक कर गए मतलब कुछ हैंडपंप खराब हो गए या नल जो हमने योजना बनाई वो खराब हो गई। तो ये भी एक कैटेगरी है जिसका ध्यान में रखना हमको जरूरी है। The main thing I am trying to say is that it is not enough to say that we have extended piped water supply to all the tribal regions. Whether we need to look at availability of water, कितनी देर के लिए अवेलेबल है। वहां पे अगर हम देखें तो अधिकांश स्टेट, अगर हम नेशनल सैंपल सर्वे का सर्वेस देखें 69th राउंड में, तो हम पाएंगे कि अधिकांश स्टेट जो हमारे एरिया में आते हैं, अब इसमें ट्राइबल और नॉन ट्राइबल डिसएग्रीगेट करना जरा मुश्किल है, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे हाउस होल्ड अभी भी उनको करीब 200 मीटर से आधा किलोमीटर तक चल के जाना पड़ता है। एंड इफ वी लुक एट द टाइम दैट इज टेकन टू फिल वाटर फॉर डोमेस्टिक पर्पसेस, तो झारखंड में करीब 1 घंटा मतलब लग जाता है इस पूरे चोर में और आधे घंटे से कम तो कहीं पे भी नहीं है। मतलब मध्य प्रदेश 40 मिनट, ये कैलकुलेशंस आर बेस्ड ऑन एनएसएसओ डेटा। वेस्ट बंगाल में 25 मिनट है, लेकिन वो भी मतलब राजस्थान 50 मिनट, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। तो ये एक चिंताजनक चीज है, मतलब इट डजंट बोर्ड वेरी वेल। हालांकि हम पैसा ज्यादा खर्च कर रहे हैं, हम इसके ऊपर थ्रस्ट ज्यादा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ ग्राउंड टू बी कवर्ड ऑन दिस। अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट comes out from the government data is कि there is a problem in operation and maintenance of utilities. जो भी हम खड़ा करते हैं उसमें ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस का प्रॉब्लम आता है, और उसका एक मेजर कारण ये भी है कि जो इन सारे स्कीम्स के अंदर हाँ, इन सारी स्कीम्स के अंतर्गत जो हमने सोचा था कि भाई एक कमिटी होगी विलेज लेवल पे, दे आर लार्जली डिफंक्ट, उनकी मीटिंग्स नहीं होती, जो ग्राम सभा की कमिटीज वगैरह होती हैं वो काम नहीं करती वगैरह. Looking at drinking water and sanitation and electricity, we find one very interesting correlation between tribal areas and access to these facilities. अगर I was lucky, मैंने 2500 सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का डेटा देखा सेंसस में 2011 में, और उसमें मैंने एक वो किया, कोरिलेशन किया बिटवीन शेयर ऑफ ट्राइबल हाउसहोल्ड्स and share of households with electrification or water, and I find that as the share of tribal households increases, the share of households without these facilities increases very, I mean, and it's a very significant correlation. 2500 के का अगर डेटा है तो उसमें गड़बड़ होने के चांसेस कम है. दिस इज अ कॉमन थीम. और एक और कोरिलेशन जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो ये है कि जहां जहां पानी की कमी है वहां वहां आपको टॉयलेट्स की भी कमी नजर आएगी, क्योंकि पानी के बिना वो काम नहीं होता. अब इसमें यह है कि पेपर लगभग उस समय लिखा गया था जबकि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन was just about to be launched. तो जो डेटा अवेलेबल है स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में, उससे ये क्लियर है कि बहुत रैपिड पेस पे एक टॉयलेट कंस्ट्रक्शन बहुत जबरदस्त तरीके से हुआ. देखने वाली चीज जो शायद अब सामने आएगी कि उसका अडॉप्शन और यूज अब कितना ज्यादा है. जो एनेक्डोटल एविडेंस है फील्ड से, उसका ये निकल के आ रहा है कि भाई अभी भी कई ऐसी जगह है पानी का अभाव है, तो वो जो पुरानी कहानी टोटल सैनिटेशन कैंपेन में थी शायद उसको, और काफी लोगों ने ये भी लिखा है कि सैनिटेशन हैबिट्स चेंज करना इतना आसान नहीं है, स्पेशली इन द केस ऑफ इंडिया. बाय द वे, इन टर्म्स ऑफ ओपन डिफेकेशन वी आर बिहाइंड आवर साउथ एशियन नेबर्स, व्हिच इज नॉट अ वेरी ग्रेट कमेंट्री ऑन अस. स्वच्छ भारत का ये कंट्रीब्यूशन जरूर है कि उसने एलोकेशन बढ़ाया फ्रॉम वेरी ड्रामेटिकली, and it has, you know, very rapidly accelerated the pace of toilet construction. But what we need to see is the use. There are cultural habits in terms of cleaning up the bath, septic tanks and so on, which are prohibiting caste Hindus from taking up such toilets also. This is the finding of some international studies like Kofi and Spears, and all these people point to this thing. Regarding electrification, we see the same pattern. There is also severe इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन में एक बड़ी अजीब सी चीज जो मुझे कुछ समय पहले एक कमेटी में बैठने से पता चला. एक इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन है और एक एनर्जाइजेशन है. इन दोनों में फर्क है. मतलब इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का मतलब पोल लग गया, तार बिछ गई. एनर्जाइजेशन तब होता है जब वो बिजली उसमें से निकलती है. तो हम पाएंगे कि लॉट ऑफ विलेजेस, पहले तो विलेज लेवल पे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का डेटा है, और उसमें अगर जो लेटेस्ट जो विद्युतीकरण योजना, राजीव गांधी विद्युतीकरण योजना जिसको कहते हैं, उसमें ये पाया, उन्होंने एक्सटेंड किया कि भाई कम से कम 10% हाउस होल्ड्स को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी मिलनी चाहिए, तब हम विलेज को इलेक्ट्रीफाई करेंगे. तो हम इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन इवन इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएशन वो हुआ है, लेकिन एक्चुअल क्वालिटी ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कितनी है वो अभी भी एक कॉज फॉर कंसर्न है. क्योंकि जो एक CEEW का एक सर्वे है, उसके हिसाब से हमारे स्टेट्स काफी बुरी हालत में है. उनको क्वालिटी ऑफ सप्लाई, स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ सप्लाई, रेगुलरिटी ऑफ सप्लाई, दीज आर ऑल वेरी बिग इश्यूज एज फार एज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज कंसर्न. तो अब फाइनली मैं इस चीज पे आना चाहूंगा कि इरिगेशन पे ऑलरेडी वाटर पे काफी बात हो चुकी है. देयर इज नो पॉइंट रिपीटिंग कि द फैक्ट कि जो नेट इरिगेटेड एरिया डिवाइडेड बाय नेट सोन एरिया, जो अगर हम रेशियो देखें लोएस्ट फॉर ट्राइबल एरियाज, अगर हम SECC का डेटा देखें, हम ये पाएंगे कि जो एक्सक्लूजन्स हैं SECC से ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ इरिगेशन और लैंड, दे आर द लोएस्ट इन आवर एरियाज, व्हिच मींस बेसिकली अ लॉट ऑफ आवर ट्राइबल एरियाज आर सफरिंग नेग्लेक्ट इन दिस रीजन, ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ दिस थिंग. मैंने फिर एक ये भी चीज देखी कि क्या इसका कारण क्या हो सकता है. PMGSY का एक एग्जाम्पल बहुत लोग देते हैं कि कितना सक्सेसफुल प्रोग्राम है, लेकिन हमको ये समझना चाहिए कि इट्स अ सिंपल प्रोग्राम for the state to implement. It's a capital infrastructure program. रोड्स बनाना है, इंजीनियर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, लेकिन जहां स्टेट ऐसे चीजों में घुसता है जैसे बाथरूम्स, टॉयलेट्स, पानी, जहां पे कम्युनिटी के साथ उनको बैठ के स्टेक होल्डरशिप बिल्ड करनी पड़ती है, वहां पे चैलेंजेस आते हैं. as a scholar has remarked that state capacity में एक ये issue आता है when you try to do too many things which involve transactions with the community or which involve discretionary powers of decision making, there the state tends to falter. और ये चीज हमको नजर आती है। और इस एरिया से हमको एक चीज जो मेरे लिए टेक अवे था वो ये था कि दैट स्टेट कैपेसिटी इज एन इशू, because all of these blocks, which are tribal blocks, are also very poor blocks, and there is a relationship between this poverty and the capacity of the state to deliver. Thank you. I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Prabhatesh. I invite Bishwadeep Ghosh to comment on this paper. Let me take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhatesh, and sabko johar. Before I start, just want to thank Pramod ji because you have not written any paper. But in the context of whatever we are discussing, you've given us a perspective that I think should have tempered if all the papers that we've written. And so glad, so privileged that it has come from you. And that brings me to this question. I mean, I was very reluctant to accept this because except for the fact that I'm born in Chhattisgarh and I've grown up in Jharkhand, I'm not a researcher and I don't possess any special knowledge or skills about the tribal community. But I've been persuaded by the organizers and I take it as a privilege and an honor. Partly also because when I look back at my work that I've done in the last 25 years, so Pehla 96, I started my work with a tribal community in Gujarat. 3 saal mein unke saath raha. Worked on issues like joint forest management, participatory irrigation management, watershed development. Uske baad mein medicinal plants, local health traditions pe kaam kiya. Zahir hai ki large part of the communities belong to the tribal across various states. फिर HIVOS में करीबन 11 साल our focus was on the tribal belt. And we worked with practitioners on the ground and we developed a strategy. And from that point of view, we're so thankful to BRLF to take this legacy forward because we feel that the tribal issue needs special attention and a special focus. And that is what this report has done. So, but I'm not a researcher, much more a practitioner. So मेरे अनुभव जो भी रहे हैं, I've been able to relate that lived experience of working with these communities, and a very beautiful paper that Pramatesh has written about energy and infrastructure. So I will not repeat whatever Pramatesh has said. It's a very rich paper and rich with data, although that data is from secondary sources. और कल से जो बात किया जा रहा था, data is also very dated, especially for the topics that we are dealing with, drinking water and sanitation. क्योंकि ये कहानी पेपर में जहाँ पे आके रुकती है, उसके बाद SBM शुरू होता है, and SBM has already been declared a success in some sorts. So we need a sequel to analyze कि ये success है या if we could have gone deeper into that analysis. In the same way, possibly drinking water will be declared a success in the years to come. But मुद्दे उसमें अभी बाकी हैं, and that is why there's a need to understand that, especially for the tribal belt. Although the paper, the report itself has focused on Central Indian tribal belt that looks at the Central Indian states, little bit of southern states. But it's a pity we are missing out on the Northeast, although it's outside the remit of the paper. वो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि because the paper makes a remark about the enclavization of tribals. तो उसमें concept of development is there is a nucleus and there is a periphery. A nucleus which is resource rich, and वो hinterland में जाते जाते वो थोड़ा fizzle out हो जाता है. And hinterland is where most of our Adivasi Mritan are living, practicing livelihoods, etc. And most of the states in the CITB, the largest I could find was Chhattisgarh, which was around 36% tribal. All the others are much less, as opposed, let's say, to the Northeast, which is 80 to 90% tribal. So it would have been interesting to analyze, because यहाँ पे वो minority हैं, तो एक mainstream डेवलपमेंट पैराडाइम जो कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स से लेके that the same paradigm has been expanded to cover the tribal lives and livelihood, which is not doing justice. That framework itself needs to be relooked, which could have been done very differently if we had seen the same indices, let's say, in the Northeast. But possibly for version 2.0, like you had mentioned yesterday, so the summary of, you've looked at the infrastructure across roads, electricity, water, sanitation, and irrigation. And usme sabhi ka, if we do the synthesis, it points towards, the data basically talks that overall there has been a progress. Right, different schemes aayi hain. I mean, one can argue about the pace or the extent of the development, but overall there has been a progress. And because it is overall, usme tribal ka bhi regions have benefited from there, which I think could have happened anyway. So what is the uniqueness about the CITB? And within CITB, the tribal dominated areas and the non-tribal development dominated areas, that was possibly the focus of this entire 2 volumes. And with that in mind, we had approached this volume. But because we are looking at data primarily from secondary sources, granularity data milna mushkil hai, demographic wise data milna mushkil hai. So somewhere it takes away that flavor and therefore takes us away from the objective of focusing on the Adivasi or the tribal communities and comparing what works, what needs to change, because yesterday it was mentioned that this is a forward-leaning report in the sense that it should inform policies and program. So unless we come out with recommendation that differentiates the needs of the Adivasi region as distinctly different from non-Adivasi areas, perhaps we are doing a disservice in the sense that the Adivasis will always be made to feel that you are lagging behind on all the indices and you have to play catch, which is not necessarily true. I mean, if we just shift the gaze and try to meet them where they are and build the narrative based on their lived experience, their knowledge systems, and how they approach these issues on their own. I mean, I'm not even going into the difference between the tribal communities themselves, because that also exists. I mean, we've seen the power relations between the Begas and the Gonds and how it gets manifested in the PRIs, for example. But those issues, it's certainly not touched upon in this paper, but possibly in the other chapters in the volume, it could have been covered. So now little bit because I have worked on water and sanitation issues for the last 15 years, that is possibly a little bit closer to my heart and a bit more knowledgeable on those. On the roads of the 5, I think that possibly is the biggest success in terms of infrastructure. Also possibly because of the reason that you mentioned. It doesn't necessarily involve a lot of community involvement for this success of this program, even though the paper mentions the rural roads, because there is a discrepancy in non-tribal and tribal dominated areas, it demands capacity of the institutions to plan even the rural road program, jo ki nahi hone ki wajah se, even the road program is lagging behind in the tribal dominated areas. Water and sanitation, like I said, it gives a very interesting journey. I mean, from accelerated rural water supply program 1972 mein jab shuru hua tha, to Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission, to sector reforms, Swajal Dhara aata hai 2002 mein, and NRDWP ends. I mean, the report ends with NRDWP that came in 2009, which possibly brought in the paradigm that Jal Jeevan Mission is following now. On piped water supply, 55 LPCD, 40 LPCD abhi nahi de pa rahe, and we've raised the service level benchmark to 55 LPCD. It focuses on issues of water quality and this entire decentralized or community-owned model, which was not there in the earlier. Ab ye kahan tak ho paya hai? Because Jal Jeevan Mission is moving at a very rapid pace. वो it has not been captured because the source of data is census, जो कि 2011 है, and NSSO, which is 2012, तो बहुत बहुत पुराना है. I think there is a need to, because the contemporary reality even for BRLF partners, अगर आप वाटर पे काम कर रहे हो तो बहुत बदल गया है. नए नए मुद्दे निकल के आ रहे हैं. वेस्ट वाटर का है, पिट टेम्पटिंग का है इन केस ऑफ सैनिटेशन, जो कि पहले इट वाज कंस्ट्रक्शन पे फोकस था, तो ये सब मुद्दे थे नहीं. अब चूंकि टॉयलेट्स बन गए हैं, टॉयलेट्स क्लीन करना है, तो उसमें एक सोशियो कल्चरल डायमेंशन भी जुड़ जाता है कि हु आर दिस पीपल जो कि ये काम करेंगे, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजीज उस तरीके के हैं नहीं जो कि डिप्लॉय किए जा सके लार्ज स्केल में अक्रॉस द ट्राइबल बेल्ट, जो कि मैनुअल स्कैवेंजिंग या बिना इसको डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट में आके किया जा सकता है. बट that entire socio-cultural aspect of water and sanitation is kind of left off. Water quality mein, Pramatesh, I think it also relies on secondary data, and primarily it touches upon the number of habitations that are infested with water quality and how over a period of time that number comes down, although coverage बढ़ता नहीं है, लेकिन number of habitations affected by water quality comes down. So that is explained through anomaly in data. But drinking water की अगर बात करें और tribal belt की अगर बात करें, तो we know from our experiences there are issues, huge issues related to arsenic, huge issues related to fluoride, contaminations in these areas. Is it because of mining, which is also a big overhang in these areas? Wo is an opportunity missed, I think, by not touching upon the aspects of fluoride and arsenic, nitrates, iron, which are rampant in these areas. उस वक्त भी I think IMI's database में ये था. I think we could have looked at that and how JJM at least tries to address those issues going forward could have become a policy recommendation from there. The coming to an end, almost there is a remark, because all these 5 things, areas, basically from roads to water sanitation to electricity, rightfully the topic is infrastructure development, and it makes a comment that focusing on infrastructure by itself is not enough. Uske saath, I think there is a very important remark that subsidiarity without empowerment will not work. That is what the analysis of the data is showing. क्योंकि responsibility दे दी गई है to the panchayats, but commensurate capacity नहीं है, on human resource allocations नहीं है, training capacity का कोई जिक्र नहीं है. तो in that context, it is difficult to expect that the outcomes would be very different. Why this becomes very important is when we cut to today, जब जल जीवन मिशन वाटर और सैनिटेशन को एज ए यूटिलिटी देख रही है, which means it is a service, then we need service providers, जो कि है नहीं, they are non-existent. And there is a case study that the paper mentions, drawn from SPS's work, where they trained water mechanics. Water for People, जहाँ मैं काम करता हूँ, हमारी भी अनुभव में, और सारी NGOs, when we work with the communities, we've trained people who to deliver these services. But वो project के तहत होता है, NGO वो institutionalize नहीं हो पाता है. But that they play a very critical role, and they are the bridge between the program and in some sense between the government and the consumers. उसको अगर recognize नहीं करें, then this dream of seeing water and sanitation as a service वो पूरा नहीं होगा. और उससे I think just एक related point है, because largely we've relied on secondary data. There is also rich experience of the NGO world, and that is, and we are getting reports that have data on all these parameters, but we are not including that because we know that those data, that is granular, it is much more richer, even for decision making, at least to qualify the gaps in the secondary data sets that you are using. It could have been very useful, especially for the experiences like the water mechanic, that SPS's example you've given. From that, we can glean out policy recommendations, what is needed. Like kal baat hua tha, ASHA workers हैं, बट उनकी रेम्युनरेशन का मुद्दा है, उनका अकाउंटेबिलिटी का मुद्दा है। वाटर और सैनिटेशन में वो कार्डर ही मिसिंग है। तो वी कांट विश अवे कि वाटर सैनिटेशन सबको मिलना चाहिए, इवन बियॉन्ड द प्रोजेक्ट पीरियड, मिशन के बाद भी मिलना चाहिए। वाटर तो इज अ डायनामिक इशू, लेकिन वो लोगों तक ले जाने के लिए जो कार्डर चाहिए, अगर वो नहीं है, उनकी रेम्युनरेशन अगर फिक्स नहीं है, उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी अगर फिक्स नहीं है, देन देयर विल बी अ डिस्कनेक्ट समवेयर. And that in the context of 73rd amendment, I'll end that just with this point, because yeah, 73rd amendment, you mention, all the other papers also talk about that, because the answer lies in devolution, decentralization and empowerment. And it makes a reference that makes a comment that we can't wait for PRIs to be empowered. This one, it's not one before the other, दोनों को साथ साथ होना है. But पानी में the paper mentioned that the devolution of drinking water to panchayats took place in 94. तो करीबन अभी roughly 30 years हो गए हैं from this provision, and we are still saying that ये होना चाहिए. तो is that question कि is it recognized, फिर भी नहीं हो रहा है, then the question becomes, what does it take to make them, what kind of investments, is there a political will, or will ही नहीं है, I mean, then it will not happen despite the investments that are made. And that is the fundamental missing block of the decentralized governance for any of these 5 infrastructure related work. Unless we analyze that, and वो क्यों नहीं है, and it is not enough to say that ये होना चाहिए. What does it take to strengthen the Panchayati Raj system, where the functions are delineated, where the investments are adequately made? तब तक we may not realize this dream. Thank you. I will end here, Raji, and apologies to all the people, I mean, who especially who represent the tribal community, if I have said anything that is factually incorrect or misrepresented facts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to conclude the session with a quick, well, let's say, take just 1 or 2 maximum burning questions, because one, we're running late. We started the first session rather late. And we were also very grateful that we had Pramod Boroji to speak in between. So it's really, really wonderful hearing you, sir. But we take just 2 burning questions, and we'll wind up soon, because I've also been told that Rohit's running late for a class. I am running late for a class too. So we really need to rush this. 2 burning questions, please. Quick. Yes. Yes, please.
थैंक यू. सॉरी, आप बहुत अच्छे बोले हैं, और ये जो रिपोर्ट आपने बनाया है वो बहुत अच्छा रिपोर्ट बनाए हैं. दो ही मैं बोलना चाहूँगा. एक तो मैं वो ट्राइबल का बात जो बोला है उसको आप अदरवाइज मत लीजिए, क्योंकि मैं आप लोग काम किया है उसको कंपेयर करने के लिए बोला, क्योंकि वो ट्राइबल लोग जो है दे आर वेरी शाय, दे आर वेरी आइसोलेटेड, और वो वहाँ से कोई ज़्यादा आदमी आ नहीं रहा है. जैसे कि हमारा प्रोफेसर भरजनीश काका सर है, तो एक इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल पे काम कर रहे हैं. और इसमें मैं 2 बात बोलना चाहूँगा आपका जो रिपोर्ट के ऊपर. मेरा जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, मिडिल इंडिया का जो ट्राइबल है, इसमें मे बी डिलिबरेटली आप गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से या कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन की तरफ से इग्नोर किया गया वो हो सकता है. लेकिन नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया में क्या है, हम लोग ट्राइबल भी इग्नोरेंट हैं. गवर्नमेंट का कोई प्रोजेक्ट को हम लोग सीरियस नहीं लेते हैं. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम आपने जो बताया है वो बराबर है. क्वालिटी का जो इश्यू है उधर भी है, यहाँ भी है. तो मैं खुद रिव्यू ले रहा हूँ जो JJM का क्या हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है. उसमें मुझे दिख रहा है वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा साल चलने वाला नहीं है. वो तो करेगा, फिजिकली देखने के लिए वो कहीं भी मतलब कनेक्शन हो जाएगा, लेकिन वो बहुत ज़्यादा दिन चलेगा नहीं. और वहाँ क्या है, गवर्नमेंट के कोई भी स्कीम के ऊपर इतना नेगेटिविटी है हमारे सोसाइटी में कि कोई भी गवर्नमेंट का काम करे तो वो नहीं होगा ऐसा मान लेता है. तो उसको उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करने में, मोबिलाइज करने में, कैंपिंग करने में जो भी एजेंसीज है वो सक्सेस नहीं हो पा रहा है। लेकिन एनजीओ की तरफ से अगर कुछ करता है, क्योंकि वो सिविल सोसाइटी का आवाज बन के करता है, तो थोड़ा सा लोग का विश्वास तो और भी आ जाता है। बट एनी गवर्नमेंट स्कीम तो उसमें फेलर होने का कारण वो भी है, और ये टाइम पे वो नहीं पहुंचता है। तो टाइम पे नहीं पहुंचता है, ठीक से नहीं करता है, इसीलिए नेगेटिविटी बहुत ज्यादा हो गया है। तो इसीलिए मैं ये दो ही बात मैंने देखा है। अदरवाइज द रिपोर्ट इज वेरी गुड, आपका जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट का ट्राइबल और मिडिल इंडिया का ट्राइबल बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स में डिफरेंस नहीं है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट का अप्रोच या किसी का अप्रोच में थोड़ा सा वो है। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट का ट्राइबल में आपने जैसे कि बोला कि 90% ट्राइबल है, उसके लिए वहाँ का दिमाग अलग है, तो उसको क्या है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम वहाँ भी है। थैंक यू।
और आपकी बात जो ट्राइबल नॉन ट्राइबल की थी वो बिल्कुल सही थी, तो हमको ऐसा कुछ लगा नहीं उसके बारे में। ये कल भी हम लोग की बात हुई थी, प्रोफेसर मिन्स ने भी यही चीज कही थी, फ्रेंड्स ऑफ ट्राइबल्स एंड ट्राइबल्स देमसेल्व्स, देयर इज अ there we need to appreciate that difference. So कोई उसमें ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है।
Thank you, sir. One more question, please. Thank you.
थैंक यू, बहुत अच्छा पेपर प्रेजेंट हुआ। उस पर सर एक जो आपने बोला था स्लिप बैक वाला, तो उसी को थोड़ा सा और मैं बात करना चाह रहा था कि स्लिप बैक जो हो रहा है उसके रीजंस पे अगर थोड़ा सा सोचा जाए तो आगे सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे हम लोग उस पर काम कर सकते हैं। दूसरा एक था कि जो डेटा है, गवर्नमेंट के डेटा को जब भी हम लोग देखते हैं तो हमेशा इंक्रीजिंग या पॉजिटिव रेट में जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ऐसी भी कोई मैकेनिज्म हो जिसमें साल में एक बार या 2 साल में एक बार ये एसेस कर सकेंगे जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट हुआ है is really facilitating the services to the community or not. बस इतना एक सजेशन था। थैंक यू।
If I can just quickly respond to हाँ, जो स्लिप बैक का कारण है वो तो ये है जो मैंने एक तरह से बोला था, अपने उसमें टाइम नहीं था ज्यादा। बेसिकली क्या है कि हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट कर देते हैं लेकिन उसके मेंटेनेंस के बारे में कोई हमारा सोच नहीं है, और जहाँ पे कम्युनिटी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना जरूरी है वो हम सोचते ही नहीं है उस चीज के बारे में। जैसे नल लगा दिया लेकिन पानी नहीं है, नल खराब हो गया, हैंडपंप लगा दिया, हैंडपंप के रिपेयर के लिए कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं है। स्लिप बैक का कारण यही सब है। दूसरा, गवर्नमेंट डेटा, अब देखिए क्या है, हम लोग सब काम करते हैं जहां से, जिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट से मैं आया हूँ, तो हमने देखा है कि क्या होता है एक्चुअली। अब डेटा क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में जनरेट कर रही है, तो मुझे लगा कि इसलिए शायद सेकेंडरी डेटा का ज्यादा वो रहा कि हम उसकी तरफ से देखें कि वो क्या कह रहे हैं। एंड देयर ऑल्सो आई फील कि उसी डेटा में काफी सारी चीजें निकल के आती हैं कि भाई कैपिटल प्रोविजनिंग तो बहुत हमने तेज रफ्तार की, लेकिन जो विश्वदीप कह रहे थे और जो मेरे पेपर में भी मैंने जिस तरह कहा है, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज रिलेटिंग टू क्वालिटी, रिलेटिंग टू कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट, मेंटेनेंस, जो कि शायद इस नतीजे पे पहुंचते हैं फाइनली। जो रिकमेंडेशन निकल के आता है कि इस एरिया में, ट्राइबल एरियाज में और नॉन ट्राइबल एरियाज में एक चीज कॉमन हो सकती है कि कैपेसिटी सब जगह कम है, लेकिन ट्राइबल एरियाज बिकॉज ऑफ द रिमोटनेस एंड डिफिकल्टी एंड ऑफ टेरेन एंड देयर क्या कहते हैं उसका, जो एक ऑनक्लाव काइंड ऑफ कैरेक्टर है कि कंसंट्रेशन है पॉकेट्स में, वो और डिफिकल्ट हो जाते हैं और वहां पे एक कैपेसिटी का इशू और ज्यादा ग्लेयरिंग बन जाता है। तो ये मेरे लिए मुझे लगता है कि
हेलो, तो स्लिप बैक पे एक्चुअली द पेपर मेंशंस, उसके कारण भी उसमें लिखे हुए हैं। CITB में 49.6% स्लिप बैक है बिटवीन 2012 to 17, मतलब लगभग 50% इन्वेस्टमेंट उस दौरान नाकाम हो गया। तो दैट्स ए ह्यूज थिंग। आई मीन इन्वेस्टमेंट तो गया, और इट मेक्स ए डिफरेंशिएशन बिटवीन इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड वेलफेयर एक्सपेंडिचर। तो इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब उससे और भी कई फायदे हैं, वो भी चला गया बिकॉज ऑफ दिस स्लिप बैक। नाउ मेरा एक ही उसमें था जो कि मे बी वी कैन लुक एट कि रीजन आपने दिया है कि एक सुपर स्ट्रक्चर जब खराब हो जाता है, हैंडपंप टूट जाता है, उसकी वजह से पीपल कांट एक्सेस। द अदर है पानी सूख जाता है, वाटर टेबल ड्रॉप होता है। उस केस में वो ये जो पिछला वाला सेशन था डॉक्टर हिमांशु और विजू के, इसमें वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है समझना, बिकॉज 90% ऑफ द सोर्स फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर इज कमिंग फ्रॉम ग्राउंड वाटर। और जेजेएम में ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा बनने वाला है, क्योंकि जैसे आप बता रहे हैं वो पाइप्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लग जाएंगे, लेकिन उसमें पानी लाना अलग बात है, एनर्जी जैसा। तो उसमें अगर एक्यूफर का अंडरस्टैंडिंग अगर ओवरले किया जाता ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के साथ, तो बहुत ही अच्छा इंसाइट आता कि व्हाट कुड बी डन डिफरेंटली इन दीज एरियाज.
Sure. Any comments? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks to both Pramudesh and Bishwadeep for this comments. I'm just going to close with just two very, very small comments. This has been a very, very rich set of papers. Himanshu is not with us here right now, but he was with us in the morning and spoke about groundwater, and also Vijay Shankar's paper on agriculture, last paper that you heard now by Pramudesh. Well, let's say the two things that I want to emphasize that come across as key lessons. Of course, state capacity questions of these are really important and we need to address that, but also reconceptualize what we mean by development. Yeah, let's not use the mainstream development lens to look at tribal areas. And I think that came out very, very clearly in your discussion with us, Pramodji. That was extremely grateful for that. That is the tribal gaze. That is what we see as the world looking at the tribal, agriculture, areas, whatever, and the ways in which the tribal world sees the mainstream are two different things, and we need to really revisit that question. The second point, the key point is about questions of state capacities, yes, but also let's ask not just about numbers. The problem with secondary data is that it gives us numbers which can be put into any framework, right? I mean, so we need to ask how these numbers are made. That is, ask questions about how the community engagement, the community owned and operationalized databases are very different from state-centric and state-designed database, which again, marks a certain degree of uniformity. So empower, people, yes, but empower how is a big question. And I think one of the key messages that comes across from all the papers in these two reports is not just these three, very importantly in these three papers too, is that state capacity, state engagement with tribal belts without community involvement, without community ownership specifically, is not going to work. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much. It's been a great audience. Thank you. Great papers.
Good afternoon. We are moving on to the next paper, which is paper 10 on macroeconomics. I would like to invite the session chair, Professor Virginius Khaka, the author Shantini Satpathy, and the commentator Rohit Azad onto the podium for this discussion.
Welcome to the sessions. We are already late, and therefore I don't really want to make any introductions. And may I request?
Hello, so I'm Shantini, and I'm not going to take much time, so I'm just going to rush through the paper. So my paper is essentially on the economic status of Scheduled Tribe Adivasi and assess the impact of some of the government programs on the Adivasi development. So something that we already know is that Adivasis are among the most deprived of the various minority groups. It's just a question of what is the extent of the deprivation. So some things that we already know of is the fact that, India is home to the largest tribal community in the world. and 81% of those tribal communities actually reside in central India. So this paper essentially focuses on the conditions of the socioeconomic conditions of the tribals of central India. I've also included West Bengal, even though it doesn't technically fall under the central Indian tribal belt, but I've just included that as well. So what we have noticed as far as the tribals are concerned is that, when we talk about the tribals of central India, they basically comprise of the ones who are settled, the nomadic, and the semi-nomadic. For our purposes, we've essentially focused on the settled ones because, as far as the nomadic ones are concerned, we have very little information on them. What explains their conditions is probably some of the rules that have been in place since the colonial times. So if you look at the colonial times, the pre-colonial times, Adivasis had full access over the land and forest resources. What happened was once the British came to India and they realized the commercial potential of these forests, that is when they decided to monopolize the forests, and all in the name of scientific management of forests. That was when the tribal communities were sort of taken out of the forest with, the forest department coming up and different legislations coming in place, which made forests basically come under direct state control. So what that meant was that, traditional livelihoods were lost. People who were essentially tribal communities who had essentially depended on, farming were now becoming agricultural laborers or forced into mining. Say, for instance, in the case of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, the Gonds, Reddis, and Chenchuas were forced out of their home as they lost their traditional livelihoods, which involved slash and burn farming, hunting, gathering minor forest produce, and then they became wage laborers. The early 19th century also saw tribes from Jharkhand, Orissa, mainly the Orao, Mundas, and Santals, migrating and going into the tea gardens of Assam and working in indentured labor. That is where the concept of the tea tribe comes in. Things was expected to change in post-colonial India, which meant that there would be an Adivasi discourse of development, where basically the Prime Minister basically talked about a unity between the tribals and the non-tribals and formulated the Panchsheel. But on the other hand, rather than going into what Panchsheel is, you also have this model of development which focuses on urbanization and industrialization, which also would accelerate tribal displacement because of the development projects. So much of my findings are actually using data, which is again, the latest we could come across at the time when this article was written, volume was written, was SECC 2011, where we found that, as far as the highest earning member of a household was involved, which meant income of 10,000 and more, only 1% of the Adivasi population were making them. While, of course, for the other groups also, it was not high, which was just 7%. Similarly, for, the highest earning of a member of household who were making less than 5%, 48% for all social groups, and only 2% of the Adivasis actually made that amount. So one could see that in 1990s, among the various economic crises, while one were talking about, various structural reforms, agriculture, which was the most dominant form of livelihood, most important form or source of livelihood for the tribal communities, not much had changed. And one would see that, over time, the various subsidies, be it electricity, irrigation, as well as fertilizer, would actually come down. Of course, given the fact that, to a large extent, the tribal communities usually don't rely too much on fertilizer subsidies, or the fact that, their access to electricity is somewhat limited. But even then, one could see that, there were huge problems with, all these subsidies coming down, even if in terms of land, Adivasis tend to have more land than some of the other groups, land fragmentation had been increasing because, they were just found that, the lands were no longer productive. Also, one has to realize that, the Central Indian Tribal Belt is extremely geographically fragile, which means that, with climate change, there has always been the case of intense period of rainfall, and, even the temperatures had also sort of been increasing. The other fact remains that, a large part of it is dependent on rain-fed irrigation, rain-fed farming, and, the scope for irrigation was far more limited. So in terms of numbers, would see that, while when talking about, a section of the population coming out of poverty, as far as the tribal experience grows, the process has been far more slow. And in fact, in 6 out of the 9 Central Indian tribal belt states, majority of the tribals fell under the poverty line. In terms of employment structure, one would see that again, majority of them would depend on cultivation. Of course, one had also seen the changing pattern where they have actually moved from, being farmers, being cultivators, into becoming agricultural labor. So while they did have land, they just did not have the means to continue with farming. There were also cases where they would also sort of engage in migration. So it's very common in the Central Indian belt to see that, they would actually engage in farming, farm for like one season, and the rest of the 9 months they would be working as, informal laborers in some of the other cities, mostly as construction workers, and that's sort of what you call the informal sector jobs. So in terms of, migration too has been a major challenge for the tribal communities. And one would see that, 46% of the tribal women from Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Orissa would constantly migrate to places like Delhi to work as domestic workers, wage laborers, or, work in small shops and in the retail business. In terms of asset ownership, so these are some of the variables that I've looked into. Asset ownership wise also, that, the ST households, 38% of the ST household reported that they did not have any assets. And again, the fact that I was using SECC data from 2011 speaks volumes in terms of how the government has sort of looked into, doing good record keeping as far as, the status of the tribals, Dalit, vis-a-vis all these other communities are concerned. So that being said, I have also looked at, a very popular concept in public policy, which is the Advocacy Coalition Framework, which was developed in 1993 in America, where they talk about policy subsystems. So basically, when we talk about policy subsystems, we're referring to policy domains or policy ideas, where you have competing actors sometimes coming together to form these coalitions, even if they would otherwise have problems, they would not match in terms of, the ideological wavelength. But when it comes to some common policy features, they would actually come together and form a coalition and then sort of push their policy agenda. But in the case of Adivasis, who represent 8.6% of the population, that hasn't really happened. And that possibly explains how, issues of tribal development doesn't really make into, the national or the state agenda. And even in terms of budgetary allocation, one would say that, according to constitutional provision, because Adivasis represent 8.6%, in terms of, budgetary allocations as well as reservations, they at least that should be commensurate with the Adivasi population that exists. But, in terms of seats that are reserved in parliament, 7.65% are actually reserved for the Adivasis in both houses of parliament. Even in the state assemblies, one would see, including Central India, about 7.5%. Over time, we have also seen a constant decline in terms of budgetary allocation for tribal development. And this is irrespective of, several commissions being set up and constantly calling for making targeted allocations towards various dimensions of various issues of tribal development or various policy dimensions or areas of policy dimensions. I'm not going to take any more time because I know we are in a rush. So thank you.
Thank you. So break up for lunch. Acha. Is a discussion. Yeah, okay, so, right.
I'm sorry, I do have a class. This should have happened post lunch as Shantani had asked me to, but unfortunately because of the class. So I'll be very brief. The chapter that was sent to me and the chapter that I'm discussing is extremely rich in data, secondary sources. It has really compiled a lot of data sources, which he has presented here before you. But I'm going to actually use that to probably narrate a story. And that story, in my opinion, और हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में दोनों भाषा में अगर बोल सकते हैं, तो the post-colonial development that she was talking about, वो एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा हम क्लास में काफी रेगुलर तौर पे पढ़ाते हैं. और जो ये डेटा दिखाता है कि बहुत सारी चीजें जो हम क्लास में पढ़ाते हैं, जो मैं पढ़ाने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, वो सही नहीं है. तो मैं उसके बारे में ही 2-3 चीजें बोलना चाहूंगा. जब हम लोगों के देश में पहला जो प्लानिंग पीरियड के समय में डिस्कशन हुआ था, वो इस सवाल को लेके था कि सही मायने में क्या हम रोजगार इस हद तक क्रिएट कर सकते हैं जिससे कि जितने लेबर सरप्लस सेक्टर्स हैं, लेबर सरप्लस जहां पे एरियाज हैं, वहां से हम लेबर को अब्सॉर्ब कर पाएं. जितने भी क्रिटिसिज्म हुए हैं प्लानिंग पीरियड के या उसके पोस्ट प्लानिंग पीरियड के समय देखिए, वो क्रिटिसिज्म चाहे लेफ्ट का हो, जो क्रिटिसिज्म पोस्ट रिफॉर्म के टर्म्स में है, या अगर आप क्रिटिसिज्म देखें जो राइट विंग इकोनॉमिस्ट या प्रो मार्केट इकोनॉमिस्ट का देखें प्लानिंग पीरियड के बारे में, वो दोनों ही क्रिटिसिज्म एक तौर पे कहा जाए तो बहुत पार्शियल हैं. और ये समझना जरूरी है जो इस डेटा से रिफ्लेक्ट होके आता है. व्हाई इज इट द केस दैट एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन कैपेसिटी ऑफ द मॉडर्न सेक्टर, सो टू स्पीक, has actually not been enough, whether you look at the planning period or you look at the post-planning period, whether it's the reforms or pre-reforms. So the post-colonial development model, whether led by the state or the post-reform period, which has been led by the market, neither of them has actually delivered in terms of absorbing labor. Why is that so? The fact that the receiving end of this happens to be the tribal population, essentially not just the tribal population alone, but a large labor surplus economy that we have, has to do with the kind of development model that has been implemented in India. अगर आप state-led capitalism के phase की बात करें, उस समय सारा का सारा focus was on capital goods industry. The entire planning period was about that. And hence the employment generation capacity of the state-led model itself was extremely limited. और इसका असर आप देखते हैं कि इसमें एग्रीकल्चर का जो इंपॉर्टेंस था वो काफी बाद में जाके ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन के आसपास जो उस पर चर्चा होती है, सारा फोकस प्लानिंग पीरियड का कैपिटल गुड्स इंडस्ट्री की हम कमांडिंग हाइट्स तक पहुंचे उस तक ही सीमित था. The same thing happens in the post-reform period, except that it's not the state-led capitalism. You have a market-led, corporate sector-led capitalism where it does the same thing. आप अगर डेटा उठा के देखें 2000 के दशक का, हमारे देश में आज तक के ग्रोथ के टर्म्स में सबसे ज्यादा ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी जो है हिंदुस्तान का उस दौर में रहा. लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसी दौर में जितना हाई ग्रोथ हो रहा था, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन कैपेसिटी जो इस लेबर को एब्जॉर्ब कर सकती थी एग्रीकल्चर के वहां से या ट्राइबल एरिया से, जो हम ट्रांजिशन की बात करते हैं, वो उस समय भी नहीं हुआ. दोनों ही फेजेस में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन कैपेसिटी काफी लिमिटेड था. एंड हेंस when we look at the whole question of transition, the whole question of development reaching, of mainstreaming the tribal population is limiting because of the model of development that was implemented in both the phases. And hence, to understand how and where we are and the kind of movements that are built against this development model is actually inclusive of both phases of our history. And hence to focus only on either post-reform or on pre-reform is, in my opinion, incorrect. What is important is to see where this labor could have been absorbed. And for that, you needed a different kind of a macroeconomic structure, which unfortunately was not provided with by either of the two. अब इस पे सवाल ये आता है कि हम ये मेन स्ट्रीमिंग के टर्म्स में सोचे ही क्यों? प्रमोद जी सुबह अभी थोड़ी देर पहले काफी अच्छे तरीके से ये समझा के गए कि मेन स्ट्रीमिंग जरूरी ही क्यों है. हम ऐसा क्यों सोचें कि tribal belt या tribal people or people who are deprived can only be absorbed in the formal sector or in the modern sector. That's the only form in which development can take place. ऐसा डेवलपमेंट जिसके बारे में काफी लिखा जा चुका है, एनवायरमेंटली अगर देखा जाए, क्लाइमेट के टर्म्स में अगर देखा जाए, it is detrimental to the climate itself, to environment. So why do we not need to see the model in a different way altogether? अब इकोनॉमिक्स में ये कहा जा रहा है, हम लोग तो काफी ग्रोथ और इससे काफी ऑब्सेस्ड होते हैं इकोनॉमिस्ट, अभी कहा जा रहा है कि ग्रोथ ही एक गलत चीज थी, हमें सोचने का ढर्रा ही हमें कुछ और होना चाहिए था, विच इज नाउ बी कॉल्ड द डी ग्रोथ। हम उल्टी दिशा में हमें जाना चाहिए था, जिस दिशा में ये मामला गया उसके विपरीत। यानी कि आप छोटे स्तर पे स्मॉल इज ब्यूटीफुल कहा जा रहा है, लेस इज मोर के टर्म्स में अगर सोचा जाता, ऐसा विजुअलाइजेशन होता जो बहस एक समय में हमारे इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन को लेके हुआ था गांधी जी और नेहरू जी के बीच में, उस बहस को वापस से लाने की जरूरत है। वो बहस सही में एक सेंट्रल बहस, एक सेंट्रल डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। That is not to say that the current level of development in tribal areas or in or people who don't have employment, they should stay in the same condition. No, absolutely not. That debate was in terms of whether we need large scale industrialization as the only form of development or not. क्या कोई और तरीका डेवलपमेंट का, डेफिनेशन ही डेवलपमेंट का अलग हो सकता है, जिसमें राइट टू हेल्थ हो, जिसमें राइट टू एजुकेशन हो, ये सब बुनियादी चीजें हो, rather than focusing only in terms of generating employment in the modern industrial sector. जो डेटा यहां पे दिखाता भी है कि ये दोनों ही एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एक तौर पे फेल किए हैं हमारे देश में, और जब दोनों ही एक्सपेरिमेंट्स फेल हुए हैं तो जरूरत इस बात की थी कि हम इस डेवलपमेंट मॉडल के एक ऑल्टरनेटिव के टर्म्स में वो बहस की जाए। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम लोग उसी मॉडल को पुश करने में, अभी चाहे ये सरकार हो या इसकी पिछली सरकार थी, वो सेम ही ढर्रे से सोचने के तरीके के कारण हम लोग उस पैराडाइम को ही क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। मेरे हिसाब से ये चैप्टर इस चीज को दिखलाता है कि ये जो बुनियादी सवाल है, ये आज अगर हम नहीं उठा पा रहे हैं, ये बुनियादी सवाल की इस तरीके का इंक्लूजन, इस तरीके का मेन स्ट्रीमिंग शायद ट्राइबल एरियाज को जरूरत नहीं है, शायद वो मेन स्ट्रीमिंग उन लोगों के लिए है नहीं। सिर्फ ये ट्राइबल एरियाज की बात नहीं है, जो लेबर सरप्लस इकोनॉमी जिस तरीके की है, वहां पे एक ऑल्टरनेटिव मॉडल के टर्म्स में सोचने की जरूरत है, एक ऑल्टरनेटिव इकोनॉमिक्स के टर्म्स में सोचने की जरूरत है, ना कि उसी ढर्रे में जो ढर्रा फेल हुआ, जो ढर्रा डिलीवर नहीं किया। आज हमारे देश में सर्विसेज सेक्टर बहुत ग्रो कर रहा है, लेकिन एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है। जो एक बड़ा सेक्शन एग्रीकल्चर से निकल के ना वो इंडस्ट्री में जा पाया है, ना वो सर्विसेज में जा पाया है, त्रिशंकु की तरह जो है एक अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में लटका हुआ है। वैसे एक मॉडल को आप जितना भी ग्रोथ कर लीजिए, उस मॉडल से आप एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट नहीं कर पाएंगे, और अगर नहीं कर पाएंगे, बुनियादी सवाल फिर भी रह जाएंगे। इसीलिए वो फंडामेंटल डिबेट जो एक समय में हुआ था, वो बहस वापस से लाए जाने की जरूरत है। हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक लेबर सरप्लस इकोनॉमी है, हम चाइना नहीं बन सकते हैं, ना चाइना बनने की जरूरत है। तो उस स्थिति में हम क्या करें, ये मेरे हिसाब से इस चैप्टर का, हालांकि मैं डेटा पे नहीं कह रहा हूं क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी प्रेजेंट किया जा चुका है, ये जरूर एक सवाल पोज करता है हम सभी लोगों के लिए, जो प्रैक्टिस में है, जो पॉलिसी में काम कर रहे हैं, जो ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे हैं, या जो इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ा रहे हैं जैसे हम जैसे लोग। इन सवालों को अभी हमारे डिस्कोर्स का बुनियादी सवाल बनाया जाना चाहिए, तभी जाके हम इस तरीके के जो करंट डिस्कशन चल रहा है डेवलपमेंट को, उसको क्वेश्चन कर पाएंगे। विदाउट क्वेश्चनिंग दैट बेसिक पैराडाइम ऑफ डेवलपमेंट द वे इट इज डिफाइंड, इट वुड बी इम्पॉसिबल टू आंसर द क्वेश्चंस दैट हैव बीन posed by this chapter. I'm sorry, it's not a very well organized thought that I've presented before you, but I think the criticism, whether it is made by the left or the right in this country, they're both partial because they only focus on one side. So one is good, planning is good for the left, and for the market economists, post-reform is good, whereas there is a problem with both these sets of models, and that fundamental questioning is required. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sadhandi, for your presentations and an interesting comments by Rohit. We will take a couple of questions because he has made presentations, and I think to take questions after lunch probably will not be appropriate. So let's take a couple of questions if you have.
Thank you. Working? Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, Shantini and Rohit. I mean, extremely thought-provoking. I want to ask Rohit then, what is the alternative model? Have economists spent some time on it? Because I know that once upon a time, there was an alternative model that feminists thought of, but I'm not sure what is the thinking now at present. Thank you.
There's a couple of them because I think that will be more economic. If there's some more people. I think there are no more questions. So you want to?
Sorry, I'm actually not the person who has written the chapter, but let me still respond to this since the question was particularly asked. I think in terms of the alternatives, first and foremost, I would say that we should do away with this obsession with growth per se, growth for growth's sake. Now, again, not a new idea. Amartya Sen and others have written extensively about it. But I think even in the definition of development, what do we mean by development? If we question that very framework, maybe that will pose or give us certain answers. For example, why should, let's say, big dams be the only solution to electricity generation? An alternative model which could be small dam, which doesn't displaces people, and the technology already exists. If we were to just go by that, electricity generation from renewable sources can be done from that source also, which can act as a substitute for coal. So, you know, people are talking about in terms of green growth at a small scale. I mean, small scale, decentralized level, which generates employment also, is one of the ways in which you can challenge both the current development model as well as the issues of climate change. But I would say that also may not be a solution. I mean, why can't we see it as a change in the value system itself? Why is it the case that more is better? Why is it the case that the driving force of any system should only be accumulation? I mean, why can it not be seen differently? The same thing redistributed more equally is a much better system than a system which is just growing. So I'm not saying I have the answers. People have provided answers. I mean, some have gone to the extent of saying that there should be degrowth. So the economies, instead of growing, should degrow. But that obviously is not relevant for the global south. But in the global south, you can think one can think in terms of a growth which is more redistributive in nature, and a growth which is not obsessed with just growth itself. So redistribution with wealth tax, with inheritance tax, and many other things which can be used for all the rights that the state can provide for. That is a far better model which addresses some of these issues. But again, that's a stopgap arrangement. A more fundamental thinking may be required.
Anyone? Yeah.
I'm a biotechnologist. I was traveling the northeastern states. So, I mean, for development, for economic growth, extremely important in those regions. I looked at some technologies, which is locally developed. So the local resources, both from human and natural. So I was looking at some of those components. When I looked at a very costly product being developed, a kilo of a particular, fiber-based product is 10 lakhs rupees, 10,000 rupees per kilo they are selling. Still, they are earning something to the tune of 50 rupees per month, per day. So when I look at the entire procedure is so huge. I mean, it's the way they could generate it so slow. I've developed a program for making it faster, okay? But the thought process is, once we develop that technology and big companies or multinationals find a use for it, it would get moving from that region for a fully automated type of a system to be developed. And in the economic benefit will be moving from them to someone else. So we are looking at that aspect. So I think it is fundamentally looking deeper into both human resource and natural resources from those regions and try and lock those things by some legal means to develop and put those strategies for their own growth in that local region would be one very good answer. And it can be looked into huge spectrum, from forest resources, human resources, animal resources, so many things I am seeing. So I think there are answers, but it need to be kind of looked into deeper. Thank you.
Of course, interesting questions. And I think there are safeguards in the Northeast in terms of the fact that, for example, Nagaland or Mizoram, they have 371A and I think G, whereby the resources will remain with the community. And even the act of the parliament cannot really do anything with that. And similarly, to some extent, you will find in many of the states like Meghalaya and other, because of autonomous district council. So that provision is there. But the problem today is that even in the Northeast, there are aspirations and people really want big money. And therefore, very politicians, in fact, are trying to say as to how to manipulate that. So these are problems. Otherwise, legal framework already actually is in place in the Northeast, except probably in Assam. But even in Assam, if you take Karbi Anglong, even Bodo, what you call Bodo areas, because these are 6 scheduled areas. So there's a constitutional mechanism says that. So we have to really think. But as I said, that the aspiration to have more, accumulate is something becoming more important. And within the society, you find that there is a ideology or there is a imagination of development which is moving in 2 different kind of directions. Politicians and bureaucrats, they want in one direction, civil society wants another. These are some of the problems which you find in Northeast. So we break it, we will come back, we'll resume the same sessions. There are 2 more papers. And therefore, even if there are more papers, even including this one, we'll take it up after the lunch. Thank you.
So we are going to break for lunch. Can we do a 45 minutes lunch? Thank you.
I joined about 9 years back.
Methodology. We have written a lot about that in various places. The methodology followed by the Central Groundwater Board is has a lot of issues, many problems. It's effective in many ways. So if they say the area is safe in terms of groundwater, it does not mean much. We actually go into the very specific area and understand it more fully. More importantly, the Central Groundwater Board methodology, or generally when we talk about groundwater, about recharge, annual recharge, replenishment, and extraction, etc. The underlying rock strata are not really taken into account. The hydrogeological setting, what we call in the paper, that has not been looked at. So India has tremendous variety in terms of rocks, lithographical variety is there, also hydrogeological variety. That is not really properly taken into consideration. And without that, if you mindlessly expand, try to intensify groundwater use, and these areas can run into problems. And the paper actually cites examples of a few blocks. It actually talks about 4 case studies. One in Madhya Pradesh, near the area where we work, where there are 2 different hydrogeological settings almost lying parallel to each other. There is a plateau region, what they call the Malwa Plateau, which is supposed to be plentiful in groundwater. And there is a valley region, Nimar region.
Good afternoon. Can we request all the participants to join us back so that we can start the session? We would now request Dr. Khaka to once again rejoin us on the podium. We have the first paper on gender, and we'll invite Dr. Vanita Mukherjee to join us to the podium. We'll also have the other paper on hunger and malnutrition. And I'm not sure if Dr. Deepa Sinha is here yet. I don't think so. In that case, we would also ask Dr. Meghla Krishnamurthy to join us on the podium. She's here, but like, okay. Okay. I think we can just send somebody to get her. Dr. Khaka, should we start? Meghla and Deepa. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello, Deepa. Hi. Oh, sure. We just start with a different paper, but you just joined. I see. No, that's all right. That's all right. You're fine. That's fine. Professor Meghla Krishnamurthy, is she here already? Okay. Okay. Hello, since can you join? No, we'll do start with the gender paper, but we just request you to. Okay, Deepa's here as well. Since none of the authors from the gender paper are here, so I'm just going to present excerpts from the paper, and I'll try to finish it up as soon as possible. So this paper was written by Madhu Sareen and Shankar Gopalakrishnan. And basically it's on, the status of tribal women, again, focusing on central India. ST women suffer not only from normal gender-based disadvantages, but also inherent in customary laws and practices, while also due to belonging to the most marginalized and vulnerable section of the Indian society. So what this paper does is examine the emerging gender issues, including gender-based violence among ST communities of the central Indian tribal belt. So I'm just going to present brief write-ups from this paper. While the women's movement was successful for progressive amendments to the Hindu Succession Amendment Act of 2005, giving women equal inheritance as well as as men, there has been relatively limited attention given to the changing and declining rights of tribal women, in part due to the constitutional protection granted to scheduled tribes. The biggest challenge remains with the definition of tribe itself, and the scheduling of tribes are even more uneven, with some Adivasis scheduled in one state but not in others. Many tribal communities have escaped scheduling altogether or losing scheduled status due to migration to areas other than where they were scheduled. So some of the variables that they have looked at includes literacy. While government provisions and interventions promote higher literacy for ST women, but wide variation in literacy rates remain among ST women from these states. Part of the reason lies in the left-wing extremism, which contributes to a high degree of absenteeism, insensitivity to Adivasi culture, because most of these schools teaches, the medium of instruction is mostly Hindi, while the students attending these classes have their own Adivasi language. As far as sex ratio is concerned, the ST sex ratio is higher than the national sex ratio in all states. Once again, there's usually no preference seen for female, unlike some of the other groups. However, ST children have a 19% higher risk from dying during the neonatal period and 45% higher risk of dying in the postnatal period compared to some of the other social categories. And again, the author cites poor health infrastructure as among the primary reasons. Health in general, this becomes a problem in examining gender issues in health status and healthcare available to the tribal woman, is that disaggregated data, even for tribal population, is not easily available. Despite improvements, challenges do exist. The Janani Suraksha Yojana, while this has been extremely popular, there are difficulties in promoting institutional deliveries in tribal areas. There are, of course, occasional reports of starvation death of tribal children, sterilization camps for tribal women in horrific conditions leading to death of several young women in Chhattisgarh, and a general gap in health and nutrition indicators between the tribal and general population indicate the dismal condition of health facilities and health status of the tribal women. Employment. A high proportion of ST women are engaged as marginal workers compared to men, and they mostly work in cultivation as agricultural laborers or in the household industry. Considering that marginal work is even more likely to be casual, intermittent, and insecure in nature, it indicates a greater and increasing vulnerability of ST women. While there are constitutional provisions that do exist for tribals, there seems to be no specific interventions for protecting or increasing gender equality among ST communities living in the 5th schedule areas. Tribal women's land and resource rights and participation in traditional governance institutions are defined by customary laws and practices, the majority of which deprive women of any property or inheritance rights and exclude them from community decision-making fora. The tribal subplan allocations have rarely met the required norms, and their benefits often do not reach the Adivasis. In any case, the TSP planning and allocations continue to be gender neutral. PESA also has no provisions for ensuring that women are enabled to participate in Gram Sabha deliberations when they do take place. In fact, this would be conflict with its mandate to protect tribal traditions and customs. As far as the FRA goes, there are equal protection of rights for women in all titles, as well as representation in all decision-making authorities responsible for implementation. So one could see that compared to PESA, FRA does a better job in terms of representation for women. Despite tribal major women in role in household economy, with the exception of foraging tribes, women are mostly uniformly excluded from traditional village councils and decision-making related to social affairs by most of the tribal communities. In most tribes across the eastern, central, and southern parts of India, although women do a large proportion of the work in agriculture, gathering forest produce, daily wage labor, domestic chores, child rearing livestock, and selling produce, they have no rights over land. Women's right to access and use of common lands and forests remains, while such lands remain within the community. The fear of losing tribal land to non-tribals is another concern that is faced mostly by the tribal women. Through marriages which reinforces the male attitude towards women having any property right, despite demands of Adivasi women for the same. During the self-rule movement, some tribal leaders were only willing to consider women having property rights on the condition that they should not be allowed to marry outside the tribe. The fear of losing tribal lands to non-tribals through marriages has reinforced the male attitude towards women having any property rights, despite demands of Adivasi women for the same. During the self-rule movement, some tribal leaders were only willing to consider women having property rights, like I said, if they were on the condition that they would not be allowed to marry outside. A couple of other things that the paper does discuss is the high degree of sexual violence that tribal women face. This can be at the levels of ashram shala or the ST hostels. There are also cases of high incidence of violence, domestic violence faced by tribal women, but there is no standard record keeping of that. Of course, the NHFS 3 does refer to 46% of the tribal women experience some form of spousal violence. There are also the practices of witch hunting, which basically entails gaining resource, and the whole process happens with the purpose of gaining control over resources, personal enmity with powerful members of the community, and the prevalence of superstition among being some of the other factors which prompt witch hunting among tribal communities of central India. There are other challenges, including displacement-induced loss of status and increased vulnerability of women, including their loss of access to forest and forest resources. Migration, of course, impacts women more adversely, and women migrants face threats of sexual abuse and having to live under harsh conditions and constant insecurity while their children miss out on schooling. The women left behind have to cope with managing of land, children, and livestock single-handedly and becomes more and more vulnerable to sexual exploitation. ST women, therefore, are far from achieving an equal status. Despite improvements in literacy and health indicators, significant gaps remain between the indicators for mainstream Indian society and those for the STs. Of course, this also goes across gender. Structural inequalities suffered by the region's ST women, particularly as a result of exclusion from political participation and property rights, further worsens the condition for ST women in these parts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Shantini, for presenting this paper on behalf of Madhu Sareen and Shankar Gopalakrishnan. It's about emerging gender issues affecting India's scheduled tribes. As I'm the discussant and I hope to stick to my 15 minutes, but I'm also aware of what was said this morning about speaking from being a friend of tribals and being the tribal oneself. So again, I stand here with much humility, and I'm very aware of the limitations of one's understanding. And I really hope that those in the room can throw light on those who are actually living among these communities or have lived experiences. So this is a very detailed, long 35-page paper, and they have used data from various sources. There's ethnographic material from their own research and a bunch of others, and it covers a very wide spectrum of issues as it affects women from tribal communities of central India, where more than half of the scheduled tribe populations live. So the focus is also on the contiguous 8 areas of the states. And I think even though one cannot do justice to all the data, and surely the paper itself has made a choice on what to choose and not choose, one thing that the paper does is completely debunk a bunch of assumptions we have and notions we have about the better quote unquote status of women from tribal communities, and that they enjoy greater freedom and their autonomy and agency is far, far higher than other women residing in other parts of India. So what the paper does is to debunk this by using 2 kinds of indicators. One is the conventional indicator and the non-conventional indicators. So these 2 sets of indicators actually are, you know, in terms of structure, it's a little meandering kind of a paper. So the 2 indicators are set as bookends, one at the beginning and one at the fag end. And in between, they have all those details that Shantini outlined about what are the unique socioeconomic and political features of tribal communities and the law and the constitutional protections that govern them. So they chart out examples from different states, and they use an intersectional gender analysis, locating women at the juncture of their multiple social identities of class, tribe, gender, location, context, culture, etc. However, there are quite a few limitations that I'll wish to point out, more for a discussion and for a feedback rather than a critique per se. So on the conventional indicators, the authors use various socioeconomic development indicators on education, sex ratios, health, employment, and they use several examples. Most of these indicators paint a very dismal picture, and it is quite evident that women from tribal communities generally fare poorly compared to the social category, other social categories in the country, like even caste. However, there are some exceptions like sex ratio. And one of the things that was striking for me was that over a 10-year period, health indicators like infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, and nutritional status like stunting, wasting, and underweight are actually improving. This is from NFHS 3 to NFHS 4. However, maternal mortality ratios in some states of the central India belt where the tribals live are far higher than all India figures. And one of the leading causes of maternal mortality, as we know in India, the paper doesn't mention it, is anemia. Now, anemia is higher among women from scheduled tribe communities. And for me, what was missing in this paper is a reference to, or even a short discussion on sickle cell anemia that is endemic among tribal populations. So there is, there's a very interesting paper which sort of charts out the spatial epidemiology of sickle cell anemia in India, and it's mapping high clusters And what the map shows is the very, very high prevalence in Central India tribal belt of sickle cell anemia. So the question that arose for me, to what extent this is skewing maternal mortality ratios among tribals? Because, and what is the effect of sickle cell anemia on women's lives, and what is being done about it by the state? Obviously, the tribal subplan has allocations, but we have no insight on what exactly it does and where the money is going. I think the second point missing in the paper is on the work participation rate among scheduled tribe women and the changes in work that women engage with. So women's participation rate is quite high among tribals in our country. And the authors point out that the majority of them are marginal workers, that is, those who work then less than 6 months in a year. And what's the figure that really screamed out at me was that in 10 years, from the census 2001 to 11, this has increased threefolds, marginal workers. So it's literally from 20% to 60%, indicating that women have been reduced to casual, intermittent, and do insecure forms of work, and that has increased. So the authors attribute this to many intertwining factors of dispossession, displacement, both state and corporate led on mining, agrarian distress, alienation of communal lands, and so on. And there's a threefold decrease in deterioration of women's status of workers in a short span of time. And I think this really begs a deeper analysis of what has been its impact on gender relation within the household, and that is missing. So on the non-conventional indicators, violence against women is the one they're really dealing with. It includes, violence is universal. It's not just about scheduled tribe women undergoing violence. It's, I think, 1 in 3 women across the world undergo violence at some point of time in their lives. So they outline specific forms of violence that scheduled tribes face in the Central India belt. And they are witch hunting, sexual abuse and rape of women and girls. They also discuss violation of women's dignity to public humiliation and nude parades. And that's not in the violence section, but in another section. Though they mention domestic violence from the data from NFHS, there's very, very little discussion on that. There's just a brief mention in the paper. So on witch hunting. Witch hunting, as we know, is one of the most egregious form of violence against women. And in this paper, the witch hunting is based on only just one example from Madhya Pradesh. I think what was missing in this paper is an opportunity to expand it and look at other parts of Central India belt, not just Madhya Pradesh, because there has been quite a few in-depth studies being done on witch hunting in India. There's an NGO called Partners in Law and Development, and their research on witch hunting, which is on their website, and I would encourage people who are interested to go to that website. They had data from Bihar, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand, and also Kelkar and Nathan, that is Govind Kelkar and Dev Nathan, who've done a lot of research in Jharkhand, and they refer to them in this paper, have done, again, very detailed study on witch hunting. So what the PLD study indicates is that witch hunting largely targets middle-aged women, anywhere between 40 to 60 years, who are married. And this form of violation is perpetrated by those related by marriage to the women to gain control over their assets and property. Very, very small properties. And women are branded as witches and tortured and killed in the process. So it's not just scheduled tribes. It cuts across different castes, which include scheduled caste and OBCs, and also religious groups who have converted. So in fact, there's a lot of recorded witch hunting against Christian tribals. So what the PLD study also shows that in Jharkhand and in general, across the 3 states, is the scheduled tribes have the highest incidence of witch hunting. And I think that really needs to be gone deeper into. In terms of sexual abuse and rape of women, what they point out is this huge change, because it was almost absent in the 70s in this area. And then they trace the rise of rape and sexual abuse with encroaching of land by mining companies and other development projects, and the personnel and employees of these mining projects actually perpetrating the crime. So in addition to the loss of land, communal land that leads to conflicts with forest personnel, that also ends up in rape of women. So it is all state personnel like CRPF, BSF, who are posted to tackle left-wing extremism, who molest and rape young girls. It's also forest guards and personnel, because there's a huge conflict. Even though women are allowed to enter and, to harvest certain produce, it's barred for them. So there's a lot of conflict that comes up. And the authors then highlight that there is also prevalence in sexual abuse by tribal men, something that was unheard of earlier. So this section also, it brings in the whole impacts of neoliberal agenda on the state, the dispossession of the communal lands and productive resources, and the complex ways in which they act to deprive women of their livelihood and also their bodily autonomy and integrity. Now, what is missing is also, what are the redressal mechanisms for women? One assumes that customary laws and village councils have no teeth in booking forest officials and CRPF. But what is the recourse and what are the barriers that there are for women to seek redressal? Because there are many progressive provisions under the rape law against on domestic violence in India. There is no insight on how do these pan out, and even if they are, how does it even operationalize for tribal women? What I think that would be very, very useful thing to say. The other form of very specific violence is this public humiliation and nude parades, a very gross form. And why it happens is that tribal women sometimes fall in love with non-tribal men, and there are some relationships that they develop. So, but these are perceived by the tribal men, especially from the community, that it's a ruse to take away their land, which normally non-tribals cannot buy in the 5th schedule. So the fear of losing tribal land to non-tribals through marriages has reinforced attitudes about depriving women of their autonomy in choice in having partners so that they don't lose property. So, and most of this nude parading, etc., is done by the men within the community. So there has to be some discussion on customary law and what are the kinds of immunity that is enjoyed under this law for violating women's bodies and dignity and stripping them in a public. It's really a big question. So what I found is in this paper that is rich and it deals with a lot of information dealing with very complex issue. What is also missing is a larger framework of analysis to locate this. So there's a lot of work now, theoretical work on or easy conceptual way of understanding what's happening. And there's work on women's empowerment, autonomy, and agency. And using this as a frame would have structured the paper better and brought out the contradictions more sharply in the ways in which women are juxtaposed at the crossroads of customary law, the 5th schedule areas, PESA and FRA. So each one, the ways in which they're interacting and impacting on women's lives, I think is not just complex, but I think it would be very, very useful to see they contradict each other, because under customary law and tradition, women do not participate. It's a very patriarchal, male-led body that decides and, passes judgments. So women cannot be a part of it, but women can be a part of forest right committees. They have some voice in PESA. So how do the twain meet? What are the ways in which it can actually play out is something that really could have been done. So anyway, because of all this, women are deprived from property, inheritance rights, excluded from community decision-making, etc. And what the authors say, and I quote, that
customary laws and practices define gender relations among the different tribes, and most of the emerging gender issues are rooted in conflicts being generated by interaction between these laws and socio-economic changes at the macro level. So, how does the conflict for tribal women on special provision provided under the Constitution and their customary law work out? I think so. In contrast, the other issue that comes out is, in contrast to the rest of India, where women have anywhere between 33 and 50% reservation in local health governance bodies, how do women exercise their political participation and participation in other governance mechanism at the local level is other big question. So other questions that come up is a lack of discussion on women's agency in the paper. So, this year itself, if you run through the literature, you find a spate of protests led by women in 2022, April, May, and September. And they were all very novel forms of protest by tribal women in Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Rajasthan. And they made news. So as women lack political participation in the local, in their customary governance systems, have they resorted to this protest? It's against a range of actors like the police, teachers in school, mining projects. And there's not a single word or being discussed about, women's agencies here. The second question that arises is, what has conversion to Christianity, which is a very highly controversial and sensitive issue in today's political regime, what has it done to tribal women? Has it bettered their education level? Is there a cultural loss of positive practices? So some tribal groups have a very large proportion of Christian populations against them. So I'm going to end and saying that this very rich, long-winding paper that is based on land ownership, and also it highlights the types of agriculture practiced by women, whether it is settled or foraging, and each one has a different way of defining what's possible, the gender order as it were. So I think they're a stark reminder for us about the complexity, about the patriarchal and the gender order. And in the end, there are some very interesting recommendations that I can't discuss now, but lots of examples from NGOs on, how the way forward and what has been done with women's groups, self-help groups, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take up the papers for discussions after the second paper had been presented, so that we can save some time. So may I request Deepa?
Thank you. Firstly, apologize for not being here throughout. Couldn't miss the classes at the university, so I had to rush only for this session. Thank BRLF for including me as part of this project. It did give me an occasion to reflect on a number of issues. Also want to say that in this little time that I have to present, I won't really present exactly the chapter. The chapter was written, I think, almost 5 years back, and we have more data. One has more experience and has been able to think more about these issues. So I don't know how much of it is in the chapter and how much of it is after, but so I'm going a little beyond the chapter when I'm presenting here. And one big issue when we were doing this was that there was no data available. So the NFHS 4 had just released their fact sheets, and that was after a 10-year gap of the NFHS 3. Secondly, also, I think in the context of the nutrition paper, it was a bit of an afterthought chapter because health did not really, given the space, manage to cover nutrition, and therefore it was decided that nutrition should be there. Some of the things we thought should be done, we were not able to do for the chapter, like having some at least qualitative field work included, getting some case studies and so on were planned. There were some interns who tried to do this, but that did not really pan out as well. So it is more, I think, in the nature of a status report and raising issues into what more can be done and needs to be looked at. And that's what I want to focus on here also. So given that context, firstly, when we talk about nutrition and food security, one also in India, before getting into the issue of hunger and malnutrition amongst tribals, that the issue of hunger and malnutrition itself is quite a serious concern overall, and is also very complex. And those who have followed even recent debates around the Global Hunger Report, for example, would know that there is this whole debate even around how you define hunger, how you define malnutrition. So everything gets kind of couched under it. And the other debate is on whether it is really about access to food security, and how much of it is to do with behavioral change and so on. And when we look at investments in public programs, when we look at, say, the Poshan Abhiyan, a lot of the programs that, say, international organizations support also, they focus a lot on the behavior change aspects of nutrition, on telling people what they should eat and having the right dietary practices. And this is even more imposed upon tribal communities when you're coming from outside. Like, for instance, in the Central Indian Belt, you find a number of communities, milk is not a usual practice among children, but that's sort of brought in as the most nutritious thing to give children and so on. So the first part of the chapter basically looks at the data. And again, it needs to be seen in the context of all the other chapters in the book as well, because nutrition itself is determined by so many factors. It's not to do with any single factor. And like we see in everything else that has been presented, when we disaggregate the data by the social groups, you find that even for various indicators of malnutrition, be it stunting among children, be it underweight, be it anemia, you find that when you disaggregate it, it is much higher amongst the tribal population than amongst other groups, whether even in most cases, even higher than amongst the Dalit categories, although it's very close. So that clear ranking that emerges in all malnutrition indicators, where there's highest levels of stunting, highest level of underweight, highest level of anemia amongst the tribal groups, is something that comes out quite clearly even now in the NFHS 5 data. And so the book, the chapter tries to look at various such indicators and for various age groups. So for example, if you look at adolescent girls, 49.2%, that's almost every 1 in 2 adolescent girls amongst Adivasi communities has a low BMI. Whereas but it's high amongst others also. So it is 40.7% amongst the upper caste groups. So there is a problem of malnutrition amongst all groups, and it's worse and severe amongst the Adivasi groups. And of course, when we're talking about tribal groups, it's also to do with we are basically focusing on the Central Indian states, especially again in malnutrition. When you look at the outcomes, the northeastern states, which have a high ST population, are amongst the best outcomes as far as nutrition is concerned, which I think also gives us a link, kind of a hint into diets and access to a variety of foods that people have in these different parts of the country. So a couple of issues that I want to raise as things that we need to look at when we are talking about malnutrition at this point of view. First, even when we are discussing trends, there is, post the NFHS 5 data, there is this whole now discussion that what the NFHS 5 data shows is convergence, that the gap between the social groups is reducing. And there is Surjit Balla is the person who has written about this. But if you actually look at the data carefully, what you find is, convergence is quite literally taken to be the percentage point gap between the different groups. Although that has, of course, reduced, you find that the improvements amongst STs, amongst SCs, and even amongst other groups between 2005 and 5-6 to 15-16, compared to between 2015-16 to 2019-20, which is when the NFHS 5 was done, when you annualize it and so on, the rate of improvement has fallen. And I think this is something that we need to be concerned about and look at, that the improvements in malnutrition has slowed down. So the SC and ST groups do remain below, and everybody is now improving slower than they were improving earlier. In that context, of course, like we said, malnutrition has all these multiple factors. So I just want to list out a few things that we do see even in the programs that one has been involved with on addressing malnutrition amongst particularly Adivasi communities. And a lot of this is also from my experience in working with the Action Against Malnutrition project in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha, most of which were tribal dominated blocks, where we had a community mobilization program along with running creches. So the first, of course, programmatic big issue is small and scattered settlements, and having the same program design in terms of ICDS and midday meals for these settlements as well. And there we see that while they follow these population norms, there are no distance norms in ICDS. So you might say that in tribal areas, you would have one Anganwadi center for a smaller population, but even for that smaller population, it ends up being quite far, often because the houses are scattered. So that has not really changed. And related to that, another problem which we find in the field, it's come out also in other writings, is on the background of the Anganwadi worker herself. So because it is particularly this age group of children who are being dealt with, the young child, and to be able to take care of the child, you find that it is much more effective and they're able to relate when the Anganwadi teacher is also from a tribal background, which is not the case in most places. And again, the reason given there is that there are no qualified women available. And this, again, we've seen that in many parts where there are civil society groups working on the ground, they have managed to fight this out. For instance, in Gujarat, in where Anandi works, they've managed to get a GO which says that in tribal areas, even if the 10th pass woman is not available, you can go for somebody less qualified as long as she belongs to that local area and the same tribe. Another issue with tribal malnutrition, which really needs, I think, further research and discussion, and while even looking for this chapter, there was not much material available, is on food preferences, access to forest foods. The entire discussion in nutrition is about the foods you access through the market or the PDS. Whereas if you look at the diets, there are such a variety of foods that Adivasis have been consumed in various parts of the country. There is no proper good documentation of this, and there is also no documentation of what this model of development is doing to Adivasis accessing these different foods. So with the loss in access to forests, access to common lands, they're also losing out on many of these roots, tubers, green leafy vegetables, and different kinds of meat, which was earlier very much part of the diet, which is not there now. And what that doing is an important issue. One more, I'm sorry, I'm giving just these points and not linking them together, is what Vanita raised about sickle cell anemia and thalassemia. Just taking that further, we know that sickle cell anemia is most commonly there amongst tribal populations, again in the central Indian belt. But the response to this by the government also shows us the insensitivity which it has across everything it does. So the most recent response to anemia is, of course, the universal fortification, mandatory fortification of rice. So all the rice being given through PDS, ICDS, midday meal is now fortified. It was announced by the Prime Minister last year in his Independence Day speech. But what we have learned from the medical profession is that this can actually have negative effects for the health of populations who are affected by sickle cell anemia. And we've been trying to do these fact findings, raise these issues. And where we've got to, unfortunately, is that so far there was a warning label on this PDS ka chawal ka bori saying those who have sickle cell anemia should not, or thalassemia should not consume this. Of course, most people go undetected. What they're now saying is it's such a small population, it doesn't matter from a public health point of view. So we'll even remove the warning label. Again, this thing of small population and the cost effectiveness of it, and it's useful for 99%. So the 1% is sort of something like a collateral is, I think, again, an argument that they're able to give because it's all Adivasi population. It is not just any 1%. So that once again sort of displays. Similarly, in maternity entitlements, where they say that they'll give it only to the first child. When you look at the data, you see that who is the population that gets excluded more because of years of poor access to healthcare and so on. The fertility rates are higher amongst Adivasi and Dalit populations. And when you say that all these favorable enabling policies will be restricted only to one child or two child, it's again discriminatory against the Dalit Adivasi population. Just concluding 2-3 things that what has worked, what are the good practices. Again, there's not very much documentation, but like I said, the ARM project that I talked about, or the Balwadi project in Chhattisgarh, the work that they did through SHRC in Chhattisgarh, what Orissa is doing now. One common thread we find across these programs which have worked in addressing malnutrition is that they have been decentralized, very localized programs where everything has been really been developed bottom up, right from what the menus would be, who would look after the children, what the timings of these centers would be, what the names of these centers would be. And those have been whether run by government or NGOs. When they have incorporated this element of decentralization and involving the community in designing the program, one finds, and I don't have time to go into each of these programs, but this is definitely a common thread that works. There are various things that are there which have not yet been used, like the District Mineral Fund, for instance, now in Odisha has been used, where people have demanded that it should be used for creches and so on. But again, it's come down from below, from the experiences on the ground. So just to conclude, overall, when we talk about nutrition, there are so many different aspects, but these kind of the trends that we see and the differences we see is definitely an outcome of overall the way development is happening and is particularly affecting Adivasi populations. So access to land, forests, livelihoods, all of this results in that tribal child having a greater chance of being stunted than any other child. And how do we make these connections? And I think there is a great area for much more research and writing about these things, which I hope BRLF plans to take up as we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa, for being so brief. May I now request Michael.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'll also try and keep brief. I think we're almost back on track in terms of time. So we'll, but let me begin by saying congratulations to BRLF, to the editors and to the authors, to Deepa for this paper and to all the authors, for this book. And I have some empathy, sympathy for this delayed projects. I remember we worked together on an India Rural Development Report 13-14, which came out in 15-16. And already we were subjected to, hey, it's very late. What is it for? What was it meant for? And data, of course, is dated, and it does get dated. And that's a challenge. On the other hand, when it comes to nutrition, I wish we could say this paper was dated. But unfortunately, as Deepak has pointed out, we haven't received good data for a decade when it comes to consumption. And that's been a real challenge. So in some ways, I'm not sure that having written it today, you would have had much more data to write either. So I think the best way to think about this is that all of these papers, even when the data is a little dated, have brought together a sustained engagement. And, I've had the privilege of engaging with BRLF over the last 3 years. And I think that's what I have seen is a spirit of sustained engagement, of understanding where we are, falling short in our thinking and in our approaches, a willingness to openly discuss where we have to change the frameworks and our sensibilities and our way of engaging. And so I think that spirit of this dialogue over the last 2 days has also been around that, which is putting a focus and having a sustained engagement, not flinching from some uncomfortable discussions, because those are also incredibly generative and important. And I think it's in the spirit of both humility and respect that this is happening. So I think for me, it's a great privilege to have engaged both with BRLF and to be here today as a discussant. I'll take a few minutes just, I think Deepa's already talked given you a great overview of the paper, which looks at the available data and documentation on nutrition. And the data gaps have also been mentioned, so there's no real need to go over those again. And of course, what the paper does focus on is the relative deprivation. And what we are seeing is that when it comes to hunger and malnutrition, undernutrition, stunting, childhood nutrition, but even adult nutrition, India generally does very badly. And we have continued to do badly for a very long time. So we are seeing further deprivation and in this case, and I think the comparative approach is important. It would be interesting, in future work, and again, it's not that we have that much information, to understand how states have done differently over time, and to spend, I think, a little more time disaggregating the data at the state level to understand what, is really emerging there. But I thought actually I'd just take the opportunity to talk about two things that the paper addresses, but I wanted to push a little further to think about how we might work on them some more, because I think in terms of an overview of the data on undernutrition and Adivasis, it's excellent. I think the two challenges, and you talk a lot about this, which is the state's approach. And here we are looking at PDS and ICDS, where we see even in PDS, ICDS, midday meal schemes, even with all the innovations, that Adivasi communities, STs, even in terms of card, getting access to identification, are, struggling with inclusion. So I think that's one very, very important thing that comes through. And I think you mentioned, particularly when it comes to Anganwadi workers and qualifications, that they're often systemically left out of frontline jobs. But I think there is a larger question, and I think it's come up a little bit in the health discussion also yesterday and in the health paper, about the nature of bureaucratic engagement with Adivasi communities and in these regions. And I think particularly when it comes to health and nutrition, it's very important for us to think not only about state capacity, which has been thought of in terms of administrative capacity, but the normative engagement of state functionaries with the questions of hunger, nutrition, and people's accountability for hunger and nutrition. I mean, I have been witness to very terrifying conversations, sometimes sitting in, government offices, about the way in which tribals treat their children, right? And the way in which they have strange levels of detachment when it comes to, and this is all bureaucrats talking about who is to be held accountable for being hungry and malnourished. And I think this is a really difficult conversation about individual accountability. It is often there as a generalized problem when we are dealing with poverty and the moral problem of the poor and the undernourished. But there is a very particular way in which this happens. And I think in BRLF's work in general, but also in our thinking about programs, it's not just that we need many more Ashas and Anganwadi workers. You also need more CDPOs, and across the range, you need people, to be represented. But we also have to change the way in bureaucratic mindset looks at, what I have witnessed is either it's very essentializing or idealizing of local practices, or can be extremely alienating about these practices. So I think there's a larger question about the disposition, the sensibility with which the frontline state engages on questions of hunger and nutrition. And this is particularly the case, when it comes to nutrition, as I said, because it has to do with understanding practices of kinship, of love, of feeding, of protection, also of detachment, of different kinds of ways in which people consume, and how that's changing. So I think this is, an interesting thing. I'm going to come back a little bit to this in the next comment. But I also wanted to talk about just the lack of bureaucratic, sometimes understanding of, just both livelihood practices and nutrition. The big joke in Harda, in MP where I worked was, they told me when I got there that there was a new forest officer who heard that everybody gets drunk on mahua. So issued a actual notification which said, mahua ped to hum kata jate hain. We'll cut the mahua trees, but guli ko rehne denge. Now, for those of you who know mahua, no, guli is the oil seed that comes from the same tree. You cannot cut the mahua and keep the guli. And so it was their equivalent of the baby out with the bathwater, as we put it, right? It was just saying that you cannot, without understanding how all of this works, determine, these kinds of bureaucratic notifications. So this, is one point I think that you mentioned very much when it comes to, can we change the norms of hiring? Can we think about multi-skilling? Can we think about on-the-job training so that people are actually representing that? And with the Ashas, I think there was a big opportunity because they were Hamlet level workers and did not have these kinds of qualification requirements. There was a significant difference here. So I think that's, something for us to think about when we think about nutrition, the nutrition frontline. I think Deepa mentioned, and it's a really important section in the paper on forest foods in particular, and resources, and what happens in terms of the nutritional complex with all these changes in political economy, deforestation, access to the forest. And I think that's really, really important. But I also wanted to sort of say that it would be really interesting, I think, for us going forward to understand some of the contestations around the mainstream nutrition discourse in the context of diverse Adivasi communities, right, and tribal communities. You talk also in your paper about how the Northeast is very different, meat protein, animal protein, how we're thinking about access, and the way in which mainstream nutrition thinks about both market and commodified purchases, as well as, either PDS or the market. So in this context, there were two things that came to my mind as I was reading it. One has been, at the food systems dialogue 2 weeks ago here in the same IIC, there was a repeated mention by many people who work in Jharkhand and work in Odisha, work in the tribal parts of Gujarat, that there is a lack of recognition for production for own consumption. Right, even in Odisha, all of our research has shown that the vast majority of communities that over 50-60%, even for paddy, right, were growing for own consumption. And actually, agricultural policy has a blind spot for growing for own consumption. And nutritional policy also doesn't know what to do with growing for own consumption. So from time to time, people say, and I think the Millet Mission is a good example in Odisha of trying to link production and consumption in a way that makes sense. But it's not easy, because here there are also tensions. So we had, colleagues who have been working and who were Adivasi, very confused about what to do about wheat and rice, right? To say that actually we also like to eat this. And there is a status discourse, but it's not just an imposed status discourse. There is a negotiation happening amongst us about whether we want to eat wheat and rice, whether we want to eat millets, whether we want to do both. And so I think it's not very easy when it comes to nutrition to assume that old practices are only being replaced. There's an active process of negotiating these things. And I think there's a real confusion for both agricultural policy and nutrition policy. A, what to do about what we used to call subsistence cultivation or growing for oneself. And B, what to do about the fact that people are themselves negotiating different diets, because many of them move between urban and rural settings, move within rural settings, and diets are changing. So I think this is a really complicated question. I think decentralization is without doubt a very important part of the answer for the PDS. But even for agriculture, I think whether agricultural policy can actually engage with this question. I mean, the way it was posed was, it is not even seen as production, like productivity. And so how does one think about this? So this is one challenge, which was the whole wheat, rice, millet discourse, that there is a lot happening now, but it in a sense in the mainstream. And then the second was dairy, which again, you mentioned milk. And, I think Harish Damodaran has written about the Valsad Dairy Union, the largest Adivasi dairy union. It's 1,000 crores. Tushar Shah and colleagues wrote about how it was a very assertive response to the Amul model, which assumed you cannot do it in areas without cattle sheds and high intensity cultivation and this dairying. And this has shown that you can. But again, when this example is raised, often the other side comes is that they don't consume the milk, right? And should you always try and link the two? Should you also, if you dairy, also consume more milk? Or can you be dairy producers, engage with dairying and not consume as much milk and consume other things? And that also works. But the nutrition discourse turns and says, if you're producing milk, you're not consuming milk, there's a problem here. But we know plenty of farmers who don't always consume what they grow. In Madhya Pradesh, we used to always say the soybean anyway goes abroad and it goes for cattle wheel. It's not even here, but we grow it and we eat other things. And soybean oil was never, except for the oil, the rest of soybean never became a huge part of local diets. So how does one deal with this? Like these kind of livelihood nutrition conundrums, I think is an interesting challenge. It's something where I think policy will need a very different imagination. And a different understanding of what is tradition, what is modern. So when I came here, some of the people who had written that dairying thing, said, I hope they're not against tribals dairying. So I said, no, I don't think the people dairying are not against dairying if they are dairying. So I don't know who here is going to have an objection to it because they've got 1,000 crore dairy. But the nutrition discourse is uncomfortable also with the lack of consumption. So how does one square all of these? These were just some ideas that were going through my head as I was thinking forward about, where we do this. And of course, those of us in Delhi know that with foods like millets, we are now seeing elite consumption. And everybody's saying, well, that's the future of millet production and consumption. And I don't know. I don't think we should worry too much in a sense about some of these movements. But I think it raises very interesting questions about how should policy think about this and where should it get uncomfortable? And my sense would be that we should be much more broad-minded at the policy level about some of the transitions underway, but we need to be far more committed at the field level to actually bring a much greater sense of respect and engagement, in the way the bureaucracy actually delivers nutrition, to communities all over India, but certainly in Adivasi areas. So thank you so much, Deepa, for the paper, and congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Mekla. So now we open the two papers and the comments that have been made on the two papers for your questions, comments, or discussions. So the papers are open. We have forgotten the questions.
I don't know who would answer this, maybe on gender. I wanted to know, like, on the state violence on women, to what extent it was reported, or what kind of an analysis was done? Repression by the police on the women, tribal women. A lot of resistance with regard to the Forest Rights Act implementation. It is the women who are in the forefront and are taking it up. Especially from the states, where we are operating, we see that, it's women who are, challenging this. So whether the, paper has dealt on it, if at all, you can throw some light on it. The second is to the nutrition, Deepa also. I don't know whether in tribal areas, I'm for sure, it might not have been implemented. But as far as the nutrition is concerned, Akshay Patra is claiming that, that the nutrition levels are increasing in all the, at least in urban centric areas. In Bangalore, a lot of studies have been done. Taking their example, our state government, Telangana, also has taken it up in a major way. And then with Sangareddy as their major unit, they are supplying the, cooked meals to all the Anganwadi centers. So, one of the differences is that, whereas I think in Karnataka, they have done away with eggs and, but whereas in Telangana, the government didn't accept for it, and at least they are allowing the, egg supply to be continued. So that way we are so much better than I would say with the Karnataka part of it, the kind of stand they have taken. But yeah, we need to really see, what is, whether it is the claim that is being done is true or not. But some of the reports which I've seen are saying that, organized and better managed and reach out if it is good, then the hot cooked meal for the children is really improving their nutritional status. Then the other example also from our state has been that, the government has really tried its level best to include millet-based, system to the children to be given in the Anganwadi centers, but it didn't work out because of the whole, rice lobby, which had level charges against the administrator herself. And then, almost, I think, she was kicked out of the department finally. So these are the, and as you're saying about the tribals and, the lack of sensitivity. I think our bureaucrats are anti-poor, basically. If you go in a seminar and, talk to the Muslim community, and I have been witness to that, the way they talk about Muslim women is so horrible, So Dalits, yes. So I think it's like, given thing that, it would be like that with our bureaucrats, the way they are anti-poor, except for few of the sensitive officials with whom we deal with, and, somewhere maneuver the system, and get the things done in favor. So the question is here, certain.
Just be brief. Yeah.
So sorry. So the pockets where, the alternative food systems, especially in Adilabad area, we have seen few examples, where if alternative like Mahua based food and all is being provided, there is slight, change in the, improvement status, etc. of the nutrition level. But yeah, that is the major challenge as to how do you take it up in a bureaucratic system where, they are already all the time thinking about scales only. It's very difficult to change that paradigm.
Is there anyone else?
Aditi Roy from Gurgaon Water Forum. I feel that this issue about women's work, unless the definition of women's work is redefined in census, nothing can be done about it. Because women's work has not been included in the national economy for 75 years, no matter how much we weep in the seminars, be it scheduled tribe women or high caste women or any category of women. Unless women's work is redefined by census, it will never change. Do you agree that women's work needs to be redefined? Because this, having a few chicken or looking after a few cows are not included in the census definition of women's work. Those are all included as domestic work and happily removed from the contribution a woman makes in the national economy. Do you agree, yes or no?
Okay. We are in this strange situation here where I'm not the paper writer, I'm a discussant. And the two paper writers are absent and she presented the paper. But I think I have read the paper in quite some detail on your first question and state violence. This is another little shortfall of the paper that it does mention what all these, different constitutional arrangements like Forest Rights Act has done, but also has Conservation Act that gives primacy to animals than humans. Where the tribal women feel that even their livelihoods are now a crime, if they go into the forest and start foraging or collecting. So that has been mentioned, but then in the section on violence, it's very descriptive about who's perpetrating the violence. It's a forest official. The left-wing extremism is there. There's not much, they've not mentioned too much or described, but talked about how the presence of CRPF and BSF affects young girls. That's bold enough. Yeah, okay, fine. But what I'm saying is that there is no analysis as such. It's either description, but it's a little disjuncted that way. On your second thing on work, completely agree. I think this has been this whole women's labor force participation rates in India is an ongoing debate, and it's completely engaging the public sphere in various ways. It keeps coming up. And this has been discussed a lot. And I think the NSS at some point, I don't know, I'm not very familiar with that data. My daughter works on it. But the lead questions made a difference, I think, too. So you're quite right. One has to rethink of it.
Thank you. I'll try to quickly respond. You raised many issues in what you said. So let me start with the Akshay Patra question. So I think, again, firstly, it's hugely debatable if Akshay Patra is more efficient in delivering meals, even without going into the egg issue. It is standardized menus, it is centralized. There are a lot of reports, even from common review missions of government itself, showing that the roti is made at 12 in the night. By the time it reaches the school, it is in the afternoon, it's hard, and so on. So that's also a lot of campaign and propaganda. They have much more funds. So I think it's not an either or. The models we need to talk about is in Telangana, under Velugu program, in tribal dominated blocks. They had the scheme where the women's SHGs under Velugu would come every afternoon. There was some seed money provided. There was a hot cooked meal. While they were eating that meal, there was some basket weaving and some livelihood kind of activities going on, which sort of generated some funds for that. So we have very good alternative models which are looking at not the single point kind of solutions to things. Because I think, and that is what one was trying to point out too, that there is also a problem in trying to think that from outside you'll send one meal and that will solve the problem of malnutrition. It doesn't work like that, and we know it doesn't. So at most you can say, okay, Telangana and Odisha are sensitive governments because what they have done is they've said Akshay Patra will supply the food, we will send the egg separately through another supplier. Still doesn't take away from the fact that that food is available there. Why don't you just make it there? Related to that also the issue that I think Mekhla also raised about this whole thing of aspirations of diets and what you eat. And I think there is that issue there. One can't just say that because you're Adivasi, you eat your kodo kutki and we will eat. I mean, there is a problem there also. I remember this fieldwork once we were doing in Satna, and the younger women, and this was a kodo area. And many of the younger women said, we don't know how to cook kodo. यहाँ पे होता है, हमारे दादी से पूछ लो, वो बनाती थी, हमें नहीं आता है. At the same time, there are also examples like in these arm run creches where you need some kind of push and help, like the ready to mixes that were being made. In the arm creches, we used madwa, we used ragi to make that, and it was fine. They were mawa laddus made by the community. It was perfectly fine. But when you looked at, again, going back to what Mekhla was saying, the bureaucrats looked at these as inferior foods, right? So the mawa would be talked about, or generally that कि ये हड़िया पिला के बच्चों को सुला देते हैं. The thing that you were saying about tribals' attitudes towards children. But you see, on the other hand, it was so much easier for us to run the creches because यहाँ पे वो छुआछूत ये सब था नहीं. We have these wonderful photos. I wish I could share this woman with children, 3 children tied to her body, and she's happy, and the others in the community are happy to leave their children there. So there's a lot of other side to all of this, which we need to look at. Again, on this biases, sorry, another story that just came to my mind on how biased it is. It's not just the state, it's also the media. So there was this story that NDTV did a few years back from Jharkhand about how bad the hunger situation was, which it was. But what was the example they gave? They said, bhook itna kharab hai yahan pe, that they're having to hunt wild boars and eat. It was fantastic that they were able to hunt wild boars and eat. You know, that was, I mean, one of the most nutritious things they could get there. But the whole discourse was on, look at the kind of food they're having to eat. You know, that is what I think we are talking about, and how that could change largely. One last story I want to end with. In one of these creches that we were running in Panna in Madhya Pradesh. So on the wall, the local community would, like they do in the villages when it's a community-run creche, they had these drawings that they decorated. So in one of the forest villages, on the creche wall was this drawing of a forest guard and a tiger. And there is this some hut or something. And on the other side, there's this woman and a child and paid weight. I said, ye kya hai? They said, wo hai sarkar aur unka wo sher, aur ye hai hum aur hamara jungle. I think that sums it up in some ways.
Just a general observation. It's nothing to do with questioning any of you, because I don't think there are any questionable characters around here. So the point is that while it's true that hunger leads to malnutrition as an equation, it's fine. and that need not be the only reason for malnutrition to happen. That is something which we don't try to underline in many of the things. And this is necessary to make as kind of a point that hunger is not the only reason for malnutrition to happen. For instance, withdrawing the eggs that we are talking about in some way can lead to malnutrition. Therefore, I think the point has to be at some point emphasized that that's not the only reason for malnutrition.
I think I'll say this so that Deepa doesn't have to. Her paper does address this very well. I think looking at the fact that malnutrition has multiple determinants, social and biomedical, and we need to understand these. And it does a very good job of laying out the larger determinants, of course. So I just, so that she doesn't have to defend herself on this, I think this is one point that is very, very well made in the thing. And I think this, on the last discussion that we were having, there is a way of thinking also about integration. In the Mitanan program, there were Mitanans perfect, talk about Munga Bhaji and talk about local food practices and other things, but would also do ORS. And they knew how the ORS worked. They knew their way of describing it and fully integrated it and used it extremely effectively. So again, it was not some weird thing for them to do. It was not, it was actually relatively just negotiated, and knowledge is very dynamic amongst these communities. And so amongst all communities, just amongst us, right? We are dynamic with it. So I think that this is another way in which some of these nutritional practices will have to get thought through, negotiated. And I think decentralization is just incredibly difficult to do. It seems to us, but actually whenever we've done it, it has not been that hard to do, and it has often been more cost effective and more sustainable and more resilient. But the view is that it's harder and less efficient. But I think all the examples of decentralized procurement and distribution, exactly. So any comments?
I think we have little time now, so be quick, be short. I think, please be short. Please be brief.
I was not here when you gave the first part of her presentation, but I was just wondering how much of education going into the community, talking about high protein, calorie malnutrition, and how are you addressing the cost of it. Like simple palak is so much nutritious, and egg you consider is maybe the lowest cost and the highest protein content. So how much of education goes into this community for making them understand and to proceed with that?
Again, I'll try a quick response. A lot of education goes in. I think that is the problem. So somewhere, I mean, the whole focus of nutrition policy in our country is behavior change communication. If people had diverse foods and they didn't eat them, then we can get into the education. It's a question of having those diverse foods and having access to them, which is where the problem is. I'll just stop here. I could go on about this.
So let me, as a chairperson, make few observations. It's a session on human development and macro situations. And I just would like to begin with the fact that since the focus in Central India, it's a fact that central tribals in Central India, and particularly those who live in the 5th schedule areas, which gives them a special constitutional protective mechanism, in all development indicators are the worst in the country. So that's number one. Worst in the country. Even those who are outside of the 5th schedule areas, you take Kerala, you take Karnataka, you take Goa, they are relatively better. And if you take the Northeast, you find that the development indicators, where they talk of people living below poverty line or literacy or even health status, it's a far, far better. In fact, in the Northeast education, most of the states have 80%, except few of them who have around 70, above national average. So even people below poverty line, you find that they are almost nearer the general population. I'm taking, leave aside the Dalits and OBCs. They are at that level of development. So you can see the macro situations that tribals are not at the same level of development. There are a lot of differences among them. Now the question is, how do you really look at that? After all, Northeast has been a security state for a long period of time, 5 decades. Or really 6 decades of security. Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur, Meghalaya had always had tensions, Assam, at least for the last 20 years. And yet you find development indicators are very good. 5th scheduled areas was a developmental state since 50s. And yet you find that despite being a developmental state, the development indicators of the tribals are the worst in the country. And now it has moved to the security state. This is the paradox, which we think we have to look at. So I think it needs to be examined. And I think the problem also you find that we do think tribals are different. But have any time the policy or the schemes have been different for the tribals and the people who live in the rural areas? You have just replicated the same schemes which are there for rural India into tribal areas, accepting that because of the topography or ecology, you reduce the number of populations. That's all. You have just repeated. Although you consider they are very different. If they are very different, then you should have also thought about a very different kind of policy mechanisms. You would have developed different kind of policy. So you have just replicated it. And at the same time, you think these are different people. And I think that's one of the reasons I think much of the development policies in India has not really worked, because they don't have a space to determine their own life, which is the case in the Northeast. In the Northeast, people determine their own life. You have autonomous district councils, you have their states. Therefore, they themselves are determining, the people who determine are there, and they are delivering service to their own people. Here, everything is being determined from outside, and they're servicing it to the people who are very different. I think there's a great deal of problems that are there. Why is it that PESA has not worked? PESA was 1996. There are many states who have not even framed rules today. They have not framed rules. It's almost 25 years. And yet you don't frame rules. What does it indicate? And you find that the PESA, which was framed the parliament, and the amendment which have been brought by the state, you just check as to how much they have diluted the spirit of the Central Act. So how do we really explain all these paradoxes? And we are really talking of development. So there is something inherently problematic of the way in which you find in the Central Indian belt, the state and the people and the tribals are interacting with each other. The dynamics has to be seen. And this dynamics has to be seen historically, and you can't really just keep tribals there and do development. You have to put it vis-a-vis the larger political economy. If you don't really put larger political economy, I think all these development indicators are really going to give you a very different measures or different indicators. That's the problem. So you have all these affirmative actions, all these policies, but these policies are not. There is a provision for securing, for protection. That protection which is given in the Northeast, that protection has been completely thrown into the winds in these 5th scheduled areas. So what do you do? So you're talking about public policy. Public policy is for the good of the people. So you implement all public policy into the tribal areas, although you find that there are special laws and special policies meant in the constitutions for them, but you don't care about them. So how do you bring about equality when you find that they're already marginalized? Because protective mechanism is also ensured in order to bring about a parity. So that I think is a problem. So you have all these problems are there. You have, look at the law. PESA is not working. FRA is not working. Restrictions on the lineage of land is not working. What is it working? Is the land acquisition is working? You are working for what's called the forest forest law is working. Conservation Act is working. They are all anti-tribals in that sense of the term. They're adversely impacting the tribals in a negative way. I think this is the dilemma. If you really look at the education, you really look at, you are what you are doing. You are now in this, after 70 years, you are giving them boarding schools. Look at the way the boarding schools state is introducing. And what is it doing?
is assimilating them. So you are throwing away people, children from their parents, from their habitat, and bring them ashram schools, you bring them Ekalabya models and all that. What is it that Canada has completely closed and they have changed in different mind, but we are really going into the colonial period of the way in which we want to impart education. So there are all kinds of problems out there. I think when you're talking about the human development and the macro situations, probably we need to really look into this. And in the last budget, you look at how much money has been given to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs in order to have residential schools. That's all. So you want to take away people from the villages, and now you find in Odisha, you don't know children, so you close the primary school. And the children who were in the villages, they will go to the upper primary schools, which will be another 3-4 kilometers. So the whole norms which was there, you are completely in a diluting, throwing away, and then you bring the concentrate them, like you have KISS in Odisha and many other places. 30,000 Adivasi students. What will do? This manufacturing. This is the kind of development we want to give it. So you want to show that bringing them into the residential schools, you want to raise the literacy level, and then say that we have no literacy now. We have completely solved this problem. But what kind of quality of education you are really going to give in all these residential schools which you are creating in a large number now? You're bringing today, after 70 years. I can understand it if it was in 60s and 70s, because the resources were not there. But after 70 years, you think the solution to the problem of the Adivasis is to bring them into the what is called boarding school, residential schools. And what will that? They will forget their language. They will get alienated from the parents. They will alienate from the society. You are just converting them into something else. You are converting them from being a people to a mass. Without language, without culture. No, that's the kind of situation that's going to come. So these are, I think, larger situations. When you're talking about the macroeconomic or macro situations and human development, probably we need to think about it. So these are problems. So even if you talk of policy, so public policy is not addressed. You have public policy, but public policy is exclusive. There are certain kinds of people are excluded from the public policy. So in that sense, it's not public in that sense of the term. So I think there are layers and layers of the problems which are there, which we as development practitioners or academicians or others, we have to really reflect on that. It is not as simple as that. And I think gender questions, what's called malnutrition, this has to be looked at historically. I read, there's a book by Arup Mahapatra, demography, tribal demographies from 1881 to almost the 1971, 1991. He says that the fertility rate and the health status of the tribals was much better between 1881 to 1941. So why is it that it deteriorated today? So, these are problems are there, because if that was the time when you find, he said tribal Hindu population was declining, while tribal has a better fertility rate. That's what he says. And he says there's a low mortality and high fertility rate, and that's why, which was not the case with the Hindus. He talks about this 1881 to 1941. But it was there. So why is it now you find that kind of situations which was there is getting reversed? And I think in order to understand that, you have to really look at the larger political economy of the post-India's development. Where you find growth, public purposes is something which has not really gone in terms of taking the tribals, let's say, as inclusive, but it has really excluded, not deliberately, but in terms of the kind of logic of development that has been there. So that's a problem, and that is continuing even now. It's become worse because of the liberalization. So whether you are under planned or under the liberal economy, we are moving into the same kind of directions. So the well-meaning laws, well-meaning policies does not work, because you find that there is a more powerful political economy, that a liberal economy that is there, and that counters. And that's why this whole talk that we have of affirmative action program, I always think is a myth. Particularly in the fifth schedule, it is a myth. Because it is primarily, if an economist will say, it is an unequal exchange, terms of trade. We give you land, I give you affirmative action, and therefore there's an unequal kind of exchange. I don't believe it is affirmative action. It's a myth. Affirmative action means you elevate them from the situation in which you are really taking them even to the worst kind of situation than they were in the 1950s. So that's the problem.
And I think we have to reflect these larger paradox, larger problems more coherently, meaningfully, and probably in that situation, we will be better able to explain even the macro situations in a more meaningful way. So I think just taking macro situations will not tell you very much. I think we have to relate the macro and the micro. I think that's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last panel is on a slightly different topic, which is on Adivasi language, arts, and craft. We have two papers, and this session will be chaired by Professor Soundarya Mins. The first paper, which is by Ganesh Devi, he will be joining us online, and the panel discussant is Hansa Sovendra Sekar. And the one on arts and craft, we have the author with us, Sudeshna Guha, if you can just join us on the podium. And the discussant, Professor Rama Chatterjee. Professor Kalam, we would also want you on this podium for being a discussant for the first paper, which is on language.
We could start right away, right? Okay. 20 minutes behind schedule. I would like to, I'm so privileged to be chairing this session. Again, quite tangential from my area of, research or work, but happy to be chairing it. With the first session, the first paper is on tribal languages. And I think since Dr. Devi would be online, we could go down and just listen to him and then come back here. Oh, okay, that's also possible. Yes. Yeah. So can we have him connected? Is not online, so then we can go to the second one, the one on arts and craft, and I invite Sudeshna Guha to you're present, and then Roma would respond, make comments.
Okay, thank you, BRLF, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I must say that I do not have a prepared paper. And I must say that this whole thing of appending crafts, arts, languages at the end is also something which I hope this essay of mine allows you to question. Because I think all these, what gets appended at the end, is a part of migration, a part of nutrition, a part of economics. And most of you who have seen today the works of tribal art being completely assimilated, for example, in jewelry shops of the elite and the rich in Khan Market, would actually know what I'm talking about. This paper, as I said, I do not have a prepared paper, and I would encourage all of you to read the essay, but it was actually made possible by 4 research assistants who worked with me, and they were really good. They did all the data analysis, which I'm very bad at, and by Mushtaq Khan, who has worked on tribal arts for a long, long time. And it's Mushtaq ji who actually told me then the distinction, or not the distinction, which is often made of these tribals and non-tribals. I should tell you where I come from. I'm a historian and I have worked in the museums for a long time, but these are museums which work with indigenous people. So the people I have worked with are Torres Strait Islanders, are the First Nation people in Canada. So they're not the tribals, the indigenous communities here. But I also come from a museum, having worked there, where they held the first exhibition on the so-called, what they said, Adivasis. They called them the first people. It was called Another India. It was held in Cambridge in 2017. And for the first time, the so-called Britishers who created this category were also shown what this contemporary art, which is a very vibrant community of artists who are there. I would not call them tribal artists, but the very, very vibrant community of artists in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, primarily, that's what was shown, they are doing now, what their crafts fetch, how they make money, etc. And that has been a very good thing to see. That's also been a way of anthropologists questioning categories. So what I want to tell you, with this essay is that what is most important is when we start questioning classifications, when we start questioning categories, and when we actually break this whole notion of what is a tribal. Because if you start looking at the arts and crafts, communities, people, groups, you realize two things. There is nothing innate about it. There is nothing innately traditional about it. And there is also nothing which can be classified as munda, orang, whatever you want to do. Art, after all, comes from our brains, but the tribal art has always been involved with skills, with hand skills. And that is a big distinction which has been made between so-called tribal and non-tribal art, that these people work with skills. So you can have government agencies, especially people from NID, NIFT, go and give them some kind of training sessions in these so-called self-help groups. And tribals, many people and the communities would point out and say, look, we are not going to ape imitation designs, because that is, if we look at case studies on the ground, and this essay has got 6 of them, I think, that is what's happening, that they are now, all of them, forced to produce imitation group stuff, as one would say, which goes in for sale value in a competitive market where they have no say in fixing prices, where they have also no say, thanks to the Forest Rights Act, of getting their produce from the forest. So they actually work with poorer quality material on the whims of somebody else's designs. And of course, the results are disastrous. So there was a little village, and that's the only kind of case study I would like to bring up, is from Chari, where these government agencies opened up handloom, the looms for them. Women were encouraged to make saris, and then when the thread ran out and the government initiatives ran out, the saris also ran out. And they are left with these large infrastructure which are collecting dust, and they are back into migration. So if people can think that these arts selling products would stop migration, that does not happen. Many of them are really debilitating. When we wear a Tasar sari today, once upon a time, you knew where this Tasar comes from. Now, if you go to half of India, they're producing Tasar. I could say the same about Chanderi. So that's when I said that there is nothing called tribal in this. It's literally the commercialization of a certain aesthetic set. And perhaps Professor Chatterjee, that's how I came across Professor Chatterjee's work, who is also one of them who first said that when you start distinguishing between culture and tradition, between art and craft, you start interrogating categories. And you start interrogating categories when you start distinguishing between tribals and the other OBCs who work in these mills, but they are placed as tribals. There is also something called the GIS, which is these kind of GIS index, and you have dhokra, which is produced everywhere, although they have put the dhokra, which is made in certain area of Bastar, as a GIS link. And once they do that, they actually have trouble for the community. Again, I would say, read the essay instead of my kind of giving you data sets to say what this is about. I would end, there is issues of woodcraft, there is issues of the saharias and the baskets, which comes up with habitats. There is also issue about modern goods, which are produced for modern markets. Something Judge Jaitley said long back, I think 20 years back, that when you make these people in an absolute forest, make them, encourage them to make lampshades and paper holders and things like that, which then you sell in the tribal markets. What are you thinking about? Because the local huts can take what they make, but there are case studies here where, thanks to no transportation from where they live, and or else after they go and pay money in Delhi Hut for huge sums to get a space, there is no transportation back to their villages. The goods literally get dumped in dumping grounds, and you have literally wastage. There is the question of cultural property rights. There is the question of IPR, intellectual property rights. And none of these are addressed in the Indian situation. They are addressed in places like Australia. There have been really, really strong rights. Tribal arts and crafts is also related to the land rights, which need to be addressed. And perhaps this essay addresses some issues, not all. There are also case studies, especially in Gujarat and Bhuj, not so much amongst the tribals, where they have talked in terms of the ethics of practice. And this ethics of practice is when people from the urban milieu go in and try to teach something. So we have this question of pedagogy. What are the initiatives? How do you promote them? How do you make people think differently is what I leave perhaps for you to discuss. But I don't know if you all want me to read something from here. I can, but I think it's been a long day for you. So I would just say, if you have questions, I would take that at the end of this session.
I wasn't expecting to do this, but I think I have to go a little bit into the essay itself and the way it's organized, because it's really an extremely rich essay, and I would recommend that everybody reads it. So I think from the very comprehensive way in which you move between the different kinds of agencies set up by the government to incentivize, to in fact encourage the creative potential of the arts that are already there, and to encourage the agencies of the different artists, is something that you have really very comprehensively addressed. You've also, in fact, you have a whole section on the classification of the association and relationship between different art and craft traditions, and I combine them together. And different communities. And what was interesting then, without so much saying so, but you can infer it, you go about also showing the problems with that kind of classification through your case studies. And again, there are several, and I will only mention one or two. I will also take examples from so-called non-tribal communities, because if you were looking at artisanal modes of practice, sometimes very difficult to divide between the two. Now, I think, again, what I really liked about the tenor and the texture of the essay was the way that it does not talk down. It does not talk down to the government. It does not talk down to any of the institutions. In fact, you do try and bring out all the strengths and the positive things that have been put forward from very early on, actually. But then also to show what the problems are. So I think maybe if I just focus, just amplify that aspect a little bit. So on the one hand, the TriFed, when it was set up, and whatever its brief was to really encourage not to talk down. In fact, not to encourage a top-down kind of developmental perspective on the arts, but to try and sort of recognize the creative potential, the potential for incremental change, not just to monetize, but actually to try and give people the knowledge and to educate them about networking practices, marketing, so on and so forth. And also maybe, which I thought was quite innovative, to focus on particular individuals who might be able to lead this process, because it's true that you can call it collective creation, but what does it mean? It means you dampen down everybody to the same level.
while this is extremely laudable, so that they would be able to interact on their own terms, in terms of a kind of authorship and ownership with modern art practices. Let's call it the art world, which would include the art market, which would include exhibition spaces, galleries, critics, scholars, everybody, as a conglomerate set of institutions. Now, again, because I've done a little bit of work on this as part of my own research, I am a sociologist, anthropologist, is that it sounds wonderful when you say this, it's laudable. However, on the ground, you will find that artists who are considered to be genuinely creative, in fact, geniuses like GVR Shoma Mashe, whom you do talk about, Jangar Singh Sham, many of his son, his other relatives who are extremely creative, in fact, geniuses, they will be evaluated in terms of the values of the art market, of the art world. So, for instance, I'll just give you a small example. Again, he's not, depends on how you classify it. Somebody like Kalam Kotua, who many of you may have heard of, who actually very early on was able to, on terms of somewhat equality, interact and work in spaces as with other modern Indian artists, you know, like Vivan Sundaram, so on and so forth. However, the problem is he's a poor, you know, he works in the postal office in his district, in Bengal, in Birbhum. Now, the problem is once he sold one painting, say for 1 lakh, which for him seems a lot of money, maybe 15 years ago, he's not able to sell his other work for less. How many people are going to buy his work? So see, the whole problem is once you talk about putting folk and tribal artists and other artists on the same place, what you do is that you, in fact, close off other avenues of earning, which these artists traditionally would have had as performers. Now, when performance spaces have really closed down because nobody in the urban areas, India and outside, really understands those performances. Not even in the states where they come from. So ultimately, it's the painting that sells, which was often an accompaniment to the performance, now sells. Now, what happens on the one hand, something quite creative when the art becomes a commodity, that it allows it to grow in different ways. And I have worked on this, so I wouldn't say it's all negative, but what it does mean that it becomes a kind of investment if you're selling in the high art market, which means you can't go back to sell lower end products in say Delhi Heart or in the Crafts Museum. So these people are caught in these artists are caught in the double bind. Somebody like Jangar's son, Mayank, when he exhibits in a tribal art exhibition, and this could be in a high-end gallery in Delhi, his paintings have to be evaluated at a certain price. They cannot sell because people think it's too expensive to be for a tribal painting. But if he exhibits as an artist with other artists from all over India, he would get that price. So somewhere along the line, I think we have to be very careful about these labels. What is tribal art? What's folk art? And it is reflected in things that maybe the government doesn't have control over, but the government did encourage. So while very laudable to say we have to give respect to all artists as artists, what does it mean on the ground? That you're closing off whole avenues because you do not recognize the idea of what an art form that belongs to a community would mean. Now, I don't want to romanticize it because, again, you did mention this example, but I'll just amplify it a little bit. When you talked about Dokra, one scandal, of course, is, and you talked about the Tassar saris, but with Dokra as well, there are several different techniques practiced in different parts of India, all of which are the lost wax techniques, which is Dokra. However, when you bring in people, designers, and other technicians to foster, develop, improve skills in a particular community, you're probably not aware of the regional differences. And some people have, in fact, pointed this out, that you may actually lose the regional diversity in particular techniques because you were not aware of what these nuances of difference were. But again, that does bring up to the problem of, therefore, what is the community ownership of an art form, which is precisely what the GIS was supposed to address. However, as your report says, because the focus, the locus of classification there is the region, not a group. The example is of, say, the Baghels, who are now supposed to have ownership over Dokra work. In Bastar, actually didn't come from Bastar, they came from Orcha, Madhya Pradesh. They were migrants, while the Gadava, not classified as tribal, whatever that may mean, no longer have ownership of that. Now, is that a bad thing? I think the problem is not that it's good or bad, but that the way we think about community is in terms of watertight compartments. When you think that there may have been very old affinal relations, as you mentioned, between Gadwa and Baghel, maybe or between other groups, we have to think about the blurred, the edges between these communities. What are the kinds of interactions that maybe historically were already present? Do we take migration into account? Do we think of these as fixed? Now, the GIS doesn't necessarily take all of this into account. Does it mean we shouldn't have it? I'm not saying that. It's just that we need to be aware of what gets left out once you classify in a certain way. So can we have cross-cutting classifications? Right. So some of these anomalies, what they also do implicitly is critique the very process of documentation in terms of lists of classifications of communities and a one-on-one association with craft traditions. Right. So those were some of the issues that I wanted. I don't know, can I take another couple of minutes? Right. No, so basically, because I think everyone's tired, I just want to flag one more issue, which again, I think was flagged, but more as a kind of lack. What happens when the raw material that was crucial for the making of a particular kind of set of objects now become a scarce resource? It could be bamboo, it could be ivory. Are we then literally, again, making a one-on-one correlation between a raw material and a particular kind of art practice? Or is it that we need to take into account, while thinking about this as authentic as well, the fact that artists can move from one medium to another? Best example, think of Maithil art, think of what the Pradhan Gond art style is. I mean, certain kinds of styles become styles precisely because they move from the wall to paper or canvas. Think of Ganga Devi and what she produced, Cancer Ward series in the Craft Museum, precisely because she could now paint on canvas. On the wall, they were all ritually prescribed scenes. However creatively she may have interpreted them, however beautiful they may have been, she couldn't have done a Cancer Ward series on the Kobar Ghar in her home. She can do it on paper. Similarly, you wouldn't have had the Pradhan Gond style without acrylic paint, canvas, and paper. So then coming back to, therefore, last point, where do we locate the government in all of this? Because I think it's well recognized by everyone that they were the first in terms of monetization. Many of these practices, they were also the first point of exposure for many people who work in very innovative and creative way with artists from many traditional communities, whether experimenting with different kinds of comic books and graphic novels, animation, and various other media. Their first exposure comes through institutions like the craft melas. So I wouldn't want to knock them and throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's just that where do we go from there? Because as very rightly pointed out by you and by various other people, it depends on the individual personality of the organizer or the bureaucrat, on how sensitive they are. You have bureaucrats who were art students like Mushtaq Khan, trained by J. Swaminathan and the Bharat Bhavan experiment, who are entirely different. I have also interacted closely with him, and it's amazing, the knowledge he has and the sensitivity he has. But you have many others who just think of it as another posting and maybe not a very high-ranking one either. So I think we need greater professionalization of the institutions, especially that deal with the tribal and the folk arts, precisely because those are the artists who may not be, though they're not definitely not vocal, but they don't necessarily speak the same language that will be able to persuade people in government, right? So we need that. I think just one last point, it's my bugbear, we need far more collaborative research between not just different academic disciplines, say history, or archaeology, and me, sociology, anthropology, but with designers, with government agents in government departments and so on, where it has happened, like in Bharat Bhavan or Bhaskar Kulkarni and Methil experiment, which was a way to monetize a ritual form so that people could earn to stave off hunger. I mean, there was drought, massive drought. I mean, they were amazingly successful. Look at the kind of creativity of people like Bhava Devi, Ganga Devi. Think of Jangat. Jivya Soma Mashe, also a sort of, encouraged by Bhaskar Kulkarni, you said early. Now, these people were outsiders, but they didn't think of themselves as top-down facilitators, people going there to teach you what to do. They were something else. Now, with Swaminathan, for sure, you had the cooperation of the government, you had cooperation right down to the level of the district, to village school teachers, to enable that collection to take place and to enable not just the Pradhan Gond style, but the way in which the Bhil art style developed on canvas, again, largely through women, not through the men who were the ritual painters, priests, right? So you have such cases already in India. I would say we need far more work on the different styles, on the histories of their movement and development, and only then can we move to make policy recommendations. I'm afraid most of them are based on very little knowledge. I'm sorry, I'm being a little sweeping because there are very significant examples which disprove this, but we need much more of those. I'll stop here. Thank you.
If there are questions, can we take one or two? Between tea and the next session, of course. Yeah. And if we would like to still go ahead and discuss over the tea with with both of them, I think that's also possible, isn't it? Are we going to have, would we have Professor Devi? Okay. Right now? So we could, or should we have the tea?
Let's just finish.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So this is something we see in the future. I would like to give you a it's not an opportunity.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to speak for 4 minutes. I have not I don't have a copy myself, that's why I'm sitting with this. And then I've actually written an episode with them because the book of mine is coming out next month. So change on the change of mood, on a couple of things on the district and the main thing they change of mood. On the Torahs and but it's just
While we are connecting, I thought and we are cross discussing here, I just thought I could share some of my experiences being in Dumka in Jharkhand back after 40 years, as I was recollecting yesterday. There is, I've came across a person who's been working there for 13 years with bamboo workers, and they've managed to get an entire setup, a sustainable one. There are 4,000 individuals, more than I think 500 families who engage with them, and they have got 2 centers, I think. And so they do the production, I mean, local as well as global, because the person is a gold medalist from BHU and has been working on with design. And so they work on these modern products also. In 22 countries through Flipkart, their products go. IKEA is one of their outlets. So, and then they've taken care of, having bamboo. It's a sustainable. So what fascinated me, I mean, my university, we have agreed to affiliate their 5 such courses, certificate courses, which are as extension program, because it's either they've not gone to school, the artisans, or are dropouts. So at the moment, these courses are for them, which also includes English, accountancy, etc., etc. Yeah. And yeah, okay, Professor Davies joined, but I just want to make a mention of one more thing about Shaura paintings. Sohrai paintings, yeah, Sohrai paintings, which are all over Jharkhand in the official walls, I mean boundaries. It is Sohrai painting. It came from Santal Pargana, I'm sure, because or wherever. But who's making an earning out of it or living out of it? The painters, not those who yeah. So you touched upon that also, yes.
Mentioned it. If you go to Ranchi and you go into Ranchi and you go from the airport into the town, you see the entire walls painted. Okay. Now the point is that the authorship of the tribal painters are always denied. There is nowhere do you see the author. And it's only people like Jiva Somaya, I mean, very few people, or the Vyams now, Durga Bai to the Bhimayana, they have got the authorship. So you see the othering which goes on systematically through this art, even if it gets money for them from somewhere else.
The moment it gets monetized.
If it gets monetized, they don't get the money because they're out of the chain. I mean, so this is there also the key chain. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Professor Devi, yeah, since we were discussing, I think he switched off his video, but we'd like to have you on. I see that you are traveling and still you have connected with us to be part of this session. Thank you very much. We've been looking forward to listening to you. Please go on with your presentation or whatever you'd like to speak about your work on languages, tribal languages.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. All that I want to say that I'm extremely happy that this report has come out. It's a path-breaking report, and it has a comprehensive view on Adivasis. Of course, this country has still not understood what it means to be Adivasi and how to cope with the being of Adivasi. And the Adivasi response to that ignorance is a checkered quilt of articulation and silence. So it is a difficult situation. All that I can say is that the immense language diversity India has benefited from the numerous languages that Adivasis have kept alive despite very adverse situation. And the contribution to keeping them alive in this adverse situation has not been recognized as an asset. Rather, it is seen as liability, and a burden on the exchequer. Despite our having promised dignity to Adivasis when India became independent and the constitution was being framed, Jaipal Singh's question was, if we integrate, if we come together, that will be on the condition of level playing. And it was promised. But that promise is yet to be fulfilled. And when Adivasis speak, the speech is seen as insurgency and dealt with by use of force. I think it is unfortunate. And it is therefore that talking about Adivasi languages, Adivasi culture, Adivasi social issues, Adivasi economy and ecology, Adivasi mindset has become extremely important. That it is being done through this report and through the seminar is a heartwarming event. I welcome it entirely. And I thank everybody who's participated in making the report possible and everybody who's participated in the seminar. With these few words, I would like to listen to the paper, which I'm very keen to listen. I know that I'm going to listen to an extremely courageous, brave writer when he's going to speak. So I'll wait for it and hand over the podium to the chair of the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Team BRLF and Professor Devi, who is not here, but I extend my gratitude to him. Thank you, Professor Minj, Professor Kalam, Sudeshna ma'am, Roma ma'am. I am supposed to be discussing Professor Devi's paper, Adivasi Knowledge, Language and Literature, which has come in volume 2 of this report. But there are some other things which I would like to add as well. I read the entire report, and there are two papers which I thought were relevant to me, because I may have been invited here in the capacity of a writer, but I am also a doctor, a medical doctor, and I'm working with the government. There is this first paper called Gender Issues, including Gender-Based Violence Among Scheduled Tribes by Madhu Sareen and Shankar Gopalakrishnan. I appreciated this paper because it acknowledges that the tribal communities, should I use the word Adivasi or tribal? Interchangeably, yeah. So the constitutional protection provided to customary laws and the importance of communal land and forests, not only in the livelihood systems, but also in defining the cultural identities. So this is a fact. And another one is Health of Tribal People in Central India by Hanumappa Sudarshan and Tanya Seshadri. A discussion on health of tribal people is incomplete without acknowledging the elephant in the room, the various social determinants of health, which are extremely crucial determinants of health status among tribal people. A tribal family that does not yet have legitimate ownership over ancestrally cultivated and owned lands lives in a state of perpetual food and livelihood insecurity, possibly prioritizes child health and education lesser than more pressing daily needs. And the third part, which I appreciated, was Professor Virginius Khaka's paper, Professor Virginius Khaka and others. Rather than granting the particularly vulnerable tribal groups the autonomy and rights to address historical injustice, The perception that the PVTG are endangered has led to disastrous state government interventions in the name of their preservation. One such scheme has been the state policy disallowing members of PVTG from availing of sterilization schemes in government hospitals. Tribes such as the Pahadiyas, Baigas, Kamars, and Pahadi Korwas of central India have been denied permanent method of contraception in an attempt by the state to encourage population growth in the face of the apparent dwindling numbers. Such a policy denies members of PVTGs the autonomy to make free and informed reproductive choices. This is one issue which I, as a government doctor and as the chief administrator of my hospital, often face. So these are the issues which I could connect with. And returning to Professor Davies' paper, it is an important document, of course. And one issue that Professor Davy has raised is of tribal languages not gaining that identity of their own because of a lack of script. So the lack of script is an issue with practically all the tribal languages. And I also appreciated the use of Oxford commas in this report. But the only negative issue I had was with the price of the volume, which is 12,600 for the hardcover and 3,800 for the Kindle edition. That is all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, co-panelists. This is not the last word. We have a chairperson there. So yesterday we had time pressure. Probably we don't have that kind of a time pressure. And Dr. Shekhar, I think by allotting some of his time to me, has been quite generous. Therefore, I will just dwell only on Professor Ganesh Devi's paper. And the main thing which Professor Ganesh Devi starts off with is the fact that traditional anthropology, folklore, social sciences, human rights, subaltern history, oral history, any of these disciplines, if you take up, he says they have never done justice to the tribal communities in the country. So that's a very strong, pertinent kind of a comment he makes. And the paper itself is very poignant and has written with a lot of pathos. So this one, he says that tribals, what they think about the others, predominantly non-tribals, is something which these disciplines in a traditional way have not brought out. So what they have brought out is something which again is very different, whereby he says that Adivasis and nomadic communities have not as yet received complete historical representation. So this is another very strong point that he makes, that the nomadic communities also are included in Adivasis, because some of the nomadic communities no doubt are Adivasis. So, but he's making a point again on that. And then he goes on to talk to us about Warrior Elvin. And that is something I think is which most of us should be familiar with. You cannot do any studies on Adivasis or the tribals in India without a reference to Warrior Elvin. And he says he was the first person in making an attempt to understand the Adivasis. Now, this was something I think which was overdue. Many anthropologists, practicing anthropologists doing field work, do not, or sometimes may have completely neglected what Warrior Elvin has done and the kind of time that he spent, also not just as an anthropologist, he was a priest to start with, also as an administrator later, and as a good friend of Nehru. And when he brought out a philosophy for NIFA, Nehru wrote the forward and gave the Panchashil kind of a thing which is there. And Dr. Devi brings out these things quite lucidly in that. But one of the other important points he makes, and I don't know if the others have used this word earlier, and he says that Orientalism in Europe emerged as anthropology. And then the next point he makes is that it was more appropriately savageology. Now, that term is something which not many people have used. They have used the word savages, they have used the word barbarians, and they have used other kinds of derogatory terms, including the term primitive, to talk about the tribals. But savageology is something I think Dr. Devi is trying to emphasize. And he says that savageology depicted tribes necessarily as primitive. Now, this is something I think is very important because I, as a social anthropologist, have been exposed right from my master's days to this term being used. Earlier, it was used by the British anthropologists and the other anthropologists, and it was a kind of a Victorian way of looking at what was happening here, and everybody. I mean, it was very easy to refer to certain groups of people or primitives, and the government of India initially had what is known as the primitive tribal groups. Later, it has been modified to vulnerable, particularly vulnerable tribes. But the point with this aspect of primitive is that even today, in classrooms of anthropology and sociology, the teachers with a PhD still use the term primitive to talk about them. They use terms like primitive religion, primitive language, primitive foods. Now, it's a very large question to be addressed, and most of us are not sensitive to the fact that anything that's different is just that is different. It's not high, it's not low, and therefore using the term primitive in a very expansive and very generous kind of a situation where anything to do with a different group of people has to be labeled as primitive is something I think which has been a very derogatory kind of a thing to happen, and it's happening continuously even today, in spite of the fact that the government of India itself has modified PTG to PVTG. It's still being taught in anthropology department. So that I think should be something which should be very disturbing for us, because if somebody prays to a different kind of a god, for instance, that god or a deity or a shrine or whatever you have is just a different one. How does it become primitive? Because it's different from the way the anthropologist, or you're looking at the alter ego situation in a different way. Therefore, you use the term primitive there. It's done in terms of every practice which the other groups of people have, whether it's religion or language or food habits. The fact that somebody eating a different kind of a food is just different is not taken into consideration. If it is different, I think one of the earliest, I mean, not earliest, is still going on, Government of India policy, not just on the mainland, the Central India and others being discussed quite elaborately for the last 2 days. Even in the Andamans and the Lakshadweep, if you look at it, the policy of the state has been quite different. And therefore, some of these practices which were there, and the Andaman Nicobar tribes, the 6 major tribes which are there, of course, we don't know much about the Sentinelese, and also not much about the Shompen and the Jarwa. We know a bit about it because they have done very unhealthy kind of contacts which are being made with the tribal communities there. And when one of the so-called young priest from the United States was killed by the Sentinelese, they raised a lot of questions about that. And in fact, I wrote somewhere saying that they were not culpable. The Sentinelese cannot be held culpable for what happened there because they were doing it from their perspective as what they thought was right. And therefore, this is a larger question which has to be taken into consideration in terms of policy, because the government of India tried to change the practices, food practices in the Andaman Islands. They started giving them rice, atta, dal, sugar, and oil. And the Andamanese, before these interventions, the major 6 tribes, now one of the tribes, which was studied by Ratcliffe Brown in 1923, when the volume came up, along with Malinowski's Argonauts of the Western Pacific, the 1923 publication, Andaman Islanders, they were in thousands. Now there are about 26 or 27 of them put up on a single straight island. And that's the thing which has happened. So this is trying to change the food practices of people who had a very healthy kind of a thing in terms of what was available there, in terms of animal fat, honey, and the naturally available products. The administrators thought they were primitive because they didn't eat rice, they didn't eat refined sugar, they didn't eat wheat or chapati or something. And these were the kind of practices which happened. And Dr. Devi points out some of these things. When the term primitive is used, you extend it to everything which concerns the people. So this was one of the points which had to be emphasized. And in 1956, there was the State Reorganization Commission. And the country was reorganized on linguistic lines. And what languages are important? Only the languages which had scripts became important, and they got the states. Languages which did not have scripts had no status in a way. And therefore, if you look at the kind of a division which was done, whether it was Maharashtra or whether it was West Bengal, or whether it was Orissa or Kerala or Tamil Nadu, everything, Karnataka, everything happened on the basis of the thing. Therefore, only languages that had a script were important, and they got recognized. So no script meant no printed literature. So if there was no printed literature, it wasn't a language. That was the way it was being conceived. And hence the states which got was in terms of have a language, have a script, have literature, you get a state. If you don't have these things, you don't get a state. So that was as simple as that. And the visibility of indigenous languages has been poor because of the fact that some of them do not have the conventional written kind of a word, in spite of the fact that some of them have oral literature, which they have it on themselves, memorized for generations together. And this is something I think also something to emphasize is that non-literate societies, I'm not talking about illiterates, I'm talking about non-literate societies. Non-literate societies have all the literature or whatever oral literature or whatever they have, folklore, everything on themselves. And people who do not read or write have a fantastic memory. The moment they get into writing and reading, they know that it's available. Therefore, it's inversely proportional to remembering the literature or whatever is there. And you can make out from the way children are brought up, for instance, before the children read, write, go to school, they can memorize poems, songs, or anything you give them. Give them a book, keep reading 2 to 3 times, and the child knows where to turn the page in spite of the fact that the child doesn't. Therefore, there is an inverse proportion, inverse kind of a thing in terms of being able to read, write, and how much you can remember. So that's something which is not recognized. Therefore, sometimes I feel that if a very well-endowed person who was very important to a community dies, it's like the destruction of a library. Of a different kind, of course, library of a different kind. Therefore, this is something I think we need to look into in terms of the presentation which Dr. Devi has made. There are lots of things which can go beyond the words that he has given in order to see the points that he's making. And some of the things that I'm making are not making it up. It's related to the way he has presented it. Therefore, no conventional sense of having a written record, your language is not recognized. And the non-literate societies, as I said, have so much on themselves. And that goes on from generation to generation, sometimes without changing even a paragraph or a few sentences. And that's as important to, I think, it's important to the people. It may not be important to me. And the anthropologist or the sociologist or the people who go there may not find it very important, but it's important to them. And that's what is, I think, has to be emphasized. And then today he says that some societies have started embarking on articulating their ideas and imagination through their literature. But the other thing which is happening simultaneously is the fact that their languages are declining. So you may be articulating some of the things which are there, but if there's a decline of the language, then there are issues which are coming up. So the last point I would like to make is in terms of those of you who are not familiar, since we had made a mention, and this is not from Dr. Devi's paper, since we have made a mention about Warrior Elvin, it would be good to read Ram Guha's biography, Savaging the Civilized. I think in one place you get to know the entire thing about Warrior Elvin. Now, this is something I think very important for people who do not have access to some of the works of Barrier Elvin, or even do not know much about anthropology or what anthropologists do, it would be good to go through just this single volume. It's a bit voluminous, but doesn't matter. It makes a very good reading. But I think the kind of work that Ram Guha has put in terms of chasing the papers, manuscripts, and other things which pertain to Barrier Elvin, I think there are very few biographies of that kind. And since I'm talking about a biography, another biography, it's a complete aside. It's not related to this, which I felt personally, which is very, very poignant and written hands down, is S. Gopal's biography of his father, S. Radhakrishna. He talks about adultery, he talks about illegitimacy, and all kinds of issues. So this is a different thing. But since I was talking about biography, I thought I might as well mention that thing. Thanks a lot. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, BRLF and the others who have been here, in spite of the fact that we are about to be evicted soon. Thank you.
Although we'd like to go for tea, but I'm sure some of the points presented now could raise some curiosity, and which could be taken up. 1, 0. No? Yeah, yes.
I would just like to hear from Asdaji about what he feels about the state of tribal languages. He's a writer and he talks a lot of
Translations as well. Yes. So if you could. I translate, but I'm afraid I'm not that in tune with the developments which are going on in the field of language and literature, because when I pick up a text for translation, I see that that particular text has to speak to me. If I'm translating a story or a poem, that text should speak to me. For example, the last translation from Santali which I did was poems by 3 Santali writers, Chinmay Hansta Marandi, Suchitra Hansta, who along with me won the 2015 Sahitya Academy Yuva Puraskar for Santali, and Parimal Hansta, who won the 2016 Sahitya Academy Yuva Puraskar for his collection of poems. So I did translations of their works for Poetry at Sangam. And I did not pick up all the poems, even though I was given a complete range. When I approached them, that please send me some of your works, I would like to translate those for this particular platform. They sent me the manuscripts, but I chose works from them. The poems which spoke to me, the poems which made me curious. For example, there was this poem by Parimal Hansta. I'm completely at loss for what I'm going to say. Just a moment, I have it here, right here. Yeah, there was this poem by Parimal Hansta, which is called Miru Baha. So Miru is the Santali word for parrot, and Baha is flower. But ultimately it is a flower. So I was like, what is this flower which, which has got such an interesting name that it is named after a bird? So that curiosity, it made me translate this poem. And then Parimal Hansta, he sent me details from the internet that this is this particular flower. And I wasn't really impressed by that flower. I mean, when I did not know that Miru Baha is this particular Baha, I was very curious. I was like imagining things. It will be like a bird, or it will be something delicate. But ultimately it looked like pumpkin flower, kumro phul, which we call in Bangla, and which we make into a pakodi and eat. So it did not impress me, but I had already out of curiosity translated that poem. So I have experienced that when you are translating, you're not just translating a text, you are actually translating the original author's mind. You are getting into that original author's mind and trying to understand why that person wrote a work on that particular theme. So this is my this is my experience so far. I do not have more to say on this.
Sorry, I don't know whether I should, but I'm just curious. Sorry, can I? I just wanted to know what you think about, after all, the efforts to develop scripts like the old Chiki. I mean, even you have scripts for Ho now. What do you think? Do you think it's a cop-out? Is it a form of colonization, or is it something creative and a move? Yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So Santhali, I don't know if I should be speaking of these things because, but okay, since I'm on the stage now, script is not only about what you call it, about expressing oneself, about recording oneself. Script is now an identity thing. So I think this identity is what is pushing the entire community. I mean, who go for a script of our own. For example, Santali. Santali was written in Roman, then Hindi, then Bangla. In Odisha, it is written in Odia. Now not now, in fact, Santali got its own script in the 1920s, Old Chiki, which I think Santali has been included in the 8th schedule. So maybe Old Chiki has been accepted as well, because I'm watching Old Chiki everywhere. It's recognized, yes. 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 Very recently, I did this article on, just a moment. I'm so excited. I'm so nervous, actually. But thank God for my
If
phone.
I add to this,
Yeah,
when you
sure.
talk about scripts, it is also about grammar. So if you think about E.H. Mann, who did a grammar for the Nicobar in 18, when was it? 1867. I might be 1 or 2 years here and there. So the point is that these grammars started coming up, and this whole thing was that these people don't have script, they're illiterate, etc. But so it's got a longer history of identity and identity making. While they were making the grammar, they were also addressing these people and killing them, because syphilis killed them. Lots of things happened there. There's a wonderful book by Madhuja Mukherjee on the Andamans, and this stuff comes up, how Rosie and Topsy and Pinky, as they were called in various exhibitions, talked about their language and identity in the late 19th century. Yeah. It's called Where the Land Where the Birds No Longer Sing.
Reverse the values.
Indeed.
When you take it onto yourself, it becomes a form of affirmation. Rather than
We can read it many ways.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I did this essay on Shripati Tudu, who has recently translated the Constitution of India into Santali, but it is not an entire translation. I mean, the Constitution is so huge, and Shripati's volume was quite slim. So I asked him, is it the entire Constitution? And he said, no, it is about the parts which are relevant to us, relevant to the Adivasis, the STs and the SCs. Like there is one point here. We use the word Janjati for the indigenous people. We do not use the word Adivasi. So I'm not sure if they can be used interchangeably. Anyway, so Shripati, he told me that it is not the translation of the entire constitution, but parts which are relevant to us. And then he pointed out ways in which the West Bengal government has, made Old Chiki mandatory. And since there are no new books being written in Santhali for various subjects, what they're doing is they are taking Bengali textbooks and they are translating those into Santhali. So this is just a beginning. So basically, I think this script issue is more of an identity issue. Why should I use what you have created? Why don't I create something of my own? Yes.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. It's my turn too. So my question, I think Dr. Devi has left, but again, it was on the scripts of Old Chiki and Varanshati. And we were also talking at lunch, Professor Mins and I, about these. So one is that preserving the languages is one thing. Now, preserving the languages in Devanagari script, does it make sense that these things go in Devanagari script, or should, how much can you preserve the Old Chiki and Varanshati scripts also? Because there was one time that we had tried to take some science books, very nice illustrated science books for children, and we had identified two people who had translated 40 of these books in Old Chiki and Varanshati, and we were very excited to have them printed. We had also lined up with a publisher who had said that these would be, that they could actually print them in these two languages. And just at that last stage, I was traveling in Normandy, West Singhbum areas, and I just mentioned to some of the teachers with a lot of excitement and children that, look, we are bringing these out, and there was complete blank faces. No one could read them. So I thought, these are teachers who are Hindi speaking. Obviously, they can't read, but what about people in the village? And then we asked a lot of people, and we found that no one reads these scripts anymore. So with with a heavy heart, we put that whole thing on the hold. We never got these books printed for children in these scripts. Now the question is, and I am from Tata Steel, and we have this tribal conclave called Samvad every year, starting Birsa Munda's birth date, 15th November to 19th, and a lot of dialogue happens on these things. Now, what seems to be the trend is people who are in the older age group. They feel very strongly about the scripts and the languages, and that they should be preserved, and they feel there's a lot of angst in them also. If you come down at the age group of, say, 40s, the thing is different. You don't see that sort of desire. And if you come down to the youth, you don't see it at all. So, I mean, how does one really make sense of preservation of languages? Because the younger age groups are going whole hog after, even if you look at musical instruments and things, they're looking at electric guitars, they're looking at all sorts of things. They are not really looking at the tribal instruments or tribal games, but people who are in the older age group who feel, they are in their 70s and 80s, they feel very strongly about these things. And people in the middle age group, they're so busy trying to make ends meet with livelihoods that they have nothing of these things to. So it remains a conundrum. What is the direction?
Would you like to answer?
This is one point which I noted while I was.
Can I just ask a very, but a little different. So my question is, this whole script evolving, has it got to do with the phonetic, the sound, and, each script evolving, following the sound? Because I also belong to a community that didn't have a script, Konkanis from coastal Karnataka. But now I find they've adapted Devanagari, and it kind of goes with the sound of our language. So it makes sense. So I was just curious about that.
Old Chiki is not exactly like phonetic. It is more of a pictorial. Yeah. And regarding the question about publishing books in Old Chiki, but no one being able to read it, this is one point which I encountered while I was doing this essay on Shripati, who translated the constitution of India into Santali in the Old Chiki script. So I called up the booksellers in Jhargram, which is in Paschim Mednipur district, and in Purulia, who are stocking his books. And I called them because I was getting very enthusiastic response from his publisher, who was saying that the book is doing very well, and we have those in Kolkata. But I wanted to look in the interiors, like where that book is needed, because it is not the entire constitution. It is constitution for us. So where our people live, I wanted to go and find out how that book was doing. So I called up bookshops in Jhargram and in Purulia to ask them, how is the book selling? And they had this issue that, okay, they have translated the constitution in Santhali, in the Old Chiki script, but who is going to read it? Because you have books in Old Chiki, but only those people can read it who either know Old Chiki or who are capable of buying those books. The ordinary people who are not literate, I'm using Professor Kalam's words, who are not literate in Old Chiki, how will they read this book? And unless they get to learn Old Chiki, it will just remain, this particular term which I'm using, I have made it, but it was something in that vein, that until people learn Old Chiki and until they are given this means to purchase that book, it will remain a vanity project. It, won't be anything useful. So I'm not sure how to take this topic forward, but the thing is, fine, it is a vanity project, but it is like a vanity project for us. So here, the script does not just become a medium for recording a written document. Recording a document, Constitution is written already. So recording a document, but it is like more of an identity thing only. And all those scripts which are like hundreds of years old, they did not gain popularity in 50 years or 100 years. They took more than that. So maybe in the next 100 years, we can have more translations in Santhali of major books. Maybe we can have a Lord of the Rings in Santhali, in the Old Chiki. Let's wait for that.
So with that, much as I was wondering what to say and whether we were going to close this segment also like the previous one, I think it did excite some of our neurons, and therefore we had this interactive part. And I was just wondering whether to present my take on the word primitive from the mathematical point of view, but then I'm going to reserve that. But I think, as I thought I said, closed yesterday morning, looking forward to version 2, version 3 of the reports, I think the note at which we close. No, I'll do it later on. But I want to make something more significant than the definition of primitive. This note at which we close with Dr. Hans saying whatever he said, I think this is a dream towards claiming the civilization, whereas some of us in the past few years have been talking about claiming the culture. So I think I would like to revise my vocabulary. Instead of using the phrase claiming of culture, it would be claiming of civilization. And I think with that, those who would come on board from our side of the geographical regions would probably take this dream forward. But in closing, not in order to discredit the work that has been put in towards this volume, and definitely to record my appreciation for what the efforts that have happened besides the lapse of 5 years in making this volume come in physical form. But just to present to you one of the angst or the anxiousness of one of the very young researchers whom we lost 2 years ago at the beginning of COVID, Abhay Khakha, if some of you have known. I would like to close the session with his poem, I'm Not Your Data. If some of you have heard, but still I would like to use that. I'm not your data, nor am I your vote bank. I'm not your project or any exotic museum object. I'm not the soul waiting to be harvested, nor am I the lab where your theories are tested. I'm not your cannon fodder or the invisible worker or your entertainment at India Habitat Center. I'm not your field, not your crowd, your history, your help, your guilt, medallions of your victory. I refuse, reject, resist your labels, your judgments, documents, definitions, your models, leaders, and patrons, because they deny me my existence, my vision, my space. Your words, maps, figures, indicators, they all create illusions and put you on pedestal from where you look down upon me. So I draw my own picture and invent my own grammar. I make my own tools to fight my own battle for me, my people, my world, and my Adivasi self. Thank you. So I think, yeah, we could.
I don't think there is anything much to be said after this. Thank you very much, Professor Mintz, and all our distinguished panelists, authors, all my colleagues who have worked hard, and all the people who came from all our partners who came from different parts of the country to participate in this. We really hope that this sets off a thinking which everybody has emphasized. Thank you once again on behalf of BRLF for being part of this 2 days. It was really beautiful. So thank you very much.